221-1623 State versus Chad Guy Daybell. Mr. Daybell's here present, represented by counsel Mr. Pryor. The prosecution's here as well. Prior to bringing the jurors in and the public into the courtroom this morning, we had a request over the weekend for an exigent hearing this morning. In order to not keep jurors held longer than necessary, we're conducting this hearing first before the public's allowed into the courtroom, but the court is live streaming the hearing for that public access. So just to clarify one point, as the trial goes along, I don't mind doing exigent hearings. These things come up and we'll do them. However, there still needs to be, whenever possible, a motion filed so it can be lodged in the case, even if it's just a quick one-page motion notifying the parties in the court of what the topic will be. So we did this based off an email received, but it's a request from the defense to reconsider a ruling that was made last week on evidence as it related to the defense request to bring in testimony or evidence relating to Joe Ryan. The court made a ruling last week that it was inadmissible as being irrelevant, and Mr. Pryor, I understand you wanted to get a further either clarification or another opportunity to argue that point. Is that something you want to argue this morning?
Judge, I would like to argue it. Judge, would the court prefer I go to the podium or can I argue from here?
I think it's best if you just stay at counsel table, so
Okay.
the microphone will pick that up.
And may I, Judge, proceed?
Yes.
Judge, it's really a two-prong argument. One, I wanted to make a record of the fact that the court had ruled that the evidence relating to Joseph Ryan and that Alex Cox had committed an aggravated assault felony on Joseph Ryan, and that Mr. Ryan feared for his life. That was in 2007. Judge, I have a probable cause affidavit from that particular jurisdiction relaying the facts of that particular incident. I would point out, Judge, that part of our argument is that Alex Cox's modus operandi was to protect Lori Vallow whenever there was any sort of discernible threat towards her or any kind of threat towards her. Alex Cox would come to the rescue and engage in this kind of conduct. As an example, Judge, this is our position is that's exactly what happened with Charles Vallow. That's exactly what happened with Brandon Boudreaux. And those occurred in, I believe, 2019. Approximately 12 years earlier in 2007, the same modus operandi. And the difficulty, Judge, and the relevance in my mind is that we are looking at a third husband. The third husband, this was just not some random act. This was a third husband of Lori Vallow who was subjected and put in a position of fear. And then the fourth husband from the defense, and I think the state would agree, Alex Cox perpetrated a murder upon the fourth husband, Charles Vallow. And the modus operandi, Judge, and that's where I think this comes in, is that Alex Cox is a protector of Lori Vallow. And I realized that the state had got a transcript of my opening statement. I didn't recall seeing a motion or an order requesting that they be allowed to do that. But lo and behold, I was provided a transcript of my opening statement, and I did adhere to that, Judge. And I don't think it was something that I have to file a 404B to ask permission to do that. Quite to the contrary, 404B requires a prosecuting attorney to file motions, and it's at the end of 404B that's required. The state does, or the defense does not have the burden to do that. And in my mind, this was relevant, and it was relevant to Alex Cox's behavior, modus operandi, in how he took care of, and he was the protector, or whatever adjective you want to use, of Lori Vallow. So at this point, Judge, I just wanted to make a record that that's what my position is.
All right. I'll hear any argument from the state on whether or not the court's previous ruling excluding that evidence should stand or be reconsidered.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state agrees with the court's previous ruling. We don't think that this set of facts meets the 401 test that of relevancy. It has no tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence in this case. The reason for that is that this is so attenuated by time. I believe this was a 2007 incident. dealing with an individual who, other than being the father of one of the victims in this case, has no other connection to this defendant. So you have this very long section of time in between that creates this attenuation. We think there's going to be a foundational issue as well. I don't think a PC affidavit in and of itself comes in. We believe that's hearsay. There needs to be a declarant to talk about it. And so based on those two, based on that, and on just there's a case, Pomrenke versus State, 169 Idaho 474. And I think it applies here. The holding there is that proffered evidence is irrelevant if it tends to disprove or disprove a fact of consequence only through speculative inferences. And I think that's where this is speculative inferences, that because Alex Cox may or may not have done something to Joe Ryan back in 2007, that he is somehow that somehow removes this defendant's guilt in this case. So we do not think it passes the 401 test. And again, we think there's a foundational issue. So we'd ask the court to just affirm its previous ruling.
And Judge, if I could respond just
Yes.
ever so briefly. Judge, there is no time limit on bringing up these allegations that I'm aware of that limits these allegations or says they're not relevant because they occurred a certain number of years ago. This is a co-conspirator, and that's what's very important here. That's what's extremely important. Is part of the case that the prosecutor has to show is that Mr. Daybell, Chad, engaged in a conspiracy with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, and then other unknown or unnamed co-conspirators. However, if Alex Cox took it upon himself to engage in conduct at the bequest of Lori Vallow, or not at the bequest of Lori Vallow, to protect her or to inflict harm on another person, it's not a leap to say at this point, Alex Cox previously acted on his own. Alex Cox acted on his own with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox acted on his own with Brandon Boudreaux. And if the state has to prove that Chad Daybell was involved in a conspiracy with Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee, it's absolutely relevant that Alex Cox, in his previous behavior, his modus operandi was to act on his own and to lash out and do things on his own. I couldn't think of something that's more relevant in this regard. And I just felt very strongly, Judge, that the court had not thought this through. Now, I understand we're all under the gun, and I agree there's been a number of motions filed, and we are scrambling, and that's not unusual given these circumstances. And the court had to make a decision very quickly and was under the gun. But I just felt that I wanted to give the court an opportunity to hear out my argument and put it on the record so the court could look at this and say, okay, this is how I feel about this. And that was really the purpose of this, Judge. And if the court needs me to file a motion, Judge, to reconsider, I can do a one-page motion to reconsider just so we have a clear record of this, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On that last point, I won't, on this issue, require a motion to be filed, knowing that it's on the record now, brought up and will be noted in the court minutes as a motion heard this morning. So the court has reviewed the defense request that information relating to this 2007 incident be brought into this case. It gets into 404B type issues. I don't know that it actually is 404B, which, as pointed out by the defense here, really has some notice requirements and things that seem to be exclusive to requirements of what a prosecutor needs to do under 404B. The notice provision does specifically indicate what a prosecutor is required to do in order to provide notice. So there is one, and noting subsection 2, in a criminal case, the prosecutor must, and then it's got an A and B on notice. So without determining here, because I don't think it's necessary, whether or not the defense would be required to provide the same reasonable type of notice as a prosecutor. The real issue at stake is whether or not, in this case, this 2007 incident has enough relationship to the charges at hand to become relevant or admissible evidence under Rule 401. The court would note that there is a conspiracy charged in multiple counts here involving Alex Cox, and the dates that are alleged in the indictment or alleging a conspiracy that occurred on or between October 26, 2018 and the year 2020. So the earliest date the state is alleging is 2018. This would be an incident that was approximately 11 years before, I should say, to clarify, Mr. Pryor, but 11 years beforehand. And I do have to look at how attenuated that is from the facts here. While there may be some relevance, the real question is under 403, is this relevance that is more probative than unfairly prejudicial? The state's raised questions on foundation. How does evidence come in of this event that happened now 17 years ago? Who would lay the foundation to really get any of that evidence in if it starts coming in and the state wants to challenge the defense theory? Also, while Alex Cox is a named co-conspirator, Joe Ryan's not listed as a victim in the case. And the court just finds that under looking at 403 balancing test and Rule 401, I'm going to maintain the ruling that this is simply too far outside of the scope of the charges, too far outside of the scope of the alleged conspiracy, would be more prejudicial than probative, and without adequate time or even possibly way to establish a foundation to allow a response from the state would be unfairly prejudicial as well. So having considered that, then the court is going to maintain that previous ruling that the incidents alleged as they relate to Joe Ryan and Alex Cox will be inadmissible during the trial. And that will be the court's ruling. So Mr. Pryor, I'll ask you to refrain from further references to that based on this evidentiary ruling. Any questions on that, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, any questions from the state?
No.
Okay, thanks. Counsel, we'll go off the record here momentarily then. While everybody gets ready, I'll step off the bench. We'll let the public come in and we will let the jurors in. I'll let everyone know we do have all 18 jurors returned today. They've each signed their affirmation, so they are good to go to hear evidence this morning. And as soon as the public's seated, let me know and we'll come back on and get started with evidence. Let me just ask the state, who's the witness that's going to be coming up today first?
The first will be Vince Kayakamanu.
Okay. All right.
Hey, look at though, you guys. We got a closer view of the frog. We got a closer view of the frog. Okay. Okay, you guys, hold on. I want to show you something. Because in my opinion, my humble opinion, they did something to Joe Ryan. Hold on, you guys. I got to find it. Give me a minute. Okay, people, I did a video on this. However, oops, I gotta close my, hold on. I gotta change something. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys right now. I want everybody to sign this petition. Justice for Joe Ryan. Okay? All right, so you can read all this. He deserves justice too. Hold on. Ooh. Grandma, hi Grandma. Okay, here's the petition. Justice for Joe Ryan. Hi, Grandma. How you doing? Oh, I hope she's okay. Are you going to be here with me today? Are you? Let me know, and I'll send you the link. Or are you going to be too busy? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Just let me know. Okay, let me pin this. Oh, that was my grandson. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh. There we go. Got her done. Got her pinned. Justice for Joe Ryan. Okay, people, how are we today? Yeah, I'll just send you the link anyways, just in case, okay? You never know. I'll do it every day that I'm here. I'll just send it. You can pop in anytime, Grandma. I'm sending it right now. And peoples, if you are not subbed up to my channel, sub up. I'm on a mission for a goal. Okay? Okay. Yeah, hold on. Yes, I did. I missed you a lot. Things were not the same without you. I'm not kidding. It is so different when you're gone. I mean, the what do you want to call it? Not the atmosphere. There's just, when you're not here, things are just ain't right. Okay, you guys, I'm on a goal to get to 5,000. Let's see, I got what, 20, 25 more to get to 5,000. Okay. Yeah, the vibe, the aura. Well, Johnny Boy went on that one, and when they go on break, I got a lot of stuff to show. I got some court documents on. You'll see what I'm doing. Okay, here we go. Look at how close they are to Chad. Finally! I wish I could make this bigger so we just see him. I mean, I got a touch screen. The only way I can make it big is if I'm on like a website and not on YouTube platform. That's okay though. They got closer to him. That's all I wanted to see. Let's watch the frog. The frog. That's what we're gonna do. Frogs in the chat. Frogs in the chat. There we go. Frogs in the chat. Okay, I wonder who Vince is. I bet you Vince. Here, let me find a banner. Okay, we already did opening statements. Okay. There you go. Oh my God, I'm going to play a song. Hold on, hold on. Chad's got a new song. Chad's got a new song. Hold on. Did you guys hear that? Jeremiah was bulldog. Yes. Okay. I know.
Stephen W. voice.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence today. The court would note I heard a motion argued this morning without the public in the courtroom, but that was an open hearing that was live streamed on an evidentiary issue. I understand at this time the state's ready to proceed with its case in chief and call a next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will note the state is here present as well as the defendant, and counsel for the defendant, Mr. Pryor. Is the defense ready to proceed with evidence? Very well. Please instruct the bailiffs then to have the jurors brought in.
I'm going to make a video. Pick it on Chad. Sure am. Oh no, no. Don't start this, please. It's starting to buffer, you guys. Why? How was your weekend, Grandma? Mine was emotions. Up and down.
All right.
Down. Little bipolar.
The jury is present and valid.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623. The jurors have all returned. The court has confirmed each of them also signed their declaration and acknowledgement that they followed the court's admonishment to not investigate or look into the case over the break. So thank you very much, each of you, for following that instruction during that long weekend break. The state is continuing with its case in chief and presenting evidence. I'll note the defendant and counsel are present, as well as the prosecution for the state. And I'll also note this hearing is being live streamed today. As I mentioned last week, if we do run into any technical issues with that live stream feed, we'll instruct tech to try to let us know how quickly that may be fixed, but would likely proceed with the trial if we do run into any issue causing a delay with that. So at this time, then, I understand the state has a next witness to call. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed? All right, then the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Vince Kayakamanu.
We swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and the truth so help you God. Thank you.
That seems like a really big courtroom.
All right, Officer Kayakamanu, as you're answering questions, please make verbal responses for the record. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kayakamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A.
Officer, I'm sorry, could you talk a little more loudly right into your mic? I think we're barely picking that up.
Is that better?
Is that loud enough? Is it quiet? If you'll give us just a sec, we'll make sure that microphone's adequate.
You want me to start spelling the last name, see if that picks up?
I think the longer one will work better. Anna.
Make a lot of noise. Can you shut it off?
Can you say something into that? Just to test?
Yes.
I think that's definitely better. Thanks for that. Mr. Wood, go ahead and just restart if you would, please. Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kayakamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A-K-A-M-A-N-U.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am currently the Chief Deputy of Madison County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that position?
I started with Madison January of this year.
So 2024.
Correct.
What was your occupation before you took on that position?
I worked with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
Have you ever worked for any other law enforcement office?
I have not.
Are you post certified?
Yes.
With the title Chief Deputy, is there a specific title we should refer to you as? Or
That's fine.
Have you been involved in the investigation regarding Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Ballo?
I have.
In your current occupation as Chief Deputy of the Madison County Sheriff's Department, is it part of your responsibilities to oversee the jail?
Yes,
So they report to you.
the captain does, yes.
As part of your responsibilities in overseeing the jail, do you have an understanding of the jail intelmate or the phone call system?
Yes, I do.
What is that system and how does it work?
The Telmate system is a phone system that the inmates, while in jail, can make phone calls or FaceTime visits with their family, friends outside of the jail.
And how long have you overseen this at the Madison County Jail?
Since I've been there January 2024.
Right. Have you had experience with Telmate in other counties?
I have.
Did Fremont County use the Telmate system?
Yes.
And the Telmate system, does that include telephone and video visits?
Yes, it does.
On video calls, is the camera always utilized?
On video calls, the camera is utilized when the iPad is docked to the station. Once that iPad's removed from the docking station, the video camera shuts off and it goes into a phone call mode.
How do you ensure the inmates don't make calls on behalf of other inmates?
When someone's brought into the jail and booked in, they're given a specific PIN number that's to them. When they go to set that up through Telmate, they have to give their PIN number that they were given. They also take a face photo and they say their name approximately 3 times, so it's voice recorded.
Whenever an inmate places a call or participates in the Telmate system, is any information recorded or stored regarding that call?
Yes.
What is recorded?
The whole conversation, whether it's a FaceTime or a phone call, is all recorded from once it starts to when it ends.
And is the outside party required to provide name and personal information?
They can go on to what's called gettingoutofjail.com and put that information in. That allows them to put money on their books for phone calls or commissary.
How do you access the information that is stored on the Telmate system?
I've got a username and password.
Is there any way for you to edit the information that is stored on Telmate?
No,
Are you aware of any other agency being able to edit it?
no.
Where are the phones and tablets located in the jail?
In our jail system, we have what are called pods, and the pads and phones are located in the day room where all the inmates have access to that. The phone is connected to the wall, so if they're just doing a voice call, they need to stay out there. Like I testified earlier, they have that pad there and they need to stay there to do a face-to-face or FaceTime. But once that pad's removed, it blacks out and they can take that into their cell and talk, but it's only a voice talk.
How do you know the date and time of each call?
The calls are time stamped.
Now, we've been talking about Madison County, correct?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 9th of 2020. At that time, was Lori Vallow Daybell an inmate at the Madison County Jail?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, Chad Daybell was not in jail at that time.
correct.
Right. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 33.
Very well.
That's not me buffering, you guys. Okay, this is the phone call. Do you guys remember that when he was watching him dig the yard?
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 33?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the thumb drive with a call on it.
All right. Do you know what day that call was made?
The call on this thumb drive was made June 9th, 2020.
All right. And who are the parties to that call?
Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell.
And have you reviewed the call on that thumb drive?
Yes,
Are your initials on that thumb drive?
yes,
Did you put your initials on that thumb drive after reviewing that call?
yes,
Is that call a true and accurate representation of what is stored on the Telmate system?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 33 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, and just one more clarifying point. Is that the only file contained on that thumb drive, Mr. Wood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 33 is admitted.
Just real quick, Detective, when was the first time you heard this phone call?
June 9th, 2020.
Where were you when you heard it?
I was at the property of 202 North, 1900 East, Chad Daybell's residence.
Were you there for the search of Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th?
Yes,
And so you accessed this phone call from that location.
correct.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
This is a call from and paid for by Lori, an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm an MS. Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. There's a search warrant, and so the moment I just did Emma's with the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to set up a call. I'm glad you called.
Yeah.
And we'll see what transpires.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you want me to do? Pray.
What?
What do you want me
Yeah,
to
pray.
do?
Pray. Yeah.
Okay. What can I do for you?
I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Mark or Katie. And just talk with him.
Have you talked to him already?
I did call him, yes.
So he knows what they're doing?
Yeah. It's okay. Call from somebody else I need to talk to. I love you so much.
Okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know. I don't know. You can try, yeah. I'll answer if I can.
Okay.
I love you and we'll talk soon.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Okay. Love you. Goodbye.
Detective, do you know approximately what time of day that phone call was made?
Around 11 o'clock in the afternoon.
Your Honor, the state will be recalling Detective Kai Kamani for other things, but at this time, we have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Pryor, would you prefer to cross-examination or cross-examine at this time or save that for when he's recalled? Very well.
And officer, you've also are coming back. You've got a subpoena from my office as well to show up, and we've made arrangements for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Officer, Prosecutor Wood asked you where you were on June 9th of 2020,
Correct.
and you were at the Daybell residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Any idea how many other officers were there at that time?
I can't recall how many other officers and agencies were there.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
More than 15?
Yes.
Okay. So more than 30?
Yes.
Okay. So 30 police officers from various agencies, obviously. Right?
Correct.
Right. And at that point, I heard on the tape where Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was at Emma's. Now, do you know who he's talking about when he says Emma?
His daughter.
Okay. And in relation to the house, where does Emma live?
At the time of this incident, Emma lived kitty corner, roughly from Mr. Daybell's home.
That would be what, the southeast corner?
The southwest.
Southwest, excuse me,
Yes.
my southwest corner of the property. It
Correct.
was kitty corner.
Yeah.
Relatively close to the Chad Daybell's house, right?
Yes.
Within walking distance.
Yes.
So he was over there and there were no restrictions on his movement. Is that right?
Correct.
And he could come and go as he pleases.
At that time, yes.
Right. And at that point, you overheard him talk about a Mark Means.
On the phone call, yes.
Right. Okay. And on the phone call, he said he was going to talk to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever learn who he was trying to talk to, that other person?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to be present when Officer Wheeler and Officer Hope were recording the interaction with Mr. Daybell?
I was not.
Okay. Okay. And at that point, if Mr. Daybell were to be leaving at that time that this phone call took place, he would have the right to do that, and there was no restriction stopping him.
Correct.
And he could go if he wanted to meet somebody or meet up with somebody, he'd have that opportunity.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me with 30 plus officers showing up at your house that would cause you a concern? The average citizen.
To the average citizen, yes.
In fact, you probably agree with me that you were were you a street officer at some point with Fremont County?
Yes.
Parole officer?
Yes.
And when a police officer puts on his lights and gets behind you and pulls you over, that's an emotional or at least an unnerving experience as well, right?
Yes,
So you would suggest that when 30 plus police officers show up at your house and search, that would cause you to have some concern, right?
I'd be nervous. Yes,
More than nervous, right?
I'd be nervous.
All right. Okay. Now, Lori Vallow made mention that search again. And you're nodding your head. Had you been out there previously to search the Daybell property?
I have not been out there
Are
previous.
you aware as the manager, and I don't want to use the incorrect term, you are the supervisor of this case. Would that be fair? Or is there a better term?
Over the Fremont County portion of it, yes.
Okay. Are you aware as part of your investigation as to whether or not anybody else had been out in any of the law enforcement agencies on Mr. Daybell's property previous to that time?
Yes, I was aware.
All right. How many times are you aware that they've been out on his property prior to that time?
Prior to that time, I believe they were out in January of 2020 doing a search of the house.
Okay. Any other times?
Not that I can recall right now.
Did anybody from your agency ever go out to the Daybell property unannounced and search the property without a large group of officers?
Unannounced? No.
All right. How about announced and saying we're going to go out and just look around?
With a search warrant, yes.
Okay. And was that in the January occasion?
Correct.
There was no other occasion that officers went out there. Is that what you're telling me?
I can't recall what other dates we were out there,
Okay.
but yes,
But there were other dates that you were out there looking at the property. Is that fair?
correct.
Okay. A number of them?
No,
More than 5?
no.
Now, as part of your investigation of this case, you've interviewed a number of witnesses in this case. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You've interviewed Melanie Gibb
Correct.
several times.
One time.
Okay. Regan Price,
Yes.
how many times?
One time.
Luma Pastenas,
Approximately 3 or 4 times. I'd have to
Okay.
check my notes.
and then Garth Daybell, Chad's son. You've interviewed him a couple of times.
One time.
Okay. And where was that interview?
That was done at Rexburg PD.
Okay. And in that occasion, you showed up at Garth Daybell's house. Is that right? Or did you show up at the school?
We went to the school. Yes.
Okay. And at the school, it's where Garth was working. Is that right?
Correct. I wouldn't consider that an interview.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But at some point, you approached Mr. Daybell, and who was with you at that point?
Special Agent Ricky Wright?
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
And at that point, you took Garth and asked that he go down to the police station with you. Is that right?
No, not at that time.
Okay. But you mentioned that you approached Garth Daybell at the school
Correct.
and that the interview, or at least what you said may not have been an interview, took place at the police station.
So there was 2 different times.
Oh, okay.
One time we talked with Garth at the school to advise him of the findings of his mother's death.
Okay.
That I would not consider an interview.
Okay.
The second interview was done at Rexburg, or the first interview that we brought him in to Rexburg PD.
Okay. And when you say brought him in, where did you first have contact with him on the day you brought him in to the Rexburg Police Department?
That we made contact with him at his home.
And at that point, did he have a choice at that point, or were you taking him into custodial care at that point.
At that time, it was custodial care to come in and talk with us.
Okay, so he wasn't, he didn't have an option. He was going to go to the Rexburg Police Department. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then how long was he at the Rexburg Police Department on that particular day?
I'd have to look. I want to say a couple hours.
And at that point, did you ever talk to him?
Small talk until his attorney got there.
Okay,
Got him some McDonald's, some pop.
okay. But at that point, there was nothing in terms of the interview with Garth on that particular day. Is that right?
Not until his attorney got there.
Okay. Okay. And do you have a recollection of how long it took for an attorney for him to get there?
I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to look in my notes on that.
Now, we're going to be revisiting that in a little while in terms of the audio or the videotapes of Chad on June 9th. Did you have an opportunity to review the audio and the videotapes of Chad and Emma on June 9th?
I have not.
Okay, so you don't have any information about those?
I do
Wasn't
not.
part of your investigation in this case?
I do not.
Okay, okay. Other than law enforcement on June 9th of 2020 and June 10th of 2020, other than law enforcement, was there anybody on the scene at the residence on either of those days who was not a law enforcement officer?
We had the Fremont County coroner there,
Okay,
and a few cadaver dogs.
okay,
I believe that's it.
okay. Nobody else?
Not that I can recall at that time, no.
And were you there the entire time or were you there just for a short period of
The
time?
entire time.
The entire time would have been from like 7 o'clock in the morning until when on the 9th?
We finished up about 4 or 5 on the 9th.
Okay. And the last part I want to cover, and we're going to revisit some stuff. I mean, we'll do this in pieces, obviously. When you were in there in January of what year again? I'm sorry.
2020.
Okay. When you were there in January of 2020, you also brought cadaver dogs, right?
Are you referring to the warrant that was done January 2020?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I was not at that search warrant, so
Okay. And I don't know why I thought you were. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they brought cadaver dogs that day?
I can't recall if they did or didn't.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. The defense spoke to you about nervousness. Correct.
Correct.
That's a normal reaction when you're pulled over by the police.
Correct.
Have you listened to multiple jail phone calls between Mr. Daybell and Lori when she was in custody?
Yes.
Was the tone of this phone call normal?
I would require some additional foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
So I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Has it been a regular part of your investigation to listen to jail phone calls between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
And you've listened to many of them.
Yes.
And in listening to those, would you say that the phone call on June 9th, that the tone of that phone call is different than their average phone call?
It's overruled with additional foundation. I will permit any recross just on this issue as well, though, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Was it a different tone?
Yes.
Were you present on Mr. Daybell's property when Mr. Daybell drove away?
Yes,
And do you know what was taking place around the time on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away?
Could you repeat that into your microphone, please?
I'm an object, Judge, on the basis of foundation.
Well, he indicated he was on location when this happened, so that's overruled.
repeat that, sorry.
Are you aware of what was happening on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away from the area?
Yes,
What was happening?
we were looking for two bodies on on his property.
All right. And are you aware of when he drove away, if one of those bodies was being discovered?
Yes,
Who?
JJ Val.
Right. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. If you'd like, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow recross. But limited in scope to those two issues.
All right, thank you, Judge. So you talked a little bit about the tone of the phone call was different. Is that right?
Yes,
And we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that there were over 30 police officers on a piece of property that day, correct?
yes,
So you would expect that there would be a little different of a tone when 30 police officers at 7 o'clock in the morning arrive at your home. And would that be fair?
that would be fair.
Okay. And then as far as what was going on when Mr. Daybell left, are you aware that Mr. Daybell was going to see an attorney that morning as he was leaving Emma Murray's house?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked him if he's aware of it.
It's overruled.
Are you aware of that or not?
I was not.
Okay. And again, you didn't have an opportunity to review the tape from the videotape of Officer Wheeler or Officer Hope on that morning. Is that right?
Correct.
So you don't know the circumstances or the reason for why Mr. Daybell left his daughter's home kitty corner from the house and drove off, do you?
I'm not aware why he drove off.
So to suggest that the fact that they found a body on his property and that was the reason for him driving off, you don't know what the reason Mr. Daybell drove off. There's another reason, or it could be another reason. Would that be fair?
There could be another reason, yes.
Right. All right. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for this time, that will conclude the testimony of Officer Kaya Kamanu. He is the state's designated agent, correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I point that out because the exclusionary rule does not apply for this particular witness who will be recalled, so you can go ahead and return and continue to observe the trial proceedings as well. The state may call its next witness.
We would call Detective Eric Wheeler, Your Honor.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Speaking clearly, please. You have a laser pointer right there if needed.
All right, before we begin with testimony, let me just confirm with Detective Wheeler here, who's now under oath. The court does have an exclusionary order in this case in effect. Have you observed or listened to any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this trial?
No,
Okay, so you have followed that. You haven't discussed any of the testimony with anyone else or reviewed that with anyone from the state?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Wheeler. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Detective Eric Wheeler, ERIC WHEELER,
Thank you. And can you please explain to the jury, where do you work?
the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective,
And what was your rank prior to becoming detective?
patrol sergeant.
And how long were you a patrol sergeant?
Oh, approximately 3 or 4 years.
And how long have you been a detective now?
3 years.
So prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
And just very briefly, for the jury's sake, will you please explain to them what's the basic post-training that law enforcement receives?
So I've received my advanced and master certificate through Idaho Post, and so it's you know, training that you have to go through, in service type training. You have to go through the Post Academy to get your basic certificate, and it entails everything from traffic, criminal code, search and seizure, laws of arrest, arrest techniques, firearms, those sort of things.
Thank you. And I want to draw your attention almost 5 years ago, back to June 9th of 2020. Were you involved in any kind of search that occurred in Fremont County?
Yes, I was.
What search was that?
It was the search warrant that we were asked to help with at the 202 North, 1900 East, Fremont County, Chad Daybell property.
And what was the subject of the search?
My role in the search was to maintain scene security, safety, traffic and crowd control while investigators conducted the search on the property.
And just briefly help the jury understand more. Why do law enforcement need to maintain safety and security at a search scene?
Anytime we're doing a search on anybody's property or home, there's a risk that's an inherent risk to the officers as they're conducting that search. And so whether that's agitated by standards or the homeowners themselves. And so we just like to keep everybody safe by maintaining that control.
And we'll come back to your role in that capacity, but I want to fast forward a bit. Ultimately, did you help find anything on the property as part of that search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found remains of Tylee, and then I observed the remains of JJ.
And very briefly, can you explain to the jury before we go back, describe where those remains were found for each of them relative to the property?
Judge, I probably need a little bit more foundation.
All right, he was present at the scene. He just said he observed this on the same date.
Overruled.
So JJ was located by the pond area of the property, and Tylee was found near a fire pit just east of the property.
And for the jury's sake, relative to the home on the property, where are the fire pit and where are the pond?
So the fire pit's east of the residence, and the pond is northeast of the residence.
Would that be in the front of the property, the back of the property, the
To
side?
the rear of the property.
So I'd like to come back now to your role in safety. So can you be specific with what you were assigned to do in that role as the search when you arrived?
So when we arrived, I helped maintain traffic as they were in the process of closing the road down in front of the house because multiple vehicles were going to be showing up. So I helped maintain some traffic control at the beginning. And then I stood by as detectives went and served that warrant to the occupants inside the home. And then my role was to just stand by
and observe the occupants and their coming and goings as they were free to move around as they wanted.
And is that common in a search until something's found? Are the occupants allowed to remain on the property and sometimes move around?
Yes,
Prior to beginning your role on the search, did you have the opportunity to identify Chad Daybell?
yes.
How did you do that?
Prior to this, just through investigation, through tips that we were receiving, even in patrol, we were helping field multiple tips that would come into the agency as we were looking for the children. And so through that investigation, I'd seen multiple pictures and images of Chad Daybell.
So is it fair to say that on June 9th that you were capable of identifying Mr. Daybell when you did?
Yes.
When you took your role, when's the first time that, let me withdraw that. Can you tell the jury what time of day, the best you can recall, that you arrived on scene to help with the search?
We arrived to the residence, I believe I got there just after 7 a.m. on the 9th.
And can you also let the jury know, were there other law enforcement agencies involved?
Yes, there were multiple law enforcement agencies involved.
Could you just briefly identify which agencies that were present?
The ones that I knew were present at that time were the Rexburg Police Department, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI.
Were there a large number of law enforcement present? Or a small
Yes.
number?
Yes.
So when you arrived, you were given this assignment. Please recall and then explain to the jury, when's the first time that you personally got eyes on Chad Daybell?
So it was approximately 7:30 when I observed him leave the residence and walk over to his vehicle that was parked on the back driveway, the east side of his home. He got in the vehicle and then moved his vehicle over to the west driveway area and backed his car into that driveway on the west side of the house.
And if I could have you explain to the jury, Detective Wheeler, when he moved the car to the west side driveway, can you explain to the jury what would his vantage point have been relative to the pond and the fire pit?
He may have been able to see the pond area a little better from that west front driveway where he moved the vehicle to.
And so once he moved the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe him to do?
He sat in his vehicle and was on the phone for quite some time. Just sat there in his vehicle.
So as you saw him in the vehicle making phone calls, while he was doing that, what's the next thing that you remember he did?
So I remember there were multiple times that I could, because I was trying to keep eyes on him as well as the west side, the front part of the house. And there were multiple times I kind of saw him awkwardly looking over his right shoulder towards that east or that northeast corner of the property where the pond area was. And that's at that time where some of the investigators and cadaver dogs were working.
And you just used the word awkwardly. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by awkwardly and what indicated to you that he was awkward?
The best way I can explain it is that for somebody to look over their right shoulder for, a long period of time. And the reason I use awkwardly is because there was one time that he did exit the vehicle and kind of walked towards the rear of his vehicle and looked in that direction. And that's when I figured that he was interested or suspicious of something going on in that area. And I had made note to one of the other officers that was close by of that behavior.
And so when he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle, based on your observation, would that have improved his vantage point back to the pond?
Yes.
What did he do next after he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle?
So he got out, walked to the rear, kind of passenger side, a little farther on the passenger side of his vehicle, looked around for just briefly, and then got back in his vehicle.
What did he do next?
I believe he was on the phone for just a little bit longer, and then he drove over to Kitty Corner to his residence where his daughter was staying.
Were you aware that that was his daughter's home at that time?
Yes,
Which daughter?
I believe it was Emma.
What did he do when he drove over there?
I know that he had a conversation briefly outside and then had eventually gone into the home.
I assume, could you see him while he was inside the home?
I couldn't see him while he was in the home, no.
How long do you recall him being in the home?
Approximately an hour, hour and a half, maybe.
Eventually, did you see him come out?
Yes.
What did he do when he left that home?
I again was occasionally looking over to see if he was leaving or was needing anything and coming back to ask questions. And so I would look over there, and one of the times I did, I was talking to another detective, and he came out of the home and appeared to be in a hurry. He went directly from the home to his car, had some items in his hand, and then left the property. And I remember at that time that there were assigned detectives responsible for following him if he went certain places and just kind of keeping an eye on him. And so Detective Schmidt was one of those detectives. And so I mentioned to him, hey, Chad's leaving. And about that time, other investigators that were in the back of the property came jogging over saying, hurry and go stop him.
When you said leaving, did he leave on foot?
Sorry, so he got inside of his vehicle and drove going south. And I do remember the accelerating, you could hear the acceleration. And I thought, is he trying to run? I remember that was a thought that went to my mind. And then when the other detectives said, hurry, go stop him, where I was in a marked vehicle, I responded to that request.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, is it common for someone who is the subject of a search at a home when they believe something is going to be found or is being found?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
It's training and experience, Your Honor.
Judge, no, this is,
Hold. Mr. Wixom, first of all, if there's an objection, let me think about it for a minute and respond before you start arguing against the objection. So please also for the court reporter, at this time, I am going to sustain that objection.
So you went and stopped him. Can you describe to the jury, you said he was, in your opinion, going fast, is that right?
Correct.
How far away from the home approximately was he before he was stopped?
It was right around the Fremont, Madison County line where he stopped. I couldn't give you an exact distance.
Did you make any personal contact with him when he stopped?
I did.
And what did he say or do?
So at the time, all I had was a request to stop him. I hadn't gathered any further information. The other detectives that had made that request were right behind me. And so I exited my vehicle and asked Chad to exit his vehicle and explained to him that that I had been asked to stop him and that the detectives were on their way to talk to him.
At that particular point, did you notice any change in his demeanor at all?
He didn't ask any questions, wasn't way shocked or surprised that he got stopped, and complied to the request that I asked of him.
At that point in time, did any other law enforcement become involved in contact with him?
Yes.
Who was it that you recall?
At the time, his rank was Lieutenant Ball and then Detective Hermosillo. And there were a few other officers. I don't necessarily know their names or who they were. that were at the stop.
Now asking you to recount for us, what was the first thing that you remember law enforcement telling him?
So
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds
It's hearsay.
sustained.
Judge, may I argue that?
Go ahead.
It's not offered to prove the truth, Your Honor. It's just the effect on listener, which would have been Chad.
Well, but the point you brought up in the question, what was the first thing you remember law enforcement telling him? So I think it's just directly calling for hearsay. So it is sustained.
Was there some interaction?
yes,
Once that interaction occurred, were you ever instructed or did you ever take it upon yourself to arrest Chad?
I placed handcuffs on Chad.
And what did you do with him once handcuffs were placed upon him?
He was told that he was being detained right now, and he complied. I correctly put the handcuffs on, checked for proper tightness, double locked them, and then put him in my patrol vehicle.
During that interaction, are you aware, was he ever advised whether or not there'd been a find on the property?
Yes,
What was he advised?
that they had found JJ.
So in your vehicle, do you have camera system?
Yes,
Is there any camera system inside of the vehicle itself?
yes, we have 3 different cameras that are linked together. One is inside where we put our prisoners, and then one is the dash cam, and then the one we wear, which is our body cam.
The one inside where you put your prisoners, what do you refer to that as?
The in-car camera.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe by stipulation, we have 2 proposed exhibits. One states 300A, the second is 300B. Well, first, just to offer to the court, they are a copy of the in-car patrol cam for this day for this officer, and then also the dash cam. I believe we have stipulation to their admission.
All right, on 300A, it's been offered. Is there stipulation from the defense?
Judge, there is for 300A and 300B, and as counsel correctly pointed out, one is the dash cam inside the vehicle. The other one is a camera that recording the same incident outside the vehicle by another officer. And correct me if I'm.
Agreed.
So both of those by agreement, Judge, are being admitted or proposed admission.
All right, exhibit 300A and exhibit 300B are both admitted.
Your Honor, with that, may I have permission to begin to publish 300A?
You may.
Thank you. And Your Honor, while I'm preparing this, I would just further want to note for the record, we likewise have a stipulation. These videos are each an hour and 50 minutes. I only intend to play approximately 15 minutes. We have an agreement between counsel that the state can play what they wish to, and defense counsel can likewise play what they may wish to.
All right, if you do that, Mr. Wixom, if there is some identifying marker on there, either a timestamp on the video itself, so we can identify in the record precisely what portions were played, then please do that when you publish.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have just a moment, please. Your Honor, may I have just a moment? I'm just having a small tech issue. I'll be very quick.
All right.
Your Honor, the problem I'm having is this particular flash drive, and I prepared multiple, is not pulling up the file. It was moments ago. So if the court would like me to send this up, I have an alter original that I'd like to file, but it also is marked Exhibit 300A.
Okay, well, the one that comes in will be the one that's published. We'll put it that way. So whatever you publish, that very drive needs to be the admitted exhibit.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank
Very
you.
well.
Judge, if we need to take a break, we can do that if you'd like.
Cool. Do you think you can get that going at this time? I'd rather kind of push through and get that before the morning break.
Judge, I'm optimistic that we can get this going. I just,
Sure, we'll give you a minute here.
thank everyone for their patience, Judge. I think I've got it ready.
Okay.
So for the record, Judge, I'm going to advance the video to 1 hour and 3 minutes and 3 seconds approximately to begin publishing that.
Okay, and then when you stop the video, please just note on the record the timestamp of when it stopped also.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
Before I play this, Detective Wheeler, you see on screen a video let's put in front of the jury.
Yes,
Can you just explain and confirm what that is?
that's my patrol vehicle with Chad Daybell sitting in the back section where we have our detainees.
And to confirm also, is this the day of June 9th, 2020?
Yes,
So this is all relative to the search that you've been testifying about already?
yes.
Thank you.
You understand why I have to do that?
Yeah.
So you just stay here with them? Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds and ask a question. Detective Wheeler, are you aware of who is the person that has just approached Mr. Daybell in the vehicle?
His daughter, Emma.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
I love you. Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Detective Wheeler, can you just explain to the jury the positioning of your patrol vehicle relative to the Daybell property and vantage points that could be seen from where Mr. Daybell is sitting as he sits now?
So we're parked on the south side of the residence. I believe the road is 200 north. So we're just south of the residence and facing west. And so if he were to look right outside of that open door, he would be looking at his house.
And from his sitting position, would he have a vantage point to see the pond area on his property or the fire pit area on his property?
From that position, he would just have to look over to his right shoulder and out that door, kind of towards the back of the vehicle.
What would he be able to see if he did that?
He'd be able to see the fire pit area for sure.
And to be clear, whose remains were found in the fire pit?
That was Tylee.
I'm going to go ahead and play this continuously for a while, Your Honor.
Chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car,
Huh?
I know they,
Yes.
okay,
What's that?
oh, just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, if you're arrested in it,
Right,
the things we gotta do, but then.
she can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
First.
food.
We'll try to get a car before it's spoiled.
You can eat it.
so Eric, or Ron. So like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up? Or could I turn
that-
that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through? Right, just make-
Sure.
They're going to get Mark.
The police officer?
No,
Oh.
someone's guard.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose. So that has a little money on it. You could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
um, In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $9,000 in two white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. Look what else is in here. The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer. You can grab it. Is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they went on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has, if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay.
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as chad.daybell. Or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money. to
yeah,
it.
and to her if needed.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. And you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
Mm. I'm trying to-
I love you so much.
Cooperate with them as much as you feel. You know what I mean?
I'm stopping at 107:58, Your Honor. Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then knowing that just to you, had you asked her to do anything or asked for any kind of cooperation from her?
No.
Thank you.
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
Okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. You know, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay,
If you need some, come find me.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out.
Right.
So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
Stopping at 109:04, Detective Wheeler, I just want to reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
Aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no.
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
No.
And as far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
and whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Take care of Mark, I'll take care of my, that's the card. I will, Dad. And they'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay,
No, you can probably set it up though. I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password,
I'll look,
but
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. It's the same.
it should be paid through July 1st.
Okay,
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
store it, see what happens.
You guys can. Yeah, you take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And like, Hannah, he said, he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. You probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, hopefully things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. And but yeah, if they'll let you move out of there, you just get over here. You know, get guard.
Well, I
It still feels better.
would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more,
Hmm.
and now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially your house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house or a home equity loan.
Does it?
I don't think it's gonna break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the
On
mortgage.
the account with you? And just probably leave Joe off it.
Yeah. Yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to, that there's someone else's accounts.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way and find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah. Cause I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. James loves Elena. Talk at iCloud.com, I believe is the. That's where I don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With them?
They'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what they're gonna take out.
Okay.
When we clear from here, whatever's in there.
It'll be left, okay.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna loom it all at all.
Okay.
But yeah, get Garth and Beth moved and you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands.
Thank you so much.
We'll talk. Use,
You
use
always-
that cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now, but
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system.
Well, at Fremont, when I went in to get fingerprinted to teach, I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes, this little recent grad. So I don't know what they do.
Sorry, all the neighbors are gonna be talking, but you
They don't
just,
anymore. We're okay, Dad.
well, I-
We're okay. You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not cold.
Right, but yeah, get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some,
I think they've been okay. Talking with her. I might not tell Joe about it either.
about the money.
Yeah,
No.
I have an account that's just in my name. I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that money.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously, Joe.
The checkbooks are in that drawer too. If needed, but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something. You can check my email. I have to pick that computer, but my email, that Rexburg password is pretty much
Is that
everything
okay?
for the bank, for my email. Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but um, so yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't know what they told you, because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? 'Cause that's what they told me, is that they found human remains, and I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there, and he said, respectfully, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond, under that tree. It was in the ground and had boards over it.
Okay.
But that didn't, Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah,
That, and I
Hmm.
can see in your face that surprised you, that, because they asked, do you want to know what he's charged for? And then they went, well, actually, we don't have it. They said, we don't want to tell you something wrong.
I don't know if they're gonna charge you for that. How they're gonna,
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. Said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let them back.
I
There's nothing in the house. They haven't,
Stopping at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, if Mark gets back, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene and
We'll make it through.
Mark deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to go. Yeah.
I don't want to. Joe is home. He's home and he has to chase. Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get
Another
that.
couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Um. Yeah, just in the, let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars. But yeah, it's all a matter of timing. It seemed to come together. But I love you.
Well, you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with him.
Just, yes. Just when that cellmate, once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Now, stopping at 121:16. For the record, I'm going to advance to 121:39. $121.36. Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch carefully what Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that. Stopping at 121:47. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
And that is in fact where Tylee's remains were found.
Yes,
And you were present when her remains were found, is that correct?
I was.
Can you just briefly describe what your observations were when you were involved in that process?
So I had been tasked with helping carefully excavate around the remains. The odor was horrible. The decay had set in. We were trying to get pieces of flesh and bones as much kept together as possible until we were able to get most of it out and laid out and packaged.
Thank you. And to be clear for the jury, before you became involved in the actual search and helped find Tylee, what did you do with Chad in the back of your patrol car?
So shortly after that, we were asked to transport him to the Fremont County Jail. So Detective Schmidt and I transported him to that facility.
So then what did you do after you transported him back to the jail?
I was asked to come back to the scene, and that's where I was informed that they'd also found an area where
I'm going to object at this point. That's calls for hearsay.
It sounds like there wasn't foundation for that, so I'll sustain that.
So when you returned, what did you do specifically?
I assisted in searching the area of the fire pit.
And were you the lead investigator at that point?
No.
Was there a lead investigator?
Yes.
And were you following directions from whomever that was?
Yes.
As you recall, who was that person?
It would have been either Lieutenant Ball or Detective Hermosillo, but I can't say for sure.
There's no doubt you were a subordinate. Is that fair?
No doubt.
I think the last question, about how long were you back at the property in this process of recovering Tylee's remains?
I had returned back to the property at approximately 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon after I dropped Chad off. And we were there the rest of that day and into the next day, the 10th.
Approximately how many hours the rest of that day were you there?
I'd estimate another 5 or 6. I also assisted in setting up light trailers and things for scene security overnight. Sorry, light trailers.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions. I might ask as a courtesy to counsel if he wants me to leave my laptop and the exhibit in case he wants to play from it.
Judge, I can use my own laptop and I've marked as exhibit number 63 on my list, a copy of the outside video that Officer Wheeler was involved in. There's 2 videos that we stipulated to. Just as a precaution, Judge, and it's not that I don't trust Mr. Wixom's technology, but I'd ask Mr. Wixom to stipulate to the admission of my exhibit number 63, which I'll make a representation is the exact audio video of the outside of the stop of Mr. Daybell.
We do not object, Your Honor. We believe it will precisely mirror and should precisely mirror exhibit 300B from the state that you've already admitted.
Let me be really clear on that then. So we've already admitted 2 exhibits. I really don't want a duplicate exhibit. And it sounds like 300B would be the same as 63.
That's what I believe based on the representations of counsel, yes.
All right, counsel, if there's a way to use the same single exhibit, I would prefer that to avoid any confusion in the record.
Judge, for convenience, would Mr. Wixom permit me to use my video of 63 for demonstrative purposes with this witness?
Counsel, why don't you work that out? I think what we'll do is take a mid-morning recess before you begin cross, Mr. Pryor. And if you'll talk just for a moment, we've already admitted 300B. And so again, I'm just hesitant to have a duplicate video showing the same thing. I guess I'm not, maybe I could be convinced, but I think it's best practice to have one exhibit for one video.
Certainly. Your Honor.
So if your file works in his computer, perhaps he can just use his computer with the admitted court exhibit 300B.
It's fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll take a look at that on the break, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess. Let's try to reconvene again in 30 minutes.
Your Honor, for the record, I wanted to turn in the exhibit that I just played because there was the issue with the other player, just so the court can keep track of what was just played.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the one that will be the 300A.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess.
So there's that. A half an hour break? That's crazy, guys. Okay. Just because I think this is funny. Hold on. Because they played that call with Lori and Chad. Oh, hold on. All right. This is Lori and Chad. Their phone call when he was sitting in his car. Hold on. There we go.
Are you okay? They're at the house right now. Mark's gonna be calling. Okay. What are at the house for? For the season stuff again? They got a search warrant? Oh. Okay. Okay. Is there anything I can do for you? Pray? Okay. I love you, babe. Go to the portal and we'll talk about it more. Okay. Love you, babe.
Hey guys, Bullfrog Betty here. Oh my god. I just can't, you guys. I just can't. Okay, let's take an intermission. Let's play, a commercial.
Call me a god. Call me a god. Call me a god. Call me a god. Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
I got a lot on the plate. Okay, you guys heard that, hold on. Okay, the judge let it happen where they don't, hold on, I got an issue going on back here. About Joe Ryan. Okay, I got the court documents for that. However, let's watch a video I've done on it so we know what the argument was about this morning. Hold on. Why isn't it? Okay, hold on. Here we go. What did I do with it? Hold on, guys. Give me a minute. That ain't it. Sorry about the silence. Give me a minute, please. Oh, gosh. I had it all ready for you guys. I can't find the folder. Hold on. Chad. You think it'd be the first playlist I bring up? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. This is stupid. All right, Chad Daybell Trump. There we go. I found it. Okay. Okay, we are going to listen to this. I don't know if anybody's heard it. This is a recording of Lori and her people. Her testimony where she talks about Murmur Joe Ryan. So let's listen. Okay, here we go.
They would be places parked in my life so that I could be there at this time. And it's a very important position. It's something that I signed up for, so I blame no one but myself for what has happened in my life. When people hear my story, they're like, can't believe that we did that, can't believe you lived through that, can't believe that you're still here. But I too, like Melanie, have had the love of Jesus Christ wash over me. There is nothing like that on this earth. It is life-changing and eternity-altering. I love my Savior with my whole heart. I have had some wonderful experiences. I have been ministered to by Angel Moroni. I have seen him. I have had lots of angelic ministry with people who wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and tell me things to do. I no longer need to sleep very much because I'm woken up constantly by angels and giving me instructions on things that I can do to help further the Father's work. I don't know if you want me to tell the story or you don't want me to tell the story or like.
Yeah,
do you want me to
tell the
story?
story.
Your story's pretty baby. It's been a long journey. There was a point in my life, there's a changing point in your life, right? You're a member of the church your whole life. I always loved the Lord. There's a turning point in my life that turned me to the temple. And this is what I teach everybody. And my change of heart was to the temple. So I had been married to someone who was very awful, who raped my children.
Oh God.
And I had divorced him and gotten away from him. And he had joined the church. He spoke at the state conference. Everyone thought he was wonderful. He was very good showman of all those things. And after we were divorced, he told everybody that I was this lying, crazy Mormon and got up in court and said all these horrible things about me and turned it around to where the judges believed him instead of me. And he was constantly trying to get custody of my 3-year-old daughter and just to rub it in my face. And I went through a lot of years of this kind of hard stuff. And I was going to murder him.
Oh, shit.
Kill him, like the scriptures say, like, if I killed him, just to stop the pain, and to stop him coming after me, and to stop him coming after my children. And I just thought I couldn't take it anymore. And I would go through the scriptures and find all the things like, if he comes against you once, if he comes against you twice, if he comes against you 3 times, then you can kill him. It says it in the scriptures.
Wow.
I was like, there it is. There's my answer. I don't want to do anything that's wrong. I did not have a murderous heart.
There you
I just
go.
wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. And so someone wise was speaking to me and said, you need to go to the temple. So I went and met my bishop, and I was like, I'm either going to turn my life to the temple or I'm going to commit murder.
Oh, shit.
And
you're laughing about it?
At that point, I had nothing to lose. To get to the bottom,
That is not funny.
And I started going to the temple every week by myself. Not with my current husband, just by myself. The Mesa Temple, which I love. We moved here from Texas to get away from my ex-husband that was doing all this, but he moved here like 5 miles away from us, just to continue to torture me. That was his whole entire
Or even torture.
I think he had been torturing me since I was a little kid, so I've had that my whole life. I turned to the temple. I started going every single week. And I had little kids, and we were in therapy all the time, and the kids were in therapy and doing all this. So I had five kids that I was dealing with. And the Lord just taught me.
Dealing with, not raising, taking care of.
He was just so patient and so kind. I would just be in there just sobbing. I would just be in there in the slush room sobbing. And people would come up to me all the time and they're like, "Sister, are you okay?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm not okay." And I just cried because I didn't want to tell anybody what was going on. I was just having my own pain. And I felt like, so the court told me that if I didn't take my daughter to him and drop her off with him as a 5-year-old every weekend or every other weekend or whatever the schedule was, that they would put me in jail. So I had to go take her to this monster, my little sweet little baby girl, my John Croft. And then I would go to the temple and I would cry, and I felt like someone was just stabbing me in the stomach with a knife all the time. I felt physical pain. I I felt so much physical pain and emotional pain and mental pain. And in the meantime, I was dealing with a husband and 2 stepkids and my 2 kids, and then waking up screaming in the middle of the night and night sweats and terrors and all the things that go along with everything that happens with that. So I just turned it all over to the Lord. I'm like, I can't do it. You have to do everything for me. I can't do it. And he did. He does it all. So for years and years, I went to the temple every week. If the temple's going to be closed for 2 weeks for cleaning, I'd go twice the week before and twice the week after. Those were the days that he was leading me to. Once a week at the temple wasn't enough. It wasn't enough at all. And then I started going to the temple every day. Every single day. I started doing my current husband's family's work because he's a convert to the church, and started having miraculous experiences with his relatives. Miraculous. Once I do it, and I bear this testimony in Sacramento all the time, I'm like, I hate computers. I'm just of the generation, I'm 45, I do not like computers. They're not my friend. I have teenagers and 20-year-olds and they do it. And I sat down one day and told the Lord, I'm going to do family history and I don't know how to do it. So I need angels to come and type in this stuff for me because I don't know how to do it and I don't like the computers. And I went up, I turned it on, I was super frustrated, I couldn't even log in, I was having all kinds of problems. I went upstairs to take a bath and came back down, 9 names were in my inbox, ready to print, ready to take to the temple. Took them to the temple, did that work. All those people came and visited me at the temple. I felt every one of their spirits. 9 people with the last name White, they were my husband's family from Louisiana. They typed their names in. It was a miracle. They did their own work, and now every day I say, I'm signed in for 2 weeks, come do the work, because I still can't figure it out. I've done about 1,000 names. I still can't figure it out. They still type their names in all the time. Like, you want your work done and you know I'm going to the temple tomorrow, come do it. And then I'll have a huge stack in my purse and I'll be walking down the hallway and say, who wants to go today? And a name will come to me, Nancy Bowers. And I look, I have a Nancy Bowers? Nancy Bowers. And so through those blessings, through that treachery of going to the temple, and then after I've had this washing over of the Lord, who gave me all of his complete love, all of his peace, which is not of this world. I've spent so much time in dark courtrooms where the evil powers overpower those rooms. And I spent so much time in there that he washed all of that away from me. And then he sent me on a mission. So he told my husband and I to move to Hawaii. We were like, you really want us to move to Hawaii? Like, I'm going to need a confirmation of this. I'm like, Father, like, you're going to have to tell me this again. So I had 6 confirmations in the temple that we should move to Hawaii. And the very last one was a lady who I went in, it was before I started doing my own names. And I went into the dressing room and she said, oh, would you do a name for me? And I said, oh, sure, I love to do names. You know, I did. I grabbed her name, looked at the name, put it in my pocket. And I told my father, I was like, you've given me like 5 confirmations. So I really need to know, this is a big deal. I have to leave my baby and her baby's like, I'll go do whatever you want me to do, but I really need to know this is what you want us to do. And so I'm in the Mesa Temple, and as soon as I'm going through the veil, look at this card, I open it up, look at her name, and it's stamped Hawaii, Hawaii, Hawaii. And it was, the date was the day before. And I know this lady because I know Hawaii, I lived there for 3 years. So you would have the overnight flight. So she was yesterday in the Laie Temple, and then she's flown overnight, and now she's in the Mesa Temple. Handing me this card, would you do a name for me? Hawaii, Hawaii, Hawaii. The Lord is in all the details of our lives. And so I go into the dressing room, and in the dressing room, just getting dressed because I gotta go pick up kids. And he shows me my whole life is full circle to come to the point. I had to marry this husband, to adopt this child, to get to this point, to be in Kauai at this time, because these people, they're me. So we were in Kauai for 3 years. I thought we were going there forever. I loved it there. We were in this tiny little branch. I served as a primary president. I loved those children. We had so much fun doing that. And then I was at the Lightning Temple, which I would take people, reconvert them. They're like, you're the primary president, but we don't have anybody for you for counselors. So you have to either reactivate people or baptize people. So I reactivated 2 sisters, went with them to the Lightning Temple, flew them over to, because you have to fly from Kauai to Oahu to go to the temple, got them their endowments, helped them through the whole temple process, because that is where the Lord is when he walks those very halls. He is there. And I said, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the gateway
To hell.
so that the Lord takes you to himself. He
Well,
doesn't need anybody else.
her beliefs anyways.
As you take out your time, which is the very first thing you consecrate when you raise your hand. You consecrate your time on this earth to go do that work. When you take out your time, and I'm telling you, all those people on the other side that have already lived on this earth, they know how busy we are. They know what it's like to be in mortality. And for whatever reason, they didn't take the time, or they didn't have the ability to do that work for them. They are eternally grateful. I was in the stealing room one time, and I saw a sister, a spirit sister. It was one of my husband's aunts, come over, and she kissed me on the cheek.
Okay, okay. I'm done.
And I'll tell you,
I can't
I
with
had
her.
people talk to me.
Okay, I just can't with Lori. She's talking about murder.
Okay. Hold on. Here is, oh, let's see, which one? Alex's first wife interview. Hold on. All right. Okay, I got all the court documents. Shoot, you know what? I won't do the court documents on break. Hold on. Okay, this is, hold on, guys. Okay, it's sickening. I've probably done 500 videos of this case, and a bunch of them I put on private, or I didn't do no more because I just started doing videos, so I wasn't that good yet, but I'm better now. I taught myself. Okay, this is Alex's wife's first wife interview with detectives. Okay, let's see, what is it about? Shit. Hold on. He talks about she talks about killing Joe Ryan. Or this is what he said. Hold on. Let me get over that. Here we go, guys.
Calling back.
Sure.
So, I'm not really sure. Did you provide the Chandler Police Department with a tip on a specific homicide investigation?
I did.
Okay. I didn't want to lead into what the information was or anything like that, or even assume that it was you, because sometimes people play games with us online. So,
Sure.
So I've read the information that you provided, and I'm assuming you typed the information out?
I did.
Okay. What is it that you can actually talk to us about regarding all of this?
Well, I can only share the conversation. So I was married to Alex many years ago, and our marriage ended within a year, but we stayed in very close contact for several years. And I spoke to Alex last, right after he had served time in jail for the assault on Joseph Ryan. And when he was telling me about it, now Alex, I'm sure you know from your investigation, was a comedian. And he was always joking about things in a funny way or trying to be funny. And he did tell me he was still really, really mad at Joseph Ryan because of things with his sister Lori.
Okay.
Custody issues. And he had told me that Joseph Ryan had possibly sexually abused the kids, Colby, as well as Tylee. But when I would ask Alex a lot of questions about it and try to dig deeper, then it would turn into, well, we're just trying to get custody. And he would flip-flop around quite a bit on whether or not that abuse had actually taken place, whether they had any proof it had taken place, or if they were just playing games to try to help his sister get custody.
Mm-hmm.
But in that conversation, he told me that he wanted to bait Joseph Ryan into a fight so that he could kill him. And if I had really at that time thought he was serious, because he said it in a joking way, but it was still creepy and weird. Weird enough that I never spoke to Alex again. That was the last time I ever talked to him. I just thought, okay, jail has not been kind to him. He's off his rocker. I really don't want to have this guy in my life anymore.
Oh, okay.
So I just never spoke to him again. That was the last time. But he had told me he wanted to bait him into a fight so that he could kill him and claim self-defense.
Okay. And how long after how long after Alex had been released from serving his time that you guys had this talk?
I think it was probably 2-3 months.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on the dates, but I know it was relatively soon after, just not immediately.
Okay. Did he ever go into any details of what he did to Joe or anything like that, or why he did that?
Yeah, he told me that he had tased him, and he told me that the reason he did it was because Joe was making it difficult for Lori to get custody of the kids. He also claimed that he did it as punishment for sexually abusing the kids. He said he thought Joseph deserved to die because of the sexual abuse. But really, Alex couldn't provide any. Well, I didn't feel, because I was like, well, are you sure? How do you know? Did you take the kids to a doctor? I was asking a lot of questions, and he just couldn't be straight with the answers. But those were his reasons that he stated to me that he had tased Joe.
Okay, and did he say that he had tried to kill Joe that time, or was it something different?
He didn't say he was trying to kill him. He just wanted to hurt him.
Okay.
But he did tell me he wanted to kill him, but I took it more of, I want to kill that guy, just kind of conversational. I didn't think he would actually go do something like that.
Okay.
I was even shocked that he tased him. But I didn't even know about the tasing. I heard about it from Alex.
What do you mean you didn't know about the tasing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex had kind of fallen off the radar for we hadn't talked for about a year. And so I just thought he kind of fell off the radar. And then we talked, and he told me where he'd been the last year and what he had done.
Okay. When did you guys get married?
We got married in 92.
So then you got divorced in 93?
Yeah. Yeah, that, I don't know that this helps anything with the investigation, but as soon as I married him, I didn't know his family before we got married. We dated, whirlwind romance, got married, then I got to know the family. And there were so many crazy dynamics in that family and I've gone back since all of this came out and read my journals from that period of time. And there was just a lot of crazy dynamics in that family back then. And it caused a lot of issues right away. And it actually made me scared and nervous.
How so?
And we thought about, because there was a lot of inappropriate sexual touching and things going on in the family, particularly between him and his sister.
So between Alex and Lori?
And Lori.
Okay. You kind of got me at a loss on this one. What do you consider inappropriate sexual touching?
Like they were simulating sex acts, and which is not normal to me for a brother and a sister. For example, he would pick her up and she'd wrap her legs around his waist, and he would kind of bounce her up and down on himself.
Okay.
In front of me, and they would moan and simulate sex acts. And I have brothers, and I would never act like that with one of my brothers.
Okay.
And his mom and dad talked about their sex life in front of us constantly, and it just kind of seemed to be a game for them.
Oh,
to
the
talk
mom and
about
dad
their...
didn't really object to it then, huh?
No, not at all. All of this was going on in the family, in front of everybody. They had no shame.
Okay. So that obviously was kind of an alarm for you, I'm assuming, during your marriage.
Yeah.
And did it continue? Was it more than one time that you saw it?
Yeah, it was just about every time we were with them. Now, Alex and I only lived together married for about 4 or 5 months. And then I just knew that family was too weird, that I had made a big mistake. And so I got out.
Okay. So at the time, were you guys part of LDS?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, both of us had been baptized, but neither one of us were being active.
Okay.
And I was only baptized and active for a year of my life anyway. I wasn't really raised LDS.
Alrighty. How did Alex talk about Lori?
Well, he was a really, really protective big brother, but he also talked about her being hot, and he sexualized her quite a bit. But he was just also really, really protective. We lived in the same apartment complex for a while, and it just kind of seemed like Alex just chased after her a lot.
Did you ever suspect anything more going on other than their playfulness, I guess?
Well, I asked him because he did touch her breasts and things, but they were allowed to do that in their family. So to him, he didn't think it was weird. He thought I was weird for thinking it was weird. And so we talked about that stuff a lot, but I didn't think he was sleeping with her.
Okay.
I just thought he had the liberty to touch her.
Did you ever confront him on that?
Yeah, I did. And I confronted him on, what about when we have kids? Would you allow that between our kids? And he just didn't think that there was anything wrong with what was going on.
Okay.
So we fought about it.
So you mentioned that he was a protective big brother. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
Well, he just, she had been married. She got married really quickly. I think she ran off to Las Vegas, and this was right before I married Alex. I think she ran off to Las Vegas with she married a guy, and then came home, and Alex would just always talk about how he wanted to go kick his ass.
Was this Joe
For no
or
other-
was this somebody else?
No, this was someone else. She got married when she was like 18,
Oh, okay.
and they didn't approve of her choice, and she did run away and elope. And the minute she got back to California, their dad, Barry, made her divorce him. And so Alex was like really, really bothered by that. But if anybody kind of looked at her wrong or treated her how he thought was not right, then he was always talking about how he wanted to kick their ass.
Okay. And did you ever see him take steps to that?
No, I really thought he was all talk and no action on that.
Okay.
He always just talked really tough back then.
How old were they when you guys got married and you saw this behavior?
I was 22 and Alex was 24.
Okay. And I'm unfamiliar with how much older Alex was than Lori.
I'd say 3-4 years.
3 to 4 years. So, okay.
Yeah.
So she was maybe 20, 21 at the time?
Yeah. Yep,
Okay.
that sounds right.
Okay. And this, where was this at? What state?
Utah.
In Utah?
Mm-hmm. Lori and Alex both lived here in Utah. And then we just went to California a lot. And so a lot of the inappropriate behavior that I saw, I didn't see any of that in Utah. All of the inappropriate behavior I saw was in California at their mom and dad's house.
So anytime that you guys went to visit the parents, that's when you saw this behavior?
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, how was his behavior at the apartments other than, I guess, kind of touching her?
At the apartments, I didn't really see them interact too much. It seemed like here in Utah, she had her friends that she ran around with, and Alex and I were always together. And so I didn't see a whole lot of interaction. I just remember a lot of the conversations about him wanting to beat up the guys she was dating. And he was always kind of obsessed with where she was going and what she was doing, but we didn't do a lot with her.
Okay. And is that also during that time frame that he would refer to her as being hot, or would that be only when you were visiting the family?
No, that was, during that time he would talk about how hot she was.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are they biological brother and sister?
They are, to my knowledge.
Okay. And you never talked to him after that last comment where he stated he was going to try to bait Joe into a fight?
Yeah, nope. That was the last time I talked to him.
Okay. And forgive me, would that have been in 2009?
Yeah.
Or would that have been a little later?
No, I think it was 2009 when I was doing the math.
Okay. But it
was right after he had just been in jail.
Okay. And you said like a couple months maybe after he got out.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you ever hear of Alex being violent to anybody other than the event with Joe?
No, I hadn't. Like I said, I really thought Alex was all talk and no action. And so I never thought that could happen.
Okay. Did Alex ever...
I was shocked by the tasing.
Well, I can imagine if you've never seen that type of behavior, I can certainly imagine the shock that could come from that. Did Alex ever talk about religion with you or any ideology that he had?
Yeah, he did. While he and I were married, he got excommunicated from the Mormon Church. And then over the course of the years of our communicating after our divorce, I know that he said he got rebaptized and then he got excommunicated again. And then I just don't think he ever bothered to try to get rebaptized, but he was always really, really convicted in the faith. He had very strong opinions, but where Alex is weak is he was just sexually promiscuous. And so then he just kept getting kicked out of the church because I think he was a sex addict.
So what makes you think he was sexually promiscuous?
Oh my goodness, because he told me. He would tell me. He couldn't control sex. He would find it wherever he could find it.
And is this after you were divorced?
And it was before also. I was just foolish and thought, oh, he's married now, so that's going to be over. But we were actually when we first moved in together, we were living in Texas. And he had told me about his struggles with sex addiction before we got married.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't really understand what that was at 22. And so I thought, oh, okay, we get married and it's over. But when we were living in Texas, then I had been wanting to move back to Utah because I didn't like living in Texas. And he wanted to stay, but then all of a sudden he came home from work one day and said, okay, we're moving. Pack up the car. Let's go. I didn't ask questions because I was excited to leave. So we packed up the car and we left, but it was really hurried. And we even left some things behind. But once we got back to Utah, I found out that actually he had slept with a 15-year-old girl while we were living in Texas. And her dad had found out, and so her dad was going to come find him.
Gotcha.
So that's why we left.
I'm going to take care of this problem on my own type of a deal.
Yeah. So Alex, that was why Alex came home and said, okay, we're leaving right now.
Okay.
And we were already married at that point, but that did play into our divorce. There was just too much promiscuity.
Sure.
Surrounding sex in our marriage early on.
So infidelity then, I'm assuming, was part of the issues?
Just with I only know about the 15-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. I only know about that one. And then the other sex issues for us were really the situation with his sister.
The situation with his sister
just the touching and the touching and the things that we've already talked about.
Okay.
It was just so blatant all the time when we were around her. And it was always Lori. He didn't act like that with his other sister, Summer, because Summer was really, really young. So, and he didn't act like that with his older sister, Stacy. He only acted like that with Lori.
Okay. Okay. So since all of this stuff has obviously been hitting the media, have you been contacted by any other family members or anyone else and provided information with the intent that they wanted you to say this or anything like that?
No, I've actually really, really kept a low profile because I don't want to be in the news. I don't want my kids never felt a responsibility to at least say what I heard in that last conversation. And it's taken me a while to even get to you because I left a tip on the Gilbert police, and I left a tip at Idaho, and I left a tip at the FBI, and didn't ever hear from anyone. And then it was just this last week I realized I should have left the tip with Chandler. But no,
So
I haven't
nobody
been
else has
contacted.
you.
No. No. I'm not even sure that people can find our marriage and divorce license because it was just so long ago.
Where was that?
So
at? What state?
We got married in Wyoming.
And was it pretty much a no nothing deal for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. Since there's
Yeah.
no kids in common.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So I'm asking this next question because it's going to get asked one way or the other. So it's not to be judgmental or anything like that. But why come forward now this far down the road from when the investigation started?
Well, like I said, at first, I couldn't even believe it. When I saw it on the news, I thought, I can't believe this happened. And then after about a month of that, then I did start trying to reach out. I tried all of those agencies that I told you about.
Okay. When did you actually first hear about this?
December
of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because of the search for the kids and or the death of Alex or what?
No, it was it was the search for the kids. I was watching the news one night.
Okay, and
it came on, and I was just floored.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just let you know that we record our conversations just because the prosecutors want that done. But I'm going to stop the recording now so I can actually ask for your personal information. Okay. So just kind of bear
Okay.
with me.
Can I tell you one thing though?
Yes.
Because I don't want to leave anything out.
Yes.
When I first found out, very first, I did reach out to Alex's sister, Summer, through Instagram and just said, because I heard Alex had died. And so I reached out to his sister, Summer, and I said, I'm just so sorry to hear about Alex. And her response was, don't believe what you're seeing in the news. And that was it. There was no other contact, but I just didn't want you to think that when you asked me if I'd talked to anyone, I talked to Summer, but that was the only exchange, and that's all it was said.
And that was with Instagram?
Yeah, and that was probably actually in December when I first heard that Alex had passed away and that there was a problem. At that point, I just still couldn't believe that actually he could have done something like this.
Sure.
So I was sad he died.
It is it is one of those things that we tend to not see in people, and then we have an even harder time believing it when we hear of it.
Yeah, it took me a minute to believe this was actually happening, but I would say, and I'll be honest, I was scared of being in the news because my kids don't. And I thought, well, the police are going to find everything that they need. But I just couldn't get past what Alex had said. And while he may not have done that plan to Joseph, I don't know that he didn't do it to Charles. And I just couldn't live knowing he had said something like that to me and not pass it on.
And I appreciate the fact that you are reaching out to us to provide this information to us. So I'm going to ask you, if we have additional questions, is it okay to reach out to you?
Of course.
Okay. So I'm going to stop the recording now so I get the additional information.
But I saw in the body cam where you pull up and Mr. Daybell stopped in a vehicle and you get out of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you walked up to, it looked like there were about 4 or 5 officers there, right?
I know that there were 2 unmarked surveillance officers that were there with me at that time.
Okay, but Officer Hermosillo was there.
He arrived shortly after.
Officer Ball was there.
Arrived shortly after.
And as soon as they arrived and you walked up, there was a discussion to Mr. Daybell about where he was going. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you have a discussion that he was going to visit somebody that morning?
I did not.
Did he have a discussion about having a meeting with his lawyer that morning?
Not to my
Remember that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you have no recollection of the discussion of anyone at that point pointing out to Mr. Daybell that he can't go see his lawyer, the lawyer can come to him?
I do recall overhearing a statement about his lawyer.
Okay, so now you remember the statement about the lawyer. So gleaming from that statement, you were to understand that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer, right?
No.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish the body cam that's been previously admitted into evidence, and I'll see if I can get this to go.
And that'll be Exhibit 63.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's pretty dogs coming through, I believe, with the on the follow tape.
What do we got? Do we know what we have?
I don't know what they want.
Yeah, go and step out here for us. They just asked us to stop you, so just come right here. We're gonna come and chat with you, okay? Just stand right here. You don't have anything on you? No weapons or nothing?
Okay, Shannon. We were JJ. So we're going to detain you for a minute. We'll figure out what we're going to do. Well, your attorney can now come to you.
Okay. So it's difficult to hear Mr. Daybell, but he commented to the officer when the officer inquired, what he was doing. Do you now recall that?
I couldn't hear what
Okay.
he said.
But the officer's response to Mr. Daybell was, now your lawyer can come to see you. Did you recognize that?
Yes.
Which officer, by the way, said that?
I believe that was Lieutenant Ball.
Okay, so Lieutenant Ball is the one who said, your officer can come to you now. Is that fair? Your
Attorney,
lawyer can come to you now.
yes.
Okay. So it appears that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer that morning.
I can't testify to that.
Right. But according to Lieutenant Ball's comment, your lawyer can come to you now. It sort of presumes that, doesn't it?
I could presume that he was trying to call or wanted to talk to his attorney first.
Okay, and he was doing that in his car as he was driving away, right?
I don't know that.
Or he was doing that driving down the road instead of spending another hour in his house with Emma talking to his lawyer on the phone, he chose to instead, well, I'll just get in the car and.
Objection, Your Honor, it's calling for speculation.
Sustained.
And then after that point, you put Chad into handcuffs, right?
Yes,
Put him in the back of your car.
yes,
And that was the video that we observed with Mr. Wixom, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall, Mr. Daybell, on the video that you looked at with Mr. Wixom, where Mr. Daybell mentions, I don't know what they're charging me with. Do you record him saying that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you also record him, or also recall him, excuse me, saying to Emma, cooperate as much as you feel. Remember Emma saying that?
yes.
Okay. At what point during that process was Mr. Daybell advised that they found a body on his property?
Right prior to this clip right here.
Okay. And at the point that he was having a discussion with his daughter, Emma, at that point, he didn't know what he was being charged with, correct?
Not to my knowledge,
Nobody told him what he was being charged with, correct?
not to my knowledge.
But it's a pretty serious allegation if you get put in a set of handcuffs and put behind a van, and then suddenly they say, we found a body on your property, right?
Could you repeat the question?
That's a pretty serious allegation.
Yes,
In your traffic experience, that's not something that happens every day, right?
right,
So at that point, Mr. Daybell is put in the back of the car, Chad's put in the back of the car, and Emma was allowed to talk with him, right?
correct.
So we don't know what was going on in Mr. Daybell's mind, do we?
I don't.
Right. And we don't know what he's thinking, right?
Right.
But we do know that he's been told, guess what? They found a body on your property, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're in handcuffs. Right?
Correct.
And then Mr. Daybell says, we're going to make it through this, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to his daughter about financial, where he can come up with money, credit cards, business accounts that he has, things like that, correct?
They were discussing those.
Right. So the purpose of discussing that, we don't know whether he was doing that to try to figure out a way if he could post bond on a release after he's being accused of this, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, right? We don't know what the reason for him trying to get his financials in order, right?
Right.
Now, I want to go back to the driveway. And originally, Chad was parked in a driveway from the south side. There's a driveway that comes in through the south, right?
Yeah, southeast of the residence.
Southeast of the residence. A long driveway that gets right into the middle of what I would call the backyard, the lawn area of the yard, right?
Correct.
Okay, now that's where he originally was parked, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that parked in that location gives you the best view of the fire pit and the pond?
I don't know about the pond because there was a shed there, but the fire pit.
Clearly the fire pit, right?
Correct.
And you don't know about the pond because the pond is off back on a portion of the property set back a little further, right?
Correct.
And it's a distance to see it, correct? That'd be fair, wouldn't it? Fair?
Distance is pretty relative, I guess.
Okay. Well, how far from where Mr. Daybell was parked to looking at the tree where they found JJ's remains?
I couldn't testify to an exact
Okay.
distance.
All right, fair enough. It's a distance though. This isn't his backyard, right?
You could see it easily,
Okay, you could see it easily from that location where he was.
distance wise, that amount of distance.
Okay, but the remains of both of these children were found in the pasture area, right?
Yes,
So if we say what I'm talking about, the backyard, Would you agree with me that the backyard is where this driveway is and where the lawn is? That would be really the backyard. Would you agree with that?
That's landscaped as grass, yes.
Right, okay, and then beyond a fence is the fire pit, and then further down off in the far, which would be the northeast corner, is a tree with a pond back some ways away from the house, right?
To the north of the fire pit.
Right. So this is what I'm struggling with. This is where I'm having some difficulty. If you have such a good view of the fire pit and the pond with the tree where JJ was found, if your purpose is to observe and see what's going on for some nefarious reason, why would he move?
I believe he was advised to, so they could get crime scene stuff in and out of that driveway.
Okay, so he was told he had to get out of there.
I believe so.
Okay, do you know who told him that?
I don't.
Okay. So then he drives out and goes in front of the house in the driveway.
Correct.
There's no other place to go. He has to go in the driveway, right?
If he wants to remain at the house, yes.
Right. And it's your testimony that he was looking around a little bit at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, he wasn't emotional at that point, right?
I didn't have a good vantage point to determine that.
He didn't have a look of fear on his face at that point. Is that right?
Not that I could see.
Okay. He didn't have a look of nervousness or tension or anything like that, did he?
I believe that he did.
You believe he did? Are you basing that on him turning his head and looking around?
Multiple times.
Okay, how many times is multiple?
There was 4 or 5, and then him exiting the vehicle.
Okay, okay. So if someone is on your property and there are 30 police officers digging around on your property, you don't think someone would be curious about what's going on your property?
That's why I said that I believe he was nervous.
Okay, he was curious.
It could be both, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. But then he didn't run at that point, right?
No.
He went over to his daughter's, right?
Correct.
And he was there for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. Right?
Correct.
And then we just saw the video. He got accelerated a little bit, 50 miles an hour on Salem Highway. And when he stopped, he was planning on going to see his lawyer. Right?
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, why would Lieutenant Ball say he's going to have to come to you? Was that
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Lieutenant Ball said to him, your lawyer's going to have to come to you, right?
Something along those lines, yes.
So there was at least a discussion about going to see the lawyer, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. You just think that was a statement Lieutenant Ball would just throw out there?
Judge, this has been asked and answered. It's a pure speculation. The witness doesn't know.
I'll move on, Judge.
Well, again, I'd like to be allowed a chance to rule on that, and it is sustained as asked and answered. So do move on, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Now, after you put Chad in the back of the car and what we talked about with Emma, talking about the finances, and there was a time when Emma made a comment that I can tell by your expression that you didn't know what was going on out there, something to that effect. You remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw Chad's eyes when they talked about the body and his expression. So he had a reaction to that surprise. Would you agree with that?
I couldn't see that.
Okay, but obviously we have the video and we can make our own determination at some point, right?
Sure.
What the reaction was when he's told about a body that was being found. Okay. So then subsequent to that time, after Emma left, if you look at the outside camera of the premises, Chad, at one point, you talked about this, looked back, right? And you said that was towards the fire pit, right?
There were multiple times that he looked back towards that area, yes.
But if he was looking back, if you look at the position of the car, isn't it true that he was actually looking back at his daughter walking away and Officer Dave Hope behind the vehicle.
I don't know.
You don't know
where-
what he was looking at?
No, I don't know where Emma was at. She lives in front of the vehicle, so I don't know why she would be behind it.
Okay, and then the video speaks for itself though, as to what exactly Chad was looking at, right?
It shows what direction he was looking at.
Okay, on the outside body, the outside cam of your vehicle, right?
In the front, I don't know what outside cam you're talking
The
about.
camera that was recording the encounter from the outside of your vehicle.
My body cam,
No, there were two cameras there.
front car camera,
Front car camera, and then there was the one inside the car as well, right?
correct.
Okay. But the cameras will speak to themselves as to where Chad was looking, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be mistaken. But I thought you previously testified that by looking straight out the window, the way Chad's vehicle was positioned, that looking straight out the driver's or the passenger side window or the window he was in would be right directly at the fire pit. Isn't that what you testified to?
his residence.
Okay. So you're telling me that by looking behind or back, he's looking away from his residence. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So again, what time did you drop Chad off at the jail?
Believe it was approximately 12:45.
Okay. And I just need to clarify something else. How, have you been on that property before?
Prior to that day?
Yeah.
No,
Okay. All right. But you saw cadaver dogs there on that day?
yes.
Okay. And again, what time did you get back from after you dropped Chad off?
Back to the residence approximately 13:30, 1:30.
And for those of us who aren't in the military,
Sorry,
that'd be 1:30, right?
approximately 1:30 PM. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that math, I think. And then you were there until what time at night?
I don't recall the exact time until we decided to
Okay.
convene till the next day.
And your primary goal at that point was excavation, is that right?
After I had returned, they reassigned me to help with the property.
Okay, and what role specifically? Were you at the fire pit or were you at the tree back behind the pasture there?
Primarily the fire pit area.
Okay, and do you recall who was with you at the fire pit?
There were multiple people.
When you say multiple, how many are we talking about?
I don't even want to estimate. There
That
was,
many?
there was people coming and going.
Oh,
So I don't
okay.
recall who was there and when.
And they were handing off the shovels and the tools used to do that?
Not necessarily handing them off, maybe expanding areas to look at and sift through.
And at one time, how many people would you say were digging around the fire pit with you?
I don't want to testify to that. I don't know.
You don't want to testify or you don't
I don't
know?
know. I don't know for sure how many.
Was it more than two?
Yes,
Was it more than four?
yes.
Was it more than eight?
I don't, no, I don't know.
Okay, and were you using just shovels?
No, they had sifters, hand tools, shovels.
So shovels, sifters, hand tools, anything else, or is that it?
Not that I can recall.
Other than digging in the dirt in the fire pit, was there any other obstruction in the fire pit that you recall having difficulty with?
Repeat that question.
Any difficulty in digging in the soil when you were at the fire pit?
Where we found Tylee's
Yes,
remains.
where Tylee's remains were found.
Just how careful we wanted to be.
Okay. So there were no boards, there were no obstructions, there were no rocks or anything like that. It was soil that you had to dig through. Is that fair?
There was some clumps of rock or hard.
Yeah, but nothing else, just small clumps?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and were you there primarily for a significant amount of the time of the excavation?
Yes.
Okay, okay, good. And Judge, I think that's all I have. I think that's all I have at this point.
All right, if we could have the published exhibit removed from the screen there, Mr. Pryor. Did we note on the record the time frame stamp when that stopped? We may not have.
109, 103, it looks like, Judge.
Okay,
A
thank you.
minute 3 is, looks like when it was stopped is what I look like I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll let council return then and we'll have redirect Mr. Wixom.
Detective Wheeler, you were asked several questions by Mr. Pryor about, in your experience, different reactions that people have in terms of levels of nervousness.
Yes.
And he asked you a question about whether or not someone might typically get nervous with a simple traffic stop. Correct answer, yeah. Can you just explain, is that your common experience as a law enforcement?
Yes, I think that most people do get a little nervous when they get stopped by police.
Yeah. In your experience, when someone's about to have a serious crime such as bodies on their property found, would they normally get nervous?
I would assume, yes.
Would they be curious and looking back at the property where the bodies were buried?
Yes.
So if they,
Officer, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just speak more directly?
I'm
into your
sorry.
mic? You
Yep.
kind of moved over and we're
Sorry.
not getting your signal.
in your experience, Detective Wheeler, if someone is about to be discovered in a crime, about to be caught in a crime, have you ever experienced someone just acknowledging that and just surrendering because they know they're caught?
It is common for suspects when confronted with possibly getting caught to try to distance themselves from whatever they're getting.
What, let me ask you a different way. So have you ever experienced a situation where evidence was being found immediately and the reaction of the suspect was just to accept it and not resist or argue or react in any way? Judge, this,
Overruled.
go ahead now.
Will
Answer that question,
you
please.
repeat that question?
Have you ever, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, ever been in a situation where evidence was about to be discovered that incriminated the suspect and they just reacted calmly without any nervousness and just basically acquiesced?
Very few times.
But it has happened?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pryor asked a question about when Mr. Daybell was looking back at the property and he was looking curiously. Do you remember that question?
Correct.
Yeah. Would you say that another reason why someone might be curious about all these law enforcement digging on your property could be that you were aware they're about to find bodies that you knew were buried on your property? Could that cause curiosity?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor asked you a question about the speed in the roadway in front of Mr. Daybell's property. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, what was the speed on that road?
50 miles an hour.
And I think you testified that it may not be abnormal for someone living on that street to drive out into the street and then quickly accelerate to 50 miles an hour or more.
Correct.
Yeah. Would you disagree that someone who believed that bodies that were buried on his property might be a reason in addition to that, why they might quickly get on the roadway and drive away quickly and accelerate like you've talked about?
Yes.
There's been some discussion as well. There's some questions from Mr. Pryor about the fire pit. And I just want to flesh that out a bit. You testified earlier that you were present when Tylee's remains were recovered,
Yes.
and you participated in that.
Yes.
We've talked about the fire pit. Are you familiar with what's been called a pet cemetery on that property?
Yes.
Overruled.
Can you explain to the jury, were any of Tylee's remains found in the pet cemetery?
So when I became involved, I don't know what the team had designated as cemetery and fire pit. So I can't testify to where exactly they had designated those points, but they were in that area that I assisted.
Did you become familiar with at least generally where the team was, what they were calling was the pet cemetery?
Sustained.
Did you receive any knowledge based upon what the team effort was, what had been designated by law enforcement there as what they were going to call the pet cemetery?
Mr. Wixom.
Judge, I'm asking based on his knowledge simply if he knew what law enforcement designated as that area.
Mr. Pryor, please enter the microphone.
And in response to that, that knowledge would only be obtained through hearsay. You knew my objection, Your Honor.
What would be the exception, Mr. Wixom?
Judge, I'm not offering to prove it for the truth of the matter as to where the pet cemetery was. I'm simply asking this witness if he knew that area, generally speaking, as they were conducting their investigation for the remains. The area that they were calling that. But that's all.
Judge, and it's absolutely being asked for the truth of the matter asserted. That's exactly why he's asking it.
The objection's overruled. I find it as an exception to the hearsay rule, and the officer can answer the question.
I was familiar with the area called the pet cemetery.
And where was the pet cemetery in relation to the fire pit?
It was to the west and to the side a little bit, not very far away.
So in your earlier testimony, when you talked about the direction that Mr. Daybell was looking in the back of your patrol car, remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you testified you used the term fire pit.
Yes.
Can I just be clear for the jury? Was the pet cemetery in the same general direction as the fire pit where Mr. Daybell was looking?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the use of shovels and tools in attempting to recover Tylee's remains.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more to the jury what kind of cautions and efforts were made to uncover those remains?
The majority of what I did, I was on my hands and knees with brushes and little hand tools, removing portions of dirt away from the mass that we had found.
Without being too graphic, when you were removing those portions of dirt, did you personally find any portion of her remains?
Yes.
Can you describe those remains that you'd found?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Basis.
He doesn't have the knowledge to identify remains, Judge. I haven't heard anything foundation-wise to allow him to make that kind of an assessment.
Well, on the objection, Mr. Wixom, he can testify to what he found. I don't know that there's enough foundation to accurately identify who was found.
Okay. Detective Wheeler, did you find what you believe to be human remains?
Yes.
Can you be specific about what you are finding?
We'd found a portion of a skull and started to uncover that. Then there was flesh and other bones in a bucket, melted.
And at the time that the search was being conducted, were you aware of the names of the people whose remains they were looking for?
Yes.
What were those names?
JJ and Tylee.
At any point in time, besides the remains of Tylee and the remains of JJ, or any other human remains found on the property?
No,
So going back to the method and the manner that you used to recover these remains, you said, I think you said, you used a brush at points.
brushes and hand tools
Why did you use those specific types of tools?
to try to keep what we were uncovering together without falling apart.
Not to be oversimplistic, but why is that important in this kind of a recovery in the ground of remains? Why do you need to do that?
I think it assists in identification purposes and evidence collecting, so we don't lose anything.
Is it fair to say that that's a careful process?
Yes.
You were asked questions about passing off shovels or different shovels and tools. When you were engaged in this recovery of her remains and you observed other law enforcement, did you ever see anybody in any way haphazardly use those tools?
Judge, objection, mischaracterizing the question and the testimony.
Overruled.
Not, I didn't see anybody using them. I don't know the word that you used. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you see anybody using them in any way that was haphazard or not cautious?
No,
So at no point when the remains were being recovered, did you see any conduct by law enforcement that wasn't conscientious and careful?
no.
I think you're a 17-year law enforcement veteran, is that correct?
18.
18, thank you. Are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going well beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'd like a quick sidebar.
They call me a god. 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 Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
Lori, do you love Chad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you, babe.
Okay, so did you hear? Oh, never mind, they're back.
All right, thank you, counsel. After the sidebar, the court is sustaining the objection, and I'll move to strike that last question. So, Mr. Wixom, if you could ask a different question, please.
Thank you. Detective Wheeler, if someone gets in a car and flees quickly or appears to, what can that be indicative of?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could be that they have knowledge that something is going to be found or some sort of guilt.
Would that go back to that term consciousness of guilt?
Judge, can we approach sidebar, please?
I don't mean to laugh, but you know, there you go, Johnny boy. I mean, come on. It's Chad's property. Did you hear Chad talking to his kid? The cops, you know, let them talk for quite a long time in that squad car. He talked about the mortgage. He talked about transferring money. What else did he talk about? He sounded monotone. This man has no emotions whatsoever. And then he talked about what, $90,000 in a drawer somewhere. He talked about the computers. Was well, they didn't have a search warrant for the computer. What are you saying then? Everything you did was conscious of guilt. And they were on your property, dude. You're not going to get away with it. Nope. Ain't going to happen. So there's that, and they're back.
All right, after sidebar, the court is again striking that last question. Mr. Wixom, if you'd move on to another question, please.
Certainly. Just a last couple of questions. Can you explain again the timing of when Mr. Daybell had left the property and as to when you'd found out that JJ's remains had been found?
Later, I had discovered that it was simultaneously, meaning as Chad was leaving, detectives were coming around the house and saw him leaving and advised me to stop him.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike. It's hearsay.
Response, Mr. Wixom.
Your Honor, I can re-ask the question.
Very well.
Yep. When you had stopped Mr. Daybell and had him get out of the car and come back to the back, you indicated that that's when he was met by the 4 or 5 officers, including Lieutenant Ball. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And we just saw the video where the first thing Lieutenant Ball said was, "We found JJ's remains."
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That happened how long after Mr. Daybell had gotten his car and drove away?
Just prior.
Moments, seconds, what's your best recollection?
I wasn't back there, so I don't know the exact time they located him, but
I'm asking the statement from Lieutenant Ball to Chad.
Right.
That timing, how long was that statement made to him? How much earlier had he driven away?
Oh, just within minutes.
And when you were there helping with Kylie's remains, I think you testified earlier that you weren't directly involved with the recovery of JJ's remains.
Correct.
But you were on scene and you made observations about that.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not, pursuant to that search warrant or the way the search was conducted, was law enforcement looking inside the house for remains?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I can't testify to that.
The whole time were you there, did you see any law enforcement going inside the house?
Just at the beginning when they made contact.
And then after that, did they all go outside?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you are aware, all of the search was happening outside on the property.
Yes.
Is there any question that you have as to the direction that Chad was looking on your patrol cam when he looks back over his right shoulder? What direction was he looking?
Judge, that's a compound question, and he's asking an affirmation from this witness. I'm going to object.
Well, on the compound, it is sustained.
What was Chad looking when he was looking over his right shoulder in the patrol cam?
In the direction of the fire pit and pet cemetery.
You were asked about this several times by Mr. Pryor. Is there any question that, regardless of what else he may have been able to see or look at, that general direction was right out the pet cemetery?
Judge, this has been asked and answered by counsel.
Sustained.
Thank
It's
you.
asked and answered.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, there were some issues that were brought up. I'd like the opportunity.
In limited scope, all out, Mr.
Thank you,
Pryor.
Your Honor. Now, officer, I heard an interesting comment from you. As you were testifying, you made a comment that I subsequently learned. Did you talk to anybody about your testimony at the break in this case?
No,
You didn't talk to any other law enforcement?
no.
So when you said that you subsequently learned, when did that knowledge come to you?
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing the fact that you subsequently, now I forgot what the context of that was. We're going to move on, Judge. And it may come to me. I want to clarify a couple of things. When you say that Mr. Daybell left, when he learned about finding remains on his property, was that when he was parked in the driveway?
In his residence?
Yeah.
When he left Emma's residence in his vehicle, shortly after I learned that JJ body was found.
Okay, so and that's what I'm trying to clarify a little bit. So Mr. Daybell was parked in the driveway, then he went over to Emma's residence, and it's unclear, and I understand that we don't know whether he was there for an hour and a half or for 2 hours in Emma's residence, right?
Yes,
And at that point, he didn't know anything about anything being on the property that has been located by law enforcement at that point. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what he could see from there.
Okay, but he wasn't told by anybody that they found anything at that point, correct?
Not by me,
Right, or anybody else,
not that I know of.
right? And then when he gets in his vehicle and he drives away, the prosecutor eloquently used the words fleeing, but we don't know what he was thinking at that point, do we?
No,
And only after he was stopped by you and those other several officers and notified what was going on, that's when he learned about it, after he drove away and after he had driven down the road, correct?
I can't testify to what he knew.
Okay, but he was told about the remains at that point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is this witness going to be recalled by either side?
I may recall him, Judge.
We may call him later by the state, Your Honor, but he can be excused for today as far as the state is concerned.
All right, well, Detective Wheeler, if you are to be recalled, again, you're still under an exclusionary order, so you are not permitted to view any of the footage of the trial, the testimony that's being live streamed, or discuss your testimony further until you return to testify. Otherwise, you may be excluded from testifying. So please keep that admonishment in mind in between now and when you may be recalled in the case. With that, then that will conclude this Detective Wheeler's testimony. And let me inquire from the state. Do you have another witness we can get started with before we take lunch?
No, we could begin with Lieutenant Joe Powell.
let's go ahead and get a next witness started and try to go till noon before we take lunch, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me.
All right, Lieutenant Powell's been sworn. Before we get started with testimony, let me just indicate again, there's an exclusionary rule in this case. Lieutenant Powell, have you been observing any of the trial testimony in this case since it started?
No,
Right, have you discussed anyone else's testimony that's come before you in the trial?
no.
All right, with that in mind, Mr. Wixom, then you can go ahead and inquire on direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Lieutenant Powell.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Joseph Powell, Powell.
And where do you work?
Vermont County Sheriff's Office?
What is your, your lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
How long have you worked for that office?
22 years.
Have you ever worked as a law enforcement officer anywhere else?
No.
How long have you been a detective?
I was a detective for about 4.5 years.
What was your prior rank?
Patrol.
And have you been post-certified?
Yes.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what that involves?
You go to the post academy. When I went through, it was 12 weeks of training.
Have you ever received any additional training or certification?
Yes, they require 40 hours every 2 years, so that continuing education.
So over the last 22 years, roughly 11 times you've had to get 40 hours of training.
That just went in effect, but yeah, there's lots of hours of training.
Did you get any specific training as a detective?
Yes,
And did you work as a detective prior to becoming a lieutenant?
yes,
How many years?
about 4.5 years.
I want to, well, first let me ask this. As a lieutenant, is it ever part of your role to become involved with unattended deaths?
Yes,
Could you just explain to the jury, what does that term mean, an unattended death?
there's nobody around when they wake up, they discover somebody's dead. There's nobody around to know what happened.
So why would law enforcement want to be involved and just look at that situation?
To see if there's any foul play.
I want to draw your attention back to nearly 5 years ago, back in October of 2019. Do you recall ever being involved in an unattended death of Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I was notified of her unattended death.
And who are you notified by?
Detective Mattingly.
Why did he notify you?
When there's an unattended death in Fremont, they notify the lieutenant, the chief deputy, and the sheriff.
What's the purpose to have your subordinates notify you about that?
So if there's any questions or they need help with the part of the investigation, and so the sheriff knows what's going on in the county.
Excuse me. What was the date of that? Do you recall?
October 19th, 2019.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of as what the investigation had determined about Tammy's death?
Natural causes.
Shortly after the 19th of October, were you ever contacted by law enforcement from Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes,
And what date did that happen?
October 31st, 2019.
How were you contacted? Was it in person, by phone, email? How did,
I was contacted by phone.
and what did you learn from that contact?
They was inquiring about Tammy Daybell's death, asked if they could get a copy of the report, and asking for assistance.
Okay. Do you recall, did they say anything else about Tammy Daybell's death and the reason for their request for the report?
Judge calls for hearsay.
Yes, sustain.
After the phone call, what did you decide to do in regard to Tammy Daybell's death?
I sent them a copy of the report.
And what about you personally? Did you take any steps to look at the case?
Yes, I reviewed the report and then later on ended up getting her medical records.
Okay. Well, we'll pause here. So Gilbert, Arizona contacted you about Tammy Daybell's death.
Yes,
Did they request any other assistance or help with anything else?
yes, they asked to
Judge,
locate.
objection calls for hearsay.
Said the request isn't offered for the truth.
Overruled. You can answer.
They asked if we could help locate a 2018 gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates.
Did you get any information as to why you were seeking to locate that?
They believed that it was in Fremont County.
Did they tell you why they wanted to find the Jeep?
It was involved in an attempted shooting.
Did they give any names in terms of that were in connection with that shooting?
Yes, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and they believe they had ties to Chad Daybell.
Did the name Charles Vallow ever come up
I don't recall for sure
at that time? You
at
don't
that
recall?
time.
Okay. So they asked you to look for a Jeep. What did you do next?
Drove out, they gave me the address of 202 North, 1900 East. It's in Fremont County. So I drove out to that residence.
Did you determine who lived there?
Chad Daybell.
Did you find the Jeep?
No,
Do you recall what date it was that you drove out there?
October 31st, 2019.
What did you do after you determined that the Jeep wasn't there?
I notified Gilbert that we couldn't locate the Jeep there, and if they needed more assistance to let us know.
And did you in fact get more assistance from them?
Yes, the next day, November 1st, I received an email asking me to check a couple more addresses.
And did you do that?
One was a PO box in Sugar City, so I knew it was a post office, so I did not go there. But the next one was 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, and yes, we did go there.
And what did you find there?
We surveilled the residence, but never located the Jeep.
When you say surveilled, can you explain that a little bit more to the jury? What your process is?
We sat a ways away from the residence and watched it and watched for vehicles coming and going, people coming and going.
And did you observe anybody coming and going from that residence?
Yes,
Who did you observe?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Prior to engaging in that surveillance, had you done anything to identify what Chad Daybell looked like?
Yes,
How did you do that?
driver's license photo.
Did you do the same for Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Gilbert, Arizona had sent a picture.
Did you eventually let me withdraw that. Do you recognize Chad Daybell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Blue shirt and a yellow tie
Where is he seated?
at the defendant's table.
So you said at some point in your surveillance, you saw Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
Explain to the jury when you first saw them.
First, we seen Chad Daybell leave the 565 Pioneer Road, and we surveilled him out to 202 North, 1900 East.
And Judge, if I could have some foundation as to time, date, place, year.
All right, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to re-ask with more detail.
Sure. Lieutenant Powell, what date was it that we're talking about that you were surveilling and first see Chad and Lori?
November 1st, 2019.
These addresses that you were surveilling, where were they again?
One's in Madison County and one would be in Fremont County in Idaho.
And which address was it that you first saw Chad and Lori at?
565 Pioneer Road in Madison County.
And what was the date that you saw them?
November 1st, 2019.
Recall what time of day that was?
I don't recall time.
Do you recall morning, afternoon, evening?
Morning.
Thank you. So forgive me, I forgot where I left off, but what was it that you first saw them doing?
On the way down to surveil that, we also contacted Rexburg PD, so they was involved with the surveillance
Why did you do that?
because we was going to be in their jurisdiction.
Is that normal for law enforcement?
Yes,
Just to touch base with each other?
yes,
Did they come and assist at all?
yes, they did.
So you made that contact, then what did you do?
We followed Chad Daybell from the 565 Pioneer Road to 202 North, 1900 East.
And what did they do at that location?
He went in the residence for a little while and then left. We surveilled him to Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg, Idaho. And then we lost him after that, so we went back and surveilled the house again, the apartment.
Back that same day or a different day?
Same day.
About what time was it that you went back?
I don't know exact time. I'm guessing late morning.
What'd you see next?
We seen Lori Vallow leave and go to Sugar City to the post office office.
Anything else?
After there, she goes to Walgreens, and then after Walgreens, back to the apartment.
What did they do at the apartment?
Then they both go from the apartment to Idaho Falls. We surveil them to Mountain America or the Mountain Credit Union in Idaho Falls, and then the Hobby Lobby, and then the Cafe Rio.
Excuse me. What did you observe them doing, if anything, at Hobby Lobby?
Holding hands as they is walking in the store.
And let me ask, did you take any photographs of that?
I did not.
Did any other law enforcement take photographs of that?
Yes.
Do you recall who it was?
I don't recall.
Did you later see the photographs?
Yes.
Do you believe that if shown, you might be able to recognize those?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer what's been marked as the state's Exhibit 36B. Got 2 copies for the court.
Judge, and I'm going to voice an objection for relevance. I'm not seeing the relevance here.
All right, if I could view the exhibit, please, before I rule on the objection. Objection's been made, Mr. Wixom, as to relevance.
Judge, at this point, it goes to what's in the photo we believe shows the nature of the relationship, which isn't just relevant for this witness's testimony, but for the theory of the case overall. It helps to show the relationship between the two.
All right, I've considered the objection, given the nature of the conspiracy charges in the case, find there is relevance under 403 and will therefore overrule the objection and the exhibit 36B may be admitted.
you. May I ask to have those handed to the witness, please? And Lieutenant Powell, even though these have been admitted, just to give context, what do you see in front of you?
Chad and Lori walking in the Hobby Lobby holding hands.
Mr. Wixom, I want to be clear. You're saying these, is there one exhibit or more than one?
I apologize. I handed two up to you. It's just one exhibit, 34 or 36B, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet. They're holding hands.
Yes.
So even though you didn't take this picture, do you believe that's an accurate reflection of what they were doing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, would request permission to publish this to the jury.
You may.
So Lieutenant Powell, if you'll please look at the monitor up there, this photo. Since we didn't all have your vantage point, will you just explain again what they were doing to the jury?
They're holding hands walking in the Hobby Lobby.
Were they holding hands the whole time walking in?
Yes.
Now, did you go inside the Hobby Lobby?
No, we did not.
What did you do while they were inside the Hobby Lobby?
Waited outside.
And how long do you believe they were in there?
I don't recall.
Okay. But did you wait long enough to see them exit the Hobby Lobby?
Yes.
And what did they do after that?
Got in their vehicle and drove over to Cafe Rio.
What happened then? Did they go inside?
Yes.
Did you happen to go inside?
Yes, myself and Chief Deputy Gardner went inside.
Did you observe them in there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 35, which is already been stipulated to be admitted, but 2 copies for the court.
All right, I understand there is no objection then based on what Mr. Wixom has proffered on Exhibit 35. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Exhibit 35 is admitted.
Here. You know, I may have permission to publish it.
You may.
And before I do so, could I just confirm, Judge, was that last exhibit admitted? Did I move for admission?
It was 36B is admitted.
Thank you. What is that a picture of, Lieutenant Powell?
Chad and Lori eating at Cafe Rio.
And did you observe anything else about their behavior or conduct together while they're at Cafe Rio?
No.
What happened after they left at Cafe Rio?
We ended the surveillance.
Why did you end it there?
The time of night and prior engagements people had.
Okay. Your Honor, it would now be an appropriate time to stop my direct examination, considering the hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. We will try to do it in an hour, back on at 1, but we'll allow sufficient time for the jurors also to have their lunch and take the break necessary. So we'll come back on after the break.
All rise, please.
All right. So there's that. Boy, you just never know who's around you, people. Look at them just hanging out. Kids are missing. Go to Hobby Lobby to go have lunch. Okay, so we got time. So I figure I found this for us to watch. If anybody's interested, when Lori got sentenced, and she talked about her statement to the court. Okay, I did a let's see, I did a parody of this. Okay, here we go.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going on the record now in this case. Let me first confirm to our tech people, is the matter being live streamed and is the feed working properly? We get a confirmation on that. Presume it is.
Oh,
Court
good.
reporter, are you ready?
Look at all the people.
All right. Okay, and I just got a confirmation as well that the matter is being broadcast per the court's order. This is case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow, Fremont County case. This is the time scheduled for sentencing today. The defendant is here appearing in person along with her attorneys, Jim Archibald and John Thomas. The state's represented by Rob Wood, Rachel Smith, and the I do want to inquire.
Jeez. Can you guys hear me? What's going? Oh. Can you guys hear me?
Substance of the sentencing hearing. Court would first note there is a conduct order that's been entered in this proceeding governing this courtroom. The court is live streaming the hearing today. However, for those in attendance, there's no provision to allow any type of recording, either audio or video in this proceeding. So that's prohibited. In addition, the court requires that any electronic devices be turned off or put in a silent mode. If any cell phones or other devices go off and cause any disruption during the proceedings, they'll be taken by the bailiffs in this case. And also, the court would note as part of the conduct order, there's a prohibition against any kind of disruptive behavior. So no outbursts or other types of acts will be tolerated in this sentencing hearing. We'll maintain order as we did throughout these proceedings in this case and throughout the trial as well. So I appreciate all of the presence of our bailiffs here to enforce the order. And I would ask the compliance of all those in attendance to follow carefully those admonishments in the court's order. Another matter I'll bring up as we start for the sentencing hearing over last week on Friday and through the weekend, there were some motions filed. There was an objection to the pre-sentence report and a motion to strike victim impact statements. The court took up the pleadings of those, and given the timing and without adequate time to respond and have a hearing, court went through the matters and issued orders on both of those motions. So I consider them resolved, but let me just confirm with counsel. Mr. Wood, did the state receive copies of the court's orders pertaining to those two motions?
Yes, we did.
All right, and Mr. Thomas, did the defense receive those orders as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, we'll commence then with the sentencing hearing today. I'll go through some procedural history of the case first. Ms. Vallow, at the time of your arraignment in this case, which was on April 19th, 2022, you were informed that an indictment had been filed against you by the state of Idaho, charging you with the following crimes: 2 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and 1 count of grand theft. At the time of your arraignment, you were advised of the potential penalties involved with those charges, your constitutional rights, your plea options, and the legal consequences of exercising each of those options. You pled not guilty to the charges. Later, during trial, an amended indictment was filed by the state. A jury trial in your case took place in Ada County, Idaho, with jury selection beginning March 27th of this year, 2023. And as I mentioned, during the trial, an amended indictment had been filed. The case was submitted to the jury for their deliberations on May 11th of this year, and on May 12th, the jury returned their verdict, finding you guilty of the following counts of that amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 6, grand theft. After you were found guilty by a jury of your peers, the sentencing hearing was scheduled. Pursuant to Idaho law, the court then ordered the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report, which will be referred to throughout this proceeding as a PSI. And the courts considered that report for sentencing today. The court did order a full PSI, which would include orders for a behavioral health assessment, a mental health examination, substance abuse assessment, and all pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-24. However, you chose not to participate in the pre-sentence process, so much of that information that could have been included for my consideration in the report has not been included. I've received and I have carefully reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report, and a copy of that report was provided to both the state and the defendant through her attorney. I'll ask the state at this time then, was the state able to review the PSI?
Yes, we were.
Mr. Wood, in that report, and I know it's a voluminous report, 430 pages, but were there any sections or parts of the report that you believe need to be clarified or corrected after your review?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, there were multiple victim impact statements submitted with that report. We don't usually comment on those, but just for purposes of the record, in one of those victim impact statements, there was reference made to Tammy Daybell dying by a pillow. On the record, for the purposes of the record, the state has no evidence that that happened that way. There was also reference to that we don't know whether.
Well, hello, IBL. I am not a criminal. Why don't you cover Alexander Myers and organized harassment? Okay. No, I did not call you a criminal. Did I call you a criminal? No, I didn't. If I did, my bad. You know what I did though for you? I let you know about the warrants. That's why I tagged you. I let you know. Okay? So don't take it any other kind of way. And Alexander Myers, she's crazy. I stay the hell away from her. So does that answer your question or your comment or whatever? I will say, I'm starting to see something different with you. Okay? And I hope you thrive in life and you reach your goals. Okay? Okay. Thanks for coming through, though.
Or not, the defendant was there at Tammy Daybell's death. And just for purposes of the record, and as it was shown in trial, we are aware she was not at the location Tammy Daybell was murdered. She was in Hawaii. Again, our concern, we just wanted to be clear for purposes of the record so that an allegation could not be made down the road that the state had provided evidence or information to victims that we had not, one, that wasn't true, or two, hadn't been provided to the defense.
All right, regarding those statements, then the court would most likely strike those from the record based on those comments.
Okay. Grandma. Hi, Grandma. Do you know what Chad was? Okay. When they arrested Chad and he was in the cop car, the cops let his daughter Emma talk to him for a while. You know what he talked about? He talked about $90,000. He talked about moving cash. He talked about they didn't have a search warrant for the computers and stuff. So we talked about that. And what was the other thing? It was hard. He talks in monotone. It was hard to hear him, but Emma was crying. And this is what I gotta say. At least his kids and his grandbabies are alive. You know what I mean? Right. Yes. What else was I going to say? So anyways, they're on break right now. So I figured what we'll watch here to, for that hour. This is Lori Vallow's sentencing. And this is when she talks and she says her statement. And if you recall, Grandma, I did a parody of this. And people are like, why are you reading from paper? I'm reading like that because Lori read from a piece of paper. Otherwise, anytime I do Lori, it's from the top of my head. There is no reading of nothing. That's how good I can do her. Yes, girl. Slay. And look who was here. IBL was here. IBL was here. And it was very kind to him. I give him some props. And I just wanted to let him know what was going on. But I was very nice to him. Okay, Grandma? All right, here we go.
Comments. Court would also note in ruling on motions over the weekend, I further ordered stricken certain parts of victim impact statements. Mr. Thomas, any objection to me striking those comments in those statements?
Your Honor, Mr. Archibald is going to address this portion if that's okay with the court.
Very well, Mr. Archibald.
We've reviewed the court's order striking portions of those victim impact statements. We do not object to the court ordering those stricken.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. So back to you, Mr. Wood. Could you clarify with some specificity where those specific comments were located, and the court will go through, and what they would refer to as redlining, I'll line those out in the final PSI that gets submitted into the case file.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. They were contained in Ms. Hoban's PSI, or I'm sorry, victim impact statement. And if the court would like, I can find the page number of that.
I think just to reference for the record, if you could reference the page number, then I will go in and redline those revisions to the report before it's finalized.
It is in the third paragraph on page 2.
Okay, the court sees those comments as mentioned in the third paragraph of page 2. The court will go and redact those out of the victim impact statement. And if the Ms. Hoban intends to make a statement, I'd ask that she refrain from making any further comments to that extent. And we'll get those filed. Other than that, Mr. Wood, then is there any other requested clarification or correction to the PSI?
No, there is not.
All right. Let me next move to the defense then. Mr. Archibald, in regards to the PSI filed in the case, does the defense have any further objection or anything you wish clarified or corrected in the report?
Your Honor, on June 13th, I submitted 661 pages to the pre-sentence investigator that I believe dealt with the health of the defendant. 660 pages.
What?
I didn't know how many of those pages would be included in the report.
Oh my God. 660 pages of documents for the PSI? Wow.
Report turns out only 27 pages were included. The 27 pages do include Dr. Watson's psychological opinion and also Dr. Cunningham's. So I appreciate the pre-sentence investigator including those two reports, but I asked for additional reports regarding the health of the defendant. The court has now issued an opinion this morning ruling on that, but my objection to the pre-sentence report stands.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court would note in the order issued this morning, and it's entitled Order on Objection to the PSI, court went through an analysis on the statutes and the rules as relating to the prior competency information and why I found it was inappropriate to include in the PSI as the investigator noted. And so that will be the court's order at this time on those submissions. Any other matters in the report you wish clarified or corrected, Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Let me confirm with counsel then too, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald, was your client able to review the report as well?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, I will note that I'll rely on that report then with those redactions in fashioning the sentence today. Moving now to the question of whether there will be any witness statements or testimony here proffered today. For the defense, are you offering any statements from any witnesses today, Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor. Just
All right.
Ms. Vallow may speak. on her
Very well.
behalf.
So the defendant, I'll address that. She'll have a right of allocution if she wishes. From the state, Mr. Wood, is the state intending to call any witnesses to testify or victims to provide oral impact statements today?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will not be calling any evidentiary witnesses. However, there are 4 victims who wish to be heard. The victims, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow's brother, Colby Ryan, has asked that we read his statement into the record. So with permission of the court, I will do that on his behalf. After that, Samantha William, Tammy Daybell's sister, has asked to be heard. Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, has asked to be heard. And Kay Woodcock, JJ Vallow's grandmother, has asked to be heard.
Very well. The court has previously determined that these are either victims or designated representatives under Idaho statute to be able to provide statements, in this case, given the murder convictions. So the court will allow for them to make their comments today. Let me just indicate then how the hearing will proceed going forward. So first, the court will consider those victim impact statements that may be read into the record or offered by those individuals. After that, I intend to hear the recommendations on sentencing from you, Mr. Wood. Once the state's concluded then making its recommendations, Mr. Thomas, you may make recommendations on behalf of your client, Ms. Vallow. And then finally, Ms. Vallow, if you wish to address the court directly, you can do that after your attorney has done so. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, I'll start by going through the victim impact statements the state intends to introduce, and you can either read into the record or call your first victim to make a comment at this time. One more point of clarification, sorry. The victims, if they do wish to speak, will speak at the podium over to my left. And I'll note that that is not being filmed for this proceeding, so it won't be shown on the video. That's how the court's arranged the courtroom, just so council knows. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to either read a comment or have your first victim speak, you can do that now.
Thank you. Before I do that, Your Honor, I did neglect to say that Samantha William will also be reading into the record the statement of her father, which was included in the PSI if the court permits.
All right, the court will so permit that on your request.
And with that, then we would ask that Samantha be allowed to make her statement now.
Very well. Ms. William, then if you'd like to come forward, turn right in front of you. Please state your name for the record as you begin.
My name is Samantha Gwilliam. Do you want me to do my father's after mine or do it before mine?
It's up to you.
I'm going to read his first. This is what my father wrote. His name is Ronald Douglas. He is writing on behalf of myself and my now deceased wife. I would like to share thoughts about the impact of the actions of Lori Vallow on our family. Tammy's death was unexpected and had a profound impact on all of us. We were barely into our recovery process when we learned of Chad's new marriage exactly 2 weeks after losing Tammy. We had no knowledge of missing children until we were visited by law enforcement officers and informed of Tammy's disinterment and autopsy. The drama began to unfold and the reason for the quick burial became apparent. Over the course of the following months, the ensuing revelations of deceit and intrigue caused extreme emotional stress on my wife, Phyllis. We became estranged from the Daybell children and began losing the close relationships we had with them. I'm sure they feel awkward about their father's actions and how Tammy's death was affecting us. We value them as grandchildren and want to keep them close to us. While Phyllis was already battling her leukemia of over 30 years, the emotional stress of this drama seemed to accelerate her declining health. Her remaining months of life were full of strain and heartache. Lori entered Chad's life long before we were aware of any interaction between them. In retrospect, we see that Chad was living a double life and the bonds of his family were being eroded due to his involvement with Lori. The eternal ramifications of her actions are yet to be calculated. Lori needs to pay for her actions according to the laws of mortals. She will still answer according to the laws of God when she passes from this life. Ron Douglas. This is my statement. Over the last few years, I've often thought about what I would ever say to you, Lori. I've often thought about what my sister would have said too. The minute I found out that Chad had quickly remarried after the death of my most beloved sister, Tammy, it confirmed what I had always felt. You see, the minute I received the phone call that she had died, I knew something had happened to her, but I didn't know why I would feel that way. So when we were told by Chad that he had married you and that it had happened 2 weeks after Tammy had been buried, my heart knew. I researched you like any true woman would to find out who you were. What did I find? Lies. Everything about you that you tried to tell others is a lie.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. I don't believe this falls within the statute or within the Idaho Constitution or within Idaho versus Payne.
All right, Mr. Thomas, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The court will be able to consider and ferret out these statements. And
Yeah, I'm
properly
right.
consider
She's
what's
a
in the record.
victim.
You can continue,
Thank
Ms.
you.
William.
We asked, what's her name? Lori Ryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So as I searched, what happened to your previous husband? She told us that he died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answer, the children aren't missing. They're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children were dead and buried on Chad's property. And my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she had been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. Planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You had an affair with a married man. You lied to yourself by what is okay to sneak behind the backs of your spouses. You are not exalted beings, and your behavior makes you ineligible to be one. Well, why pick Chad? He was an average guy, and you had married several men before him. He made you feel special and singled out. You tell yourself that you were high spiritual beings who have lived lives together through time. You felt powerful. This is too is a lie. But Chad has no real wealth. How will you live? You can easily have divorced your spouses and made your own perverted life together, but you need money. So you tell this story about people being dark and that they are zombies. This is how you justify who needs to be removed. You use this lie to justify the murders of 4 people whose deaths you profit from. You could sit there and think, You've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to, and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart. I helped raise Tammy's children. And because of you, they no longer have their mother or grandmother. And because of fear of losing another parent, they listen to the lies spewed by you and Chad. Our relationship is strained and most contact with them is gone. Your trial was the last thing my ailing mother had to live through. She declined in health as she heard through news reports all the horrible things that happened, and she had to relive all the things we have tried to forget the last 4 years. My mother passed away in June, knowing that you will never come out of prison again. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose not to participate in her funeral because of fear of causing more drama. We were deprived of the chance to heal and have them realize how much we love them. We don't blame them for what happened, but we blame you and Chad for all the lies you've told and ripping apart this family. We didn't do anything. My parents are not evil. They did not deserve to lose their grandchildren on top of losing their daughter. I did not deserve to lose the relationships of children I helped raise, or a sister that was my dearest friend. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed that way is unacceptable. Lucky for me, the world can see the truth as much as I can. Everyone now knows what liars you are. They now all know what horrible things you have done. You will have to live in your prison cell for the rest of your life. You are not an exalted being, and there's no huge event that is going to save you. No jail walls are going to fall so you can leave. No angels are coming to rescue you. You make judgments of others and determine if they should die based on the fact that they might do bad things and we need to kill them before they do. That is not how the atonement works. We cannot punish and judge others on things they haven't happened yet, but you did. You have also made choices that have led you here. You have been judged by the court and you have been found guilty. Your consequences are before you. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve her and now the loss of my mother for the rest of my life. I will always remember them. As for you, I choose to forget you. And as I leave this courtroom today, I choose to never think of you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the impact statement, Ms. William. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to call the next victim who wishes to speak.
That would be Vicky Hoban, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hoban, you may come forward, offer your statement there at the lectern.
Boy, that was heart-wrenching.
First, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to give a statement here today. I'm Tammy Vicky. I was able to attend a big part of this trial, and so my first comment will be to address what I felt the defendant's behavior was. I felt she was shameful during the trial. It was apparent to me and others that the defendant did not take the proceedings in this courtroom seriously. It was extremely disrespectful to watch, especially during some of the most sensitive and heartbreaking testimony. Her smirking, her smiling, giggling, talking.
Judge, I'm going to object based on State versus Payne, based on the Idaho Constitution, based on Idaho Code 1953-06. She's supposed to give an impact statement, which the defendant's criminal conduct had upon the victim. Payne states that the victim impact statement must relate to the characteristics of the victim and the emotional impact of the crime on the family.
We have a brief sidebar with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wood.
Oh my God.
I can't believe he objected. He
I
needs to shut
said
up.
WTF because of Lori's attorney objecting to all this. So Lori can cause all this heartache, all this crime, all these murders. Grandma.
Yeah.
That's me. See, we're up on top. This was her her thing. So I
Yeah,
was
I know. I know.
Oh,
We're looking at Lori's.
okay.
This is sick.
Very.
I can't believe that he objected to that. I mean, give me a break.
Right.
That's her opinion, and that's what she observed.
Right.
It's her reality.
That's something Lori would do. We know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for the nice welcome back earlier.
All right, the
Thank
court
you
will just
for
note on the
being
record,
back.
there was an
I missed
objection
you.
lodged on this victim impact statement. I had a brief sidebar with counsel and discussed that. I do in part grant the objection, and I've instructed the state to discuss that with the victim to tailor her comments to those appropriate for an impact statement at this point. So, Mr. Wood, I gave you an opportunity to discuss that with Ms. Hoban. Ms. Hoban, if you're ready to continue, apologies for the interruption, but we want to make sure the record's followed carefully here.
Thank you. The type of vibe that was in the courtroom at the time was really hurtful to us. We were unable to be in our feelings and listen to the testimony without having extreme emotion. I'll say it this way. This was a woman who had killed her own children and was on trial for doing that and for killing Tammy, and felt that she could have had more respect for the family members in the courtroom. Tammy was a most excellent person, and she led her life with the utmost dignity and was beloved not only by our family, but by the community at large. There will be a huge void, and this is Tammy's story, and therefore it's part of our family history. This statement will not be about Lori, it will be about Tammy because it's her story. It's her life that was taken. She was a mom, a grandma, a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin, friend, and yes, she was a librarian. But more than a librarian, she was a teacher. She loved her job and went above and beyond for her students, her last days filled with preparing a book fair for underserved children. I'm sure when she arrived home Friday, October 18th, 2019, she was very tired from a long day and the hours at school. As she got into bed that night, I would imagine she was thinking the same thing as every other night. Nothing more than getting a good night's sleep once her eldest had checked in from his late night job. She had no idea what the plan was for that night or what had been the plan for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, there had been quite a bit of discussion about how to get rid of the obstacles that Lori had. Lori had already killed 2 of her children. Tammy was next on her list of obstacle removal. Lori wanted money, sex, and more power, and what Lori wants, Lori gets. The plan was in place on how to get it. Instead of a good night's sleep, Tammy was brutally executed in her own bed. She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, birth of a grandchild, or graduation from preschool. No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden. Never attending one of our families just for the girls' lunches where we reconnected from all over, laughed about the good old times, and the funny way that Grandma Cooper took pictures. And then we take photos with each other that we would compare at the next lunch. There would never be another hilarious rendition of Patty and her singing "Do Your Ears Hang Low." She'd never wave at a friend as they passed by. Make dinner for a sick friend. Never have a last conversation with her beautiful mother. Or one last kiss goodbye. No more of her dad's dad jokes or Samantha's outdoor parties. No more lining up with all of her siblings to get the photo at the next event. A life full of people she loved and who loved her deeply. Her life was snuffed out. To say heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, unbearable is not a big enough statement to convey knowing the way this most excellent existence was taken by planning and execution. The most innocent of lives was simply just discarded like it meant nothing, but it did. And like all of Lucille's grandchildren, her life was a vibe. It was a valiant and unreproachable life. Lori, you participated in the savage murders of precious people of great value and worth. It is most likely something that you would probably never understand, to be selfish and just to live life in a simple way, enjoying life for what it is, to love, to be loved, to smile, and to be smiled at. While you had a shameful relationship with Tammy's husband and planned out a murder, Tammy lived her life. She supported her family in every way. And for you to turn her home where she lived and slept into a cemetery, her two innocent and beautiful children, is one of the most horrific things I can think of. Tammy would have been horrified to know what you had done, and it has broken us as a family. You are now going to pay the price, albeit never sufficient in this life. It's all that we can do. I hope that the life you live is filled with fear, and that every day you are terrified, just the way that beautiful Tylee lived in fear for hers and sweet JJ, as you continue terrifying her by saying they would be zombies. And she knew the consequences of being what you called dark. Tylee had many wonderful friends that loved her, and in a cruel irony, my granddaughter was a good friend to Tylee. This friend group can still to this day not speak of Tylee freely. They are so stuck in their grief and sadness for their friend who is savagely brutalized and murdered at her mother's hands. It's unconscionable to them, and the grief is still overwhelming. In closing, I would like to thank all of the law enforcement, the FBI, the investigators, the prosecutors, the administration. Everybody has worked so diligently on this case. I especially want to thank those who had to see those things that can't be unseen. We understand your pain also, and grateful for the many, many hours of hard work and dedication and the search for the truth. And thank you, Judge. I trust that you will do the correct penalty for this. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoban, thank you for your impact statement. Mr. Wood.
The next victim will be Kay Woodcock.
All right, Ms. Woodcock.
This is so heartbreaking, Kit.
Yeah, because I only watched this once.
I watched all of that and it was terrible.
When it was live, like, this is the only second time I've heard it.
Good day, Judge Boyce. I want to express my thanks and appreciation for being able to speak publicly today on the impact of the defendant's actions. Thank you. 80, 1401, 1481, 1, 72, 1536, 0, 52, 8, 72, 319, and finally 1 million. These are more than just numbers and very important numbers and will make sense as I continue. 80 days ago, on May 12, 2023, the word guilty was read for each of the charges inmate Daybell is being sentenced for today. Guilty, the word cemented what I had known for 1,401 days, was returned by the jury. The jury devoted their time, energy, and dedication to deliver justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy for every single heinous crime charged. Our family is eternally grateful for their sacrifice. Justice would not have been possible without the time, perseverance, and tireless work every member of multiple law enforcement agencies, prosecution team, court personnel, and the court. Our appreciation and thanks can never be expressed in a way that will adequately or effectively convey our gratitude. Today marks 1,481 days that have been filled with terror. One was the day my brother Charles was murdered. It took over 30 hours for the defendant to finally send a cold-hearted text to Charles's sons, informing them that their father was dead. No phone call, no explanation as to how, when, and where. Colin Zach immediately called me, hoping this was a cruel joke.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, is that this has nothing to do with this case.
It's overruled. Mr. Thomas, you can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
This was the beginning of her cruel campaign of terror, a campaign that resulted in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, 2 innocent children, and Tammy, a devoted mother, grandmother, and wife. Our intense fear for JJ's safety began the very moment we learned of Charles's death. We knew Lori didn't want JJ anymore, as we had seen her abandon him for 72 days with little to no concern of his well-being. We now understand that this was so she could carry on her illicit and torrid affair with Chad Daybell and to conspire with him to murder and profit from my brother's death. With the number of divorces in Larry's past, it took me a while to understand why my brother had to die. I now realize what a nothing Chad Daybell is, a man with no ability to support anyone, no success of his own, a user of the weak-minded, a lazy, good-for-nothing, spineless man that rode his wife's coattails of success. After learning of Charles's death, I immediately began reaching out to Lori. I began calling, leaving voicemails, and texting. Finally, after 3 long hours, I received a brief text with 0 details. She couldn't be bothered or felt too guilty to pick up a phone and call, this time his sister, and explain what happened. It set out so many alarms for Larry and I. Within minutes, we were on the phone with an Arizona detective learning the horrifying truths of my brother's murder. This all began with greed, the greed for and desire for a $1 million life insurance policy. She should have answered my calls. She should have spoken to me. I would have given her the money. She could have let JJ and Tylee live and had $1 million. She could have been free to be Chad's mistress and foot the bill with the money from spilled blood. JJ and Tylee could have been with us living happy lives. Instead, she took all that away, all because she is a money-hungry, power-mongering monster. We flew to Arizona the next morning and were finally able to meet with the detective shortly after. We learned the frightful details of my brother being ambushed by Lori and Alex. I know my brother, and what we were hearing made no sense to the kind, gentle, and generous and loving man we knew him to be. After hearing the details, our immediate concern was JJ's safety. We had no legal rights to JJ. This simply left our hands tied. We were powerless then and have felt overwhelmingly powerless since. It is the most unwanted and terrible feeling to be in that position. I pray no one ever must deal with this type of circumstance. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would say not even Lori or Chad, but their evil and malicious plans are why we are here. She has shown no grief for the lives she willingly took or the pain she caused. Today, I take the power back by standing here speaking out loud of all the pain and loss she caused. I pray that my words will assist you. My sincerest hope is that they will be seriously contemplated in imposing a sentence for her cruel and heinous crimes. During the trial, a lot of information was shared about JJ's death. Today, I want to share how he lived. That is truly the only way to understand and know who he was and the gaping hole his death has left in our hearts and in this world. Payne and Todd Trahan came into this world fighting on May 25th, 2012, 10 weeks premature and weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. He was transferred to a hospital with neonatal intensive care unit within minutes of being born, where he spent weeks fighting to grow and live. I remember seeing him for the first time. My son Todd, his biological father, and I had followed the ambulance to the hospital. He was about 2 hours old when we were finally able to see him. He was so tiny and looked so fragile. In fact, I still have one of his tiny preemie diapers. It fits in the palm of my hand. As soon as I laid my eyes on him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the tiniest version of my son Todd, who was also seeing him for the first time. Todd struck with the love for him that can't be explained. The love that hits new parents can't be put into words. I remember him later saying, "How can I love someone I've never met this much?" It is a feeling I and millions of others have experienced at the birth of a child. Lori, Todd forgives you. I wanted to make sure you know that. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he could be released to Larry and I in a few days. When we were initially asked if Kanan could come home with us, Larry and I didn't hesitate and immediately said yes, even though it had been 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with their many medical needs. The only place we wanted him to be at home with us was at home with us. The night before he was discharged, I stayed in a little room next to the NICU, talking to the nurses and learning all the little things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, when it was time to leave, the nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, and I'll get you out of here." I looked at her and kind of perplexed. "I don't need a wheelchair, I can walk." She gave me a smile and a little chuckle and then let me know it's hospital policy for discharged babies. So I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital just like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substances in his tiny little body. He was healthy and ready to come home well before he was expected, and my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and oh so very special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. His first night home, as I bathed him, he cried so hard, and I cried right along with him. My heart was so heavy with all that he had been through in just the few short weeks since his birth. After his bath and still crying, my husband Larry, who JJ called Pawpaw, asked me to hand Canaan to him. He placed our baby Canaan on his Canaan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head, rhythmically patted his back. Larry kept patting and breathing warmth onto the top of his head until he finally relaxed, stopped crying, and fell asleep. This became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so that Canaan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light. Larry jumped in feet first at 65 years old and did all the things a young and new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us a new strength. Canaan was our strength and we were his comfort. His first 6 months were spent going to countless appointments. We went to appointments with doctors, heart, kidney, and urology problems, then to appointments for speech and occupational therapy, as well as visits to other pediatricians for a host of medical problems. We were always going from one appointment to another, constantly working to help him thrive and grow. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it became inevitable for me to cry. It deeply wounded me to see him go through so much, but I also felt immense pride in seeing him grow and how much love and happiness he gave to us and everyone that met him. My sister Susan had a special bond with Canaan and spent her days watching him so that I could work. She used to take him for walks, pushing his stroller endlessly. She could get him to belly laugh with silly animal noises, especially the froggy noise. There is no sweeter sound than a baby with an ecstatic belly laugh. Memories of the time spent watching Canaan grow, discovering his hands, toes, and feet, are all Susan has left of that special bond, and the immense grief of his loss is overwhelming. At 6 months old, the time came for the surgery he needed to repair a hernia. Charles and Lori flew to be with us at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. This is a scary moment in time for us. Our tiny little man was undergoing surgery, and their support meant so much to us. After his surgery, Lori insisted I take the sofa as she slept overnight on the floor of the hospital room. Later, the decision was made to let Charles and Lori adopt Canaan. I knew she would always be 1000% involved in his care, and I knew it would be okay since I witnessed that. She would always be there to help support and care for Canaan. That is part of why this is so hard. How does a woman that would go to that length for a baby boy a few short years later brutally take his life? It is mind-blowing and I will never understand it. Charles and Lori were granted custody a short time later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved every minute of raising him. We poured all our love, energy into ensuring he grew and thrived. We knew our unconditional love, and that time was priceless. Canaan's growth and milestones were clear evidence for our love for him. We knew the adoption was the best decision for his future, to have energetic parents, siblings, and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have in Lake Charles, Louisiana. With his departure, we felt a grief that really can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We had barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's front steps to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker, and I swear I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us. He had missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always his love, comfort, and safety. JJ's adoption was final in July of 2014, and Charles and Lori moved with the kids to Hawaii, living in a house that backed up to a closed golf course. And it was perfect for JJ. It was like having the biggest backyard ever, and it was heaven for him. He would go outside and he would run and run and run and run. And I ran and ran to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. On one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana home cooking to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool. He poured ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits with Charles or Lori, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were in stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. However, when we would visit, we would have him sleep with us. JJ would ask Pawpaw to pat his back just like when he was a baby and fall asleep. He would sleep until 9 or 10, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever in JJ. Lori loved to entertain and have family visit, ours and hers. She invited family and friends to Hawaii and friends from Hawaii to Arizona. 0 is the number. That same mother murdered that same child she expressed her deep appreciation for. It is mind-boggling, and I don't think I will ever be able to understand it. Back to JJ, he was incredibly smart. He was reading at middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with JJ and on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels, Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, so you can imagine my surprise and delight. As we stood there, he would occasionally stumble on a syllable or pronunciation, but we took the time to go through the words and helped him learn. As he got a little older, his special education school in Arizona told Charles he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he be? What did Lori deprive the world of? JJ loved school, loved his family, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy. The two of them had such a special bond and love for each other. There are so many lives he touched, from family, teachers, neighbors, and church members that all feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also funny, content, healthy, compassionate, and an empathetic child. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those. But instead, with his gentle touch and speaking in soft tones, he would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see or sense they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting with his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother, the deplorable woman that chose to be his mother, the woman that 5 years earlier made a conscious decision to stand in front of a judge and swore to provide for, care, love, and protect him. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. There was never any doubt that Tylee was an absolute mama's girl when she was little. She adored Lori. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. While Charles and Lori lived in Austin, we visited frequently. On one of our visits, we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that had been made into a horse, complete with the saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arms and stopped. We have to get that for Tylee. Her brother Kobe and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her, and she needed something girly just for her, and she loved it. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one of them being "Do not enter." And as you can assume, even though JJ could read and understand the notes, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would storm into her room and she would laughingly tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just to tease and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact. It warmed our hearts seeing them together. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and JJ loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. The love they have for each other is captured in the last photo taken of them, both grinning and hugging each other. Hauntingly, this photo was taken shortly before and by the defendant hours before she murdered her own child, her sweet girl Tylee. I have a niece that is a few months younger than JJ. Her name is Maddie. She and JJ loved each other and would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. I knew then that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. 1,536. That is how many days it has been since I've seen JJ, and how many days since I was able to see that same candlelit glowing grin and from being sung happy birthday. You see, the last time I was able to hug and kiss JJ was in May of 2019 when we celebrated his 7th birthday. It is just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love of another birthday because his mother is greedy and his life was expendable to her. We never know when one of those moments are going to hit, but I can tell you that there have been too many situations in the past few years where we get slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone in his life, all because his materialistic, self-centered mother cruelly and brutally stole his life and him from the world. Lori's acts of depravity, cruelty, and betrayal have no limits. She murdered and stole JJ's daddy from him on July 11th, 2019. Next, she was trying to sell Bailey, JJ's adored and cherished service dog, his shadow and his best friend. When caught, she was confronted and forced to give Bailey back to his original trainer. I can't imagine how that impacted JJ. Bailey went everywhere with him and provided him so much security and happiness. 52. That's how many days after Charles's death she waited, continuing her trail of destruction by taking JJ away from his home, his family, his school, his sense of well-being and normalcy while moving to Rexburg. JJ and Tylee were isolated and deprived of everything and everyone they knew and loved. 8. That's how many days later until another act of treachery with the murder and desecration of Tylee. The immense sorrow I feel in thinking of JJ's last days and week cannot be measured. How did he cope with the shockwave of change, confusion, and chaos? Being autistic and just a child in general, he thrived and excelled with his routines and schedules, and nothing was routine at that point. How much grief and fear did he experience? The loss of his dad, his world was upside down. During those 2 months, I continually asked, to the point of pleading with Lori to let us visit JJ. She only agreed once and then canceled. The trip was for JJ to attend Charles's memorial services back home in Louisiana. Our FaceTime calls, something that had been the norm, were cut shorter and shorter until our last call on August 10th of 2019 that lasted for 35 seconds. This all started with her greed. Her greed for a $1 million life insurance policy and her lust for Chad. 72 days, that is how many days it took Lori to take everything from JJ. He lost his dad, his home, his best friend Bailey, his beloved big sister, and his life, all in 72 days. My sister said it best. My sister Susan said it best. She killed him slowly by taking away everything that mattered. The following 9 months were pure hell. Nothing else can describe the feeling of not knowing where the children were. We were continually learning more about the evil that the defendant was involved with, and our fears continued to mount daily. 319. That's how many days from the last time we were able to FaceTime with JJ until the moment we learned the children had been found in Chad Daybell's backyard, buried like animals. When the call came, a sound escaped me that only can be described as guttural. Our worst fears were confirmed and we were destroyed. The grief my family and I have endured is immeasurable. Lori cruelly took my big brother Charles, my adorable grandson JJ, and my beautiful niece Tylee, and sweet Tammy, whose family I've come to know and love. Lori is undeniably a monster that has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental
I'm sorry,
illness.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to object. I think the court ruled on this particular portion of her statement. I'm gonna ask that the court enforce that.
Give me a moment. Let me review the
Very good, Your
section
Honor.
of the written PSI in the court's previous order. The objection's overruled. This is not the section the court struck from the statement, so you can continue. Ms. Woodcock.
We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention. During the trial, a jail call was played between Lori and her son Colby as she continued her manipulation. Today, it feels especially poignant. Quoting Lori, "They have made all these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think they know who's responsible. They think they know everything, but you don't know because you weren't there. And one day you will know. One day you will know what actually happened." Those are her words. It is the one truth that Lori has told since the beginning of her campaign of terror. We do know what actually happened and who is responsible. Lori. Today is the day that she will finally be punished for her manipulation, cruelty, and criminal acts. She has shown no remorse for the murders, the lying, the deceit, or the pain. During the trial, we heard Lori deflect and minimize her sister's grief. We heard her exclaim that she was trying to go on with life, that she needed to be happy, all while she was dancing on the beach and her children were buried in Chad's backyard. Only someone with no remorse tries to justify the cold-blooded murder of her children with her needs. We wholeheartedly believe she was not only complicit, but was an active participant in both JJ and Tylee's murders, making her crimes even more reprehensible. Your Honor, my family and I pray for nothing. Okay. We trust your wisdom in determining the sentence for the fraud. Sorry about that too. Strike that. Okay. We believe there should never be a reason for her to be released from prison. She deprived JJ, Tylee, and Tammy of that right and should never be given what she so.
Here we go. They're back. Hold on. Oh,
All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you could please have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All rise. The jury is present and accountable for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Lieutenant Powell was previously placed under oath. I'll note the parties are all present after the lunch recess, as well as the jurors are all present and properly seated, and the defendant and counsel. Mr. Wixom, I believe you were still in direct examination.
I was, Your Honor.
You can continue with your direct.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we left off at your surveillance at Cafe Rio.
Yes.
I want to take you back now to the Gilbert phone call about Tammy Daybell's death.
Yes.
With respect to whatever was discussed there, did that cause you to feel like you needed to investigate Tammy's death?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the ties with Lori and Alex Cox and the attempted shooting, and then reviewing the report,
Which report?
the one the deputy wrote from first on scene.
What about that report caused you to feel like you should reinvestigate?
Chad said that Tammy didn't,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object. There hasn't been proper foundation. I don't know what report he's talking about. Who did it? What did it? When?
I'll sustain that in terms of general reference to a report.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to be clear for counsel, this is the stipulated exhibit 70 that was stipulated to. It's the report.
Exhibit what, counsel?
70. Well, it's the stipulation number 70. That report.
Mr. Wixom, if we're, has that been admitted formally in the trial yet?
I intend to, but I haven't yet. I can stop now and do so.
I guess that'll make the most sense since we've referenced the exhibit. I want to make sure it comes in before it's referred to.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thank you. May I have just a second, please?
You may.
And Judge, that would have saved an objection if I had
I
known.
understand.
You know, at this time, I'd like to hand up to the court after defense counsel reviews it, a copy of the report from Deputy Allison Greenhall.
And it's reference 70. Is that the actual exhibit number for?
Judge, that's the itemized number on the stipulation, as I recall. The state's proposed exhibit number is 418.
418.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please mark the exhibit then as 418 that you propose to offer?
Certainly, Your Honor.
This is Officer Powell's report, not Officer Greenhall's report. That's what he meant to give me. So, you. Thank you.
All right. The state or State's proposed exhibit 418. It apparently is referenced in the stipulated exhibit list, but is there any objection to the introduction of state's exhibit 418?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 418 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask to have that handed to the witness, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, you were telling the jury what were some of the reasons that caused you to have concern to reopen the Tammy Daybell death investigation?
Chad tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions.
Let me stop you there. If you're going to refer to the exhibit to refresh a recollection, I'm going to ask the court permission to allow you to do so, but you probably shouldn't read from that.
Oh.
Is that, Your Honor, may he have permission to refresh the exhibit?
Well, it's actually an admitted exhibit, so.
Well, if he's got permission to read it, then we'll continue on.
You can ask your question, but once it's an admitted exhibit, the jury will have that.
Thank you. So go ahead then, Lieutenant Powell.
He tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara don't have any serious medical conditions, and that she don't go to the doctor often.
Anything else in there that caused you to decide to investigate further?
Last time she was at the doctor was 2 months ago for arm injury.
Okay. So upon reviewing that, considering the other information, what steps did you take to then investigate Tammy's death?
Ran a controlled substance, it's called PMP, Prescription Monitoring Program, where you can run a name and they'll tell you if they're on any controlled substance medications that are controlled.
Is that a law enforcement program?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find from that?
She was prescribed tramadol.
Okay. Anything else from that report?
Not from that report, no.
So what did you do next?
Got with the prosecutor and got a search warrant for Walmart pharmacy.
Why Walmart pharmacy?
That's where it was prescribed to, picked up.
What did you find as a result of the search warrant from Walmart pharmacy?
She was prescribed fluoxetine and tramadol.
And what did you do next?
She was prescribed fluoxetine from Seasons Medical and tramadol from Teton Medical. So I got search warrants for those two medical records.
Did you get records from both those entities?
Yes, I did.
You know, at this time, the state would offer its proposed exhibit 38 that likewise was stipulated to for admission, which for the record are the records of Teton Medical.
And Judge, for the record, my exhibit number 21 should mirror their exhibit number 38. If there is any differences, I'll move for mine as well, but my 21 was stipulated as well as their 38. So there is duplication there.
Okay, and to the extent it's the same exhibit, let's make sure it just gets admitted once, but what's now marked and offered as states 38, I'll have the defense review that and ask if there's any objection.
Hang on, one more. Thank you. Thank you.
As to propose 38, any objection from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 38 has been offered and is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish exhibit 38?
You may, the copy I've got, counsel, is essentially illegible on the second page.
Judge, if I could suggest,
Third page, I would say it's actually 3 pages.
Judge, if I could suggest my 21, you might find that to be a little more legible, but counsel, if you would like to take a look.
Let me sidebar with counsel, because there's a photocopy so light that it's illegible.
They do things a little different there, don't they, Grandma?
They taking their sweet time, I'll tell you that.
I know this. I mean, they wasted 2 days with that one detective. Oh my gosh.
It's like, just get to the point, you know?
Well, don't you think they should all have the same evidence?
They should all have legible copies of everything, I'll tell you that. That's crap.
This is weird. And then you got the marshal there, goes to 5 different people to show one document. I've never seen anything like
Yeah, what, we
Like
can't
this,
run
ever.
copies off or something so everybody can get a packet? Say, please refer to page number 2.
But that marshal has to go to each person before it even before
Right.
it gets submitted. I don't understand it.
It's retarded.
Have you
I
ever
don't know
seen-
what's wrong with people in this case.
I don't either.
I honest to God don't. It's like, did you guys get the memo that we're all gonna have a little trial here?
Yeah,
We need
right.
to have our ducks in a row. We need to have copies of everything for everyone.
I think they're kind of
Hello.
they're kind of slow.
Yes, hello, people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they did not get their cup of coffee this morning. I'm not sure. I know in my own case it is medically necessary. So,
Yeah.
that being said, we need to take care of ourselves and properly caffeinate before going to work.
Lucky.
At least Chad ain't wearing a white shirt with a blue tie.
He's got a blue shirt with a white tie.
At least he's not wearing a white with a blue tie, though.
All right, counsel, I've
Oh,
reviewed
yes,
the
yes. Sorry, I
admitted
heard you wrong.
exhibit. However, it's again not very legible in terms of how it was photocopied, but there is a better version of it that was likewise submitted by the defense. So upon suggestion in the sidebar, the court will permit a substitute exhibit. So what was previously admitted 38 will not be admitted, and we'll have that referenced by the defense exhibit, which is the same document in a more legible copy. So what is the exhibit number, Mr. Pryor, that would replace our exhibit 38?
Your Honor, Teton Medical Group records would be defense exhibit number 21.
Okay.
And Seasons Medical Records, which I think council's moving towards, it will be exhibit number 22. And my understanding, Judge, is that we've previously agreed that exhibit number 20 by stipulation is admitted as well, and I'll move for all 3 of those at this point.
Okay, the defense has moved then for those exhibits 21, 22, and 20. Mr. Wixom, any objection from the state?
No, we have no objection, Your Honor. We agree to the same exhibits, just with a more clear copy. Yes.
Okay. Then those will be admitted, and to be clear then for the record, exhibit 38 is no longer admitted as part of the record, being substituted by the more clear version. So you can proceed, Mr. Wixom. Just reference the exhibit number with those new defense numbers when you are referencing them with the witness, please.
Will be, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish exhibit number 21?
Yes.
Lieutenant Powell, what is it that you see on the screen?
The medical records from Teton Medical Group.
And can we explain to the jury, in your role as a lieutenant in terms of helping subordinates deal with unattended deaths, is it typical for you to get medical records and look at them?
Yes.
And you're by no means a doctor, correct?
No.
But you do review them to see if you can discern anything about the subject's health?
Yes.
What did you see in this Teton medical record about Tammy Daybell's health?
The past medical history was just anxiety, depression, and anemia. Other than that, everything appeared to be normal.
So when you, I'm sorry, when you sought a warrant for these particular records, how many years time span did you ask for?
2 years?
Was this the only record that was returned?
Yes.
What's the date on that record?
9/6 of 2019.
Does that indicate anything to you about Tammy's health status?
She was healthy at the time that she was at that doctor.
What about the fact that this is the only record? Does that tell you anything about her health status?
It appears she's healthy.
Your Honor, may I now have permission to publish the exhibit number 22?
Yes.
And please just refresh for the jury, who was the second provider that you sought records from under the warrant?
Seasons Medical.
And I want to call your attention to the screen again. What is that you see?
The medical records for Tammy from Seasons Medical.
And in fact, when you sought these records pursuant to a warrant, what time span did you look for?
2 years.
And were there any other records besides this?
No, there was not.
What's the date on this record?
10/6 of 2015.
What, if anything, did you discern from these records?
He was being seen for depression.
Anything else?
No.
What did that do to, how did that impact your decision how to go further to investigate in any way?
Yes.
In what way did it impact?
She appeared to be healthy, so I got with the prosecutors and got a warrant for exhumation.
Can you explain what the exhumation process is to the jury, please?
She was buried in Springfield, Utah, so had to get with the court in Utah, got a warrant to exhume her and that dig her up and take her to have an autopsy done.
And that order was issued?
Yes, it was.
And did you attend that exhumation process?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach at this time?
Yes.
Oh, really? Really?
Oh my God.
I know, right? Oh,
I'm gonna put on a pot of coffee. Can't you want me to send you one over there?
yeah. Yeah. Look at Chad there. Looking all important in his blue shirt. Sporting a new shirt.
Oh my God.
I cannot wait until his kids go on the stand. I cannot wait.
His older kids are gonna go on there and defend him.
I know.
The mental illness in this case is so great.
Right?
I wonder who else is going to defend him. Is it going to be like the Apple River thing where we have people defending the perpetrator?
They're thinking that it's all Lori and Alex. Come on now. He called the funeral home about Charles. He got caught with that phone call with Melanie Gibb.
Hmm.
And I don't know why he keeps buffering.
Because that's probably, it was probably that
Street.
that connection with that channel again.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over Zoom too, though. You know, some of
Yeah.
that can happen with Zoom.
At least we're going to hear more about Tammy though now. I don't know much about anything with her. I do, but not all these details.
Well, yeah, like the Prozac stuff.
Yeah, I have no idea about that.
No, I didn't know she had depression like that.
That's sad, ain't it? There was nothing wrong with her physically. I think that's what they're getting at because Chad,
Right.
she was
Yeah,
sick.
I think so.
Yep. Who knows? I'm not an attorney. You know how they say backseat driver? I'm a backseat attorney.
That's right.
That's right.
Well, if we're left here all by ourselves like this, what do they expect?
Right?
They give us too much spare time.
Way too much.
Thank
I
you,
think
Judge.
it's funny how they
Your Honor,
got
at this time, the
on
state
their
would
right.
offer up to the court what we believe is a stipulated state's exhibit 37A through 37H. We've got 2 copies for the court.
God, are you kidding me? What is going on now?
They are.
And Judge, these were by stipulation of the parties as well as other photos that will be published at a later time by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll take a quick review of them.
Why isn't this done ahead of time?
That's what I'm talking about. It should have been done before
Yeah.
this time. It's like all the
Judge,
exhibits
for
should
the
have got
record,
forwarded and
my
labeled
exhibits in that
already.
regard will be item number 23, 23A, 23B,
Okay.
23A through D. You'll be my corresponding, and if there's any that aren't presented.
Okay, once you get there, Mr.
Oh.
Pryor, I'll have you offer them individually, so we keep track of the exhibits. Exhibits 37A through H have been offered, and I understand either by stipulation or no objection, the defense has no objection to these being omitted. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, exhibits 37A through H, all individually are each admitted. And Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish various parts of this exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we had left off with you explaining why you were going to do the exhumation. Could you please explain to the jury what's that process as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Go and observe and make sure that nothing was tampered with.
And what kinds of things do you look for tampering?
Any marks on the casket, and the, cement vault and things like that.
And why do you look for tampering?
To make sure I can say that nothing was tampered with and to obscure the autopsy.
So is it safe to say that you were at the graveside when her body was literally pulled from the ground, or her casket was pulled from the ground?
Yes,
And you observed all that?
yes,
Now, did you personally take photos of that process,
no,
but you were present the whole time?
yes,
And you've seen the photos that were taken?
yes,
And they've been admitted, but the photos, you'll be able to say if they were accurate depictions of what was happening?
yes.
Now, if I may now publish.
Yes.
Lieutenant, can you please just explain to the jury, what are we looking at?
The backhoe getting ready to start digging the grave out.
And this is Ms. Daybell's grave.
Yes,
And where is this again?
Springfield, Utah.
Now I call your attention to what's been marked as 37B. What's that?
The backhoe digging the grave.
37C.
Them lifting the cement vault out of the grave.
37D.
The cement vault.
37E.
The lid taking off the cement vault and the casket.
37F.
The inside of the cement vault.
And I'll stop there. In the course of your observation of this part of the exhumation, did you see any tampering?
No,
What did you look at?
the edges and then you see all the roses and stuff still on top of the casket.
Did you examine the casket as well?
Yes,
Did you see any indication of tampering there?
no.
And then once the coffin was removed from the vault, what happened with the coffin?
It was loaded and taken to the medical examiner's office in Utah.
And this 37, sorry, G, is that a picture of the loading of the coffin?
Yes,
Now, you said that coffin was taken to an ME, to a medical examiner.
yes.
Did you ride in the hearse at that time?
No, I followed it.
Did the hearse and the coffin stay within your line of sight all the way to the MEs?
Yes,
And in fact, did you go inside when they put the casket in?
yes,
Did you observe the autopsy?
yes,
And so therefore, did you also observe the removal of Tammy's body from the casket?
yes.
Holy shit.
And what do we see here, Lieutenant?
Tammy Daybell's body.
Did you, at that point in time, look for potential tampering?
Yes,
Did you observe anything?
no,
And was Tammy's clothing eventually removed from her?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity to view her body before the autopsy began?
yes,
And did you see any signs of tampering at all?
no.
Lieutenant, once the exhumation was completed, did you do anything personally that furthered the investigation?
I assisted with the search warrant on January 3rd.
And what search warrant was that?
202 North 1900 East at the Daybell residence.
And, excuse me, what was the purpose of that warrant?
They was looking for electronics, and other things in regards to Tammy's.
And your role in that search?
I was there helping search, and when something was found, the FBI ERT team would come photograph it and process it.
And then how were you involved at that point?
After we was all done and the FBI had processed everything, they turned it over to myself and Detective Mattingly. We loaded them in our vehicles and transported it to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Was that the end of your involvement?
Yes,
At some point, was this further investigation of Tammy's death turned over to someone else in the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
yes, the detectives.
And why was that?
Just I had other things they wanted me to be doing and wanted it turned over to detectives.
And to be clear, as a lieutenant, how many subordinates do you supervise?
Approximately 24. Oh, no, it'd be probably about 27.
And would that include patrol officers as well as detectives?
Yes,
Is that part of the reason why you as a lieutenant would then just assign the case to a detective?
yes.
From that point forward, did you have any other involvement in Tammy's death investigation?
No.
You know, I may have just a moment, please.
Yes.
You know, at this time, I don't have any further questions for direct. I did want to inquire if the two exhibits that I had been turned back into the court. I see the marshal shaking his head, yes.
Yes, we do have those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can cross.
Thank you.
Once you're set up, Mr. Pryor, in order to maybe make things a little more efficient with your proposed exhibits, I'd like a brief sidebar with council before you start cross, just to discuss exhibits you've mentioned.
Okay, Judge.
You have got to be kidding me. You just went through all those pictures, okay? And they're having another sidebar. What could it be? They already admitted them. I don't understand.
They're
So
making plans to go have beers after.
Jesus, this is crazy. What are you guys doing in that room back there? What is going on back there in that room?
Setting up tequila shots.
Something's going on. Or do they got a portal in there or what?
Well, that's only in Chad's special room.
Do you know that Lori would go in her closet because Chad told her that's where a portal was? Oh my God, can you believe that shit?
You gotta do something about the portal.
I am in time. Yes, I am.
Oh my God.
Yes, girl. Slay
There's just
girl.
so much, there's so much fodder, you know, for your craft.
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Listen to me, it's gonna be good.
I know, right?
Do you doubt me?
I do not. I do not. I'm front row center. You know me.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I'm right there.
I could do her live on a live and pretend I'm Lori. I could.
God.
And there's times that I laugh and that's when I have to cut it off. But I could do it without laughing. I get in the zone.
It's the best part at the end when you laugh, though. Everybody loves that.
Really?
Yes, they really do. Because you can't help it. And I don't know how you can stand it for that long, honest to God. I couldn't do it.
It's a spirit in me.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
It's a spirit. Okay.
It is.
It's connected me to her.
It would be funny if you were doing Lori and Lori called Lori. You know what I mean? The real Lori.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
If Lori called you and said, listen, bitch, you don't know anything. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know, right?
Oh, yes, I do. Let me tell you this and the other thing.
Don't tell me. Yeah. I changed my glasses. You don't know the color I'm wearing now. Oh,
That would be
really?
this is excruciatingly long period of of time that showcases their lack of
It's the most
preparedness.
ridiculous thing in my whole life. And they had almost 5 years to prepare for this.
That's what I mean. That shows their lack of preparedness. Like they knew this was coming. What the hell have you been doing all this time?
Right?
Didn't you line up all the pieces of evidence and give everybody copies and shit? Okay, here we go.
Okay.
All right, counsel, thanks for the sidebar on that. Also, just pointed out to the court, before the state concluded direct, we did have admitted, not actually, given to the court Exhibit 20, which I think is a death certificate, and we need to get that to the bailiff for entry into the court record.
You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be freaking kidding
They
me.
don't have
Thanks,
the
counsel,
damn
and you
death
can
record in evidence
commence
yet.
with your cross-examination then, Mr. Pryor.
Come on.
So you've, officer, you've spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pryor, but can you speak into the microphone, please?
And I've been warned about this, Judge.
Okay.
Sorry.
What have you been doing for all those years, for God's sake?
You spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And the last 4.5 years has been as a detective, is that correct?
I'm a lieutenant now.
I'm sorry, lieutenant. 4.5 years as a lieutenant.
No, about 7 years lieutenant. I was 4.5 years detective.
Okay, that's what I thought I said. And then 7 years as a lieutenant.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get on the street and do patrol or anything like that, is that right?
I do cover shifts, yes.
Okay. And are you equipped with a camera in your automobile?
No.
Are you equipped with a body cam?
No.
That's not standard issue for you folks?
Not for me. I do not have one, no.
Are there occasions when you feel that you need to have a body cam or a recorder?
You would think this day and age.
Yeah, there's possibly some, yeah.
Okay, and would one of those be when you're interviewing witnesses or taking statements from people?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to make sure that you get the statement accurately. Would you agree with me?
Yeah.
But there's also an aspect of that when you have a recorder or a body cam, there's no likelihood that what someone says to you could be misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
Will you repeat that one more time?
Well, if you have a body cam or a recorder and you're interviewing someone about an important topic, well, like this case, when you interview witnesses, you want to get the facts right from what they said, correct?
Yes.
And it's important that you get the facts right when they tell you things, right?
Yes.
And it's also important that it's a tool that you use to ensure that everybody's playing on the same page. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's generally a very good idea to use a recorder or a body cam when you're dealing with subjects or people that where there's serious consequences, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this is a serious case, right?
Yes.
You've never been involved in as much of a serious case as you've been in this case, correct?
No.
Most serious case you've been involved in 22 years, right?
Yes.
So I would assume you took precautions that when you interviewed witnesses, you took the necessary step to make sure that you had a recorder with you. Is that right?
Yeah. Try to, yes.
Okay, try to. Okay. Now you received a call from the Gilbert Police Department, right? About this case with Tammy Daybell, correct?
Yes.
And I read your report, and I think you accurately reflected what they were talking to you about. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell was not implicated in that, correct?
No.
Right. But he was someone of interest because he had been hanging around Lori Vallow,
He was a known associate.
known associate, but there was no implication that he had any involvement in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, right?
No,
That was Alex Cox and that was Lori Vallow. And when did that shooting take place?
I don't recall a date.
What year?
Would have been 2019.
Okay. Okay. You don't recall the month, right?
I received the call in October.
Okay. So at this point, your investigation was centered around the fact that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew Chad Daybell somehow, right?
Yes,
And as part of your surveillance, you were able to establish that in November, right?
November 1st.
Okay, of 2019. At that point, you were able to establish that there was some sort of a relationship between Lori and Chad, right?
Yes,
And that was after Tammy's death, right?
yes.
So really, if two people who are not married are going to a Hobby Lobby to pick up whatever they're picking up, that's not really suspicious, is it?
It depends, I guess.
Oh.
It ain't suspicious, no.
Well, you said depends. I want to know what's suspicious about two people who are single going to a Hobby Lobby. Why don't you tell me what that is?
Well, it ain't suspicious, no.
Okay. And then going out to eat at a restaurant. There's nothing suspicious about two people who are single going to a restaurant to have something to eat. Is that right?
Right.
And there's nothing suspicious about Lori Vallow going over to Chad's house and being there for a short period of time. There's nothing suspicious about that, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I'm having some difficulty here. And the difficulty I'm having is that you get a call from the Gilbert police suggesting that Chad Daybell knows Alex and Lori, right?
Yes,
And based on the fact that they know them, you get an order from a judge to dig up Tammy Daybell. Right?
with the medical records and everything, yes.
Okay. With the medical records and what's the everything?
Chad saying that she had no medical issues.
Okay. All right. Judge, could I have Judge, could I have exhibit number 21, please?
Yes.
And please bear with me, Judge. I'm sorry, it might take me 2 seconds to get this brought up.
That's fine. And before it comes up or is published, make sure, number one, we know what it is. And number two, it's submitted.
Okay. And officer, it's previously been admitted, Teton medical records, that's the medical records you subpoenaed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And 21 is already admitted, so.
It is, Judge, and I'm going to go through 20, 21, and 22. That's
All right. Thanks for clarifying. Those are all admitted, so you can publish without permission, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like.
so I'm at the top of Teton medical record. And what I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the letter where it says past medical history, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the first thing at the very top is anemia. Right?
Yes.
Did you research what anemia is?
No, I did not.
Did you research what the medical conditions and what people experience as a result of being diagnosed with anemia?
No, I did not.
Did you research and look into the fact that anemia can have life-threatening consequences?
Sorry, Judge, the council is testifying.
Well, it's It's cross-examination, and I don't know what that objection is, Mr. Richmond. What's the basis?
Judge, he's describing how serious anemia is, and this witness has never spoken to that issue. So counsel is trying to testify as to how serious anemia is. It's a medical condition. This witness was freely admitting that he's.
I don't want a speaking objection. I'll sustain the objection on assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay. And let's move down the list. The next one is anxiety, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then the one down below that is depression, right?
yes,
And Tammy Daybell was taking medication. She was taking Prozac, which is fluoxetine. Is that right?
fluoxetine, yes,
Fluoxetine. Correct. And she was also taking tramadol, right?
she was prescribed tramadol, yes.
Right. And what's the tramadol for?
Pain,
Okay. So she was in some discomfort of some kind.
yes,
Okay. And then we go down below where it says family history. And would you read the 4 lines under what Tammy's family suffers as a result of family history, please?
Mother suffers from cancer, suffers with cancer and thyroid issues. Father suffers with depression and heart disease.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, that's all I have for 21. Judge, could I be handed exhibit number 20?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, again, this has been previously admitted by stipulation of the parties.
It is admitted, yes.
Now, did you take the time to look at Tammy Daybell's death certificate?
No, I did not.
You didn't consider that.
No,
So you looked at some medical records and said she has anemia and she's on Prozac. And you looked at Officer Greenall's report, right?
yes,
But you didn't look at any death certificate.
no,
Did you read Brenda Dye's report?
no, I did not.
Did you read Officer Greenall's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you took consideration of why you dug up Tammy Daybell, and by the way, just before we get there, Tammy Daybell's children were never notified that you were digging their mother out of the ground, were you?
No, there was not.
Yeah. So her own children were not advised that.
Overruled.
So her own family were never advised that you're digging their mother out of the ground without letting them know in any shape, form, or opportunity to respond. Is that right?
Yes,
I'd like you to look at the certificate of death, and and I'm going to point down to where it says the cause of death. You see my arrow down there?
yes,
Okay. And the cause of death, they list 2 things on the cause of death for Tammy Daybell's death. And would you read those out loud, what those 2 are?
cardiac event and pulmonary edema.
Okay. Heart issues, right?
Yes,
And you saw that in the medical history of Tammy Daybell, her father had a history of heart disease, right?
yes,
So you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig Tammy up out of the ground, right?
no, I'd never seen this before.
You never looked at it.
No,
You never talked to anybody about what the death certificate said before you decided to have her dug up, right?
correct.
And you went in front of a judge and you put on testimony to justify digging her up out of the ground, and you didn't even as once look at the certificate of death, did you?
No.
Judge, counsel previously discussed Officer Greenall's report, and for the life of me, I don't see the exhibit number on that, but it was admitted.
What is it?
I believe it was 418.
41A.
418.
Still sitting right here, Your Honor.
Oh, 418 is still up on the,
And Judge, could I have the bailiff take back exhibit number 20
yes.
and exchange it with me with the
And yeah, 418 was still up there. So
thank you. Oops, let's do this. Size, okay. Okay, so can you see that report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the second.
Mr. Pryor, I need to have you talking to the microphone.
The second paragraph talks about how Tammy was found by her husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to read, starting with the second paragraph to the end where it talks to 911. If you would read that loud so that everybody can hear that, please.
He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed.
No, I'm talking about where the words start with the deceased. I'm sorry, up here where it says the deceased. That's where I'd like you to start.
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
The whole paragraph, if you would, please.
Okay. This deceased Tamara M. Daybell was found by her husband, Chad G. Daybell. Chad told me Tamara had been sick and had a severe coughing fit at approximately 0000 hours. During this fit, she vomited, then she returned to bed and she said she was fine. At approximately 5:40 hours, Chad felt the blanket slide off the bed and woke up to see Tamara had partially fallen off the bed. Chad told her to get up, and when she didn't answer, he turned on the lights and found that she was deceased. She had partially fallen off the bed, her head was touching the floor, and her feet were still on the bed. Chad said she was cold and stiff. He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed. Chad then called 911.
Okay. So when you talk about a lack of medical conditions, did you read this report before you went to judge and get an order digging Tamara Daybell up out of the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so did you happen to notify the judge that Tamara was having fits the night before, she was vomiting and was sick and was generally not doing well? Did you mention that to the judge?
No.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the second paragraph now. And if you would read the second paragraph, starting with Chad said Tamara.
Chad said Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions. She was taking fluoxetine for depression, but did not have any other prescriptions. Chad said the last time she was at the doctor was approximately 2 months ago when she had fallen in the driveway and injured her arm. The doctor had given her steroid shots and she was not having further issues. Chad said she had been feeling sick with something like a cold lately and that she would have gone to the doctor today. Chad said she has low blood pressure and faints occasionally. Chad said that she has been going through menopause and also has been having aches and back pain for approximately 2 weeks, and that she was going to visit the chiropractor soon. Chad said she didn't go to the doctor often because she didn't like doctors.
And you were aware of that based on the research of her medical records, that Tammy Daybell didn't like to go to the doctor, did she?
Yeah,
Right. And you were aware that Tammy Daybell would use herbal medicine and oils and other medications in lieu of going to the doctor to try to cure herself in other ways, untraditional ways, right?
that's what the report said, yes.
Right. So instead of going to the doctor for fainting spells and for these other things that were going on, she would take supplements and do things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll go back down. And the next one talks about Chad showing all of the over-the-counter medications she takes. He said she's taken approximately 10 bottles on the tablet every morning that she takes to help her. Okay? And then read the last line where it says most. In that paragraph I just read, where the last sentence says most of what was.
Most of what was in the cupboard.
Mr. Pryor, you turn that sideways so you
I'm
can't read.
sorry. That makes it tough, doesn't it? I was
Okay.
trying to pull one on you, apparently. Go ahead.
Most of what was in the cupboard was essential oils and natural remedies and some pain medications.
Okay. So it looks like the list below talks about the Prozac, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, whatever vitality extracts are, but at the very bottom, it says supplement, right?
Yes,
And what is that supplement for?
a supplement for bruising and sore muscles.
So for treating bruising and sore muscles, did you have any history that Tammy Daybell had a history of easily bruising?
I didn't see any, no.
Did you see anything that suggested that Tammy Daybell had bruises on her body at the time she passed away?
Yes, there was some.
Yeah, and you're aware that those bruises were old bruises, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And if Brenda Dye put in her report that they were old bruises, you would have no reason to dispute that, right?
Yeah, I have no reason. to
Okay.
dispute.
But Tammy Daybell clearly was taking medication for bruising, right?
That's what the report said.
That's what the report says, right? And we're going to try to do this, see how skilled I really am.
Okay.
But at the very bottom, it starts with the last sentence. I was later advised by the coroner, if you could read that for me.
I was later advised by the coroner that Tamara's son told her he also takes fluoxetine from the same bottle as his mother. I was also advised that Chad told the coroner that sometimes Tamara had minor shaking fits consistent with seizure activity. Tamara's daughter Emma also advised the coroner that she takes clogging classes with her mother, and her mother has seemed to slow down in her movements in the last couple months. Tamara had also been saying she felt out of her body recently.
Okay. So again, Mr. Daybell is talking to the coroner or Officer Greenall, and it talks about the fact that Tammy's having seizures and that she's having fits shaking, and that her daughter is saying that she's slowed down and she's not able to keep up and that she's been feeling out of sorts, right?
Yes.
And based on that, you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig up Tammy Daybell, did you?
No.
Okay. The next sentence, with I advised.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation, and she agreed that the death was a natural one.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation and agreed agreed the death was a natural one. That's Officer Greenow, right?
Yes,
So that according to Officer Greenow in discussing this with the coroner and with all of this information, came to the conclusion that Tammy Daybell's death was a natural one. Right?
yes,
And you didn't report that to the judge when you decided, and it's not this judge, you didn't report that to the judge when you decided to get a warrant to dig Tammy Daybell up. You didn't mention that to the judge, did you?
no,
Okay. The last sentence in that paragraph, would you read that one for me?
the coroner determined an autopsy was not necessary unless the family wanted one, which they did not.
Okay. And then the very last sentence before Officer Greenow, where it says it was,
It was determined by the coroner that the death was due to probable heart attack due to pulmonary edema.
okay. And this is a determination that was made by a coroner at the time of the what you called the unattended call of Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes,
And in talking with the folks down in Gilbert, they told you that Chad knew Lori Vallow, right?
yes,
They had no other information about the death of Tammy Daybell, did they?
no,
You had the information, and you're the one who took that information and went in front of a judge and got an order to dig Tammy Daybell up.
yes,
And you did it without telling the children that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Is that right?
yes,
And you didn't take into consideration the seizures, did you?
no,
You didn't take into consideration the shaking, did you?
no,
You didn't take into consideration the anemia, did you?
no,
You didn't take in any of the medical information other than you told the judge, there's no medical history here. That's what you told the judge, isn't it?
off the medical record, yes,
Off the medical records, right?
yes,
You didn't look at anything else, right?
no,
You didn't look at the certificate of death that says pulmonary edema, heart issues, did you?
I did not see that, no,
You didn't see it or you didn't look?
I didn't look.
Simmer down
Judge,
there, Johnny.
This officer's under subpoena to be called back. I intend to call him back.
All right, well, I'm going to allow some redirect.
Jeez. Johnny, go drink some whiskey.
Lieutenant Powell, excuse me. At the time that you sought the exhumation order,
I don't have anything.
were you aware that Chad and that Lori's children were missing?
No, when I believe, yes,
Were you aware that Chad and Lori had a quick marriage after Tammy's death?
Judge objects. It goes beyond the cross.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
will you repeat the question, please?
At the time that you did seek the exhumation order, had you become aware that Chad and Lori had had a quick marriage right after Tammy's death?
Yes,
And in fact, as to the dates, what was the date again that Tammy died?
I was notified, October 19th, 2019.
And in fact, what was the date that you surveilled Chad and Tammy holding hands at Hobby Lobby?
November 1st,
At 12 days?
approximately, yeah.
Mr. Pryor asked you several questions about Ally Greenhall's report.
Yes,
Do you recall who provided the bulk of the information in that report?
Chad Daybell.
And did you ever find out prior to requesting an exhumation whether Chad Daybell wanted an autopsy?
The reporter said he did not.
Did that factor into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
Yes.
How?
Just with all the circumstances and medical records and everything.
Prior to seeking the exhumation order, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And who is that?
Judge, this is going beyond cross.
I do agree with that at this point.
May I argue it, Judge?
Go ahead.
Judge, with the extensive cross-examination about challenging this officer's request for exhumation, I think it's not outside the cross. It's maybe another data point, but it's well within what the cross-examination
Well,
was.
I don't know if it is or not. The way it's asked, it just seems to be going into a new area. So if it's tied in somehow to the cross, then I may allow it. But for now, it's objection sustained.
Okay. Lieutenant Powell, were there other reasons that I've not asked you yet that went into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
All the deaths surrounding Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
What were all those deaths?
Her,
Which again, we're going into an area that was not opened up.
No, I believe
I'm
this
gonna
is,
object, Judge.
that's opened up. So I'll overrule the objection.
Could you please explain to the jury all the deaths, what you meant by that?
Lori Vallow's last husband had been shot by Alex Cox.
Did you understand approximately what date that had occurred?
I don't recall the date.
Was that part of the information that was relayed through Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So how did the fact that Lori's husband had been killed factor in to your suspicions about Tammy's death?
And well, you had the attempting shooting, the murder.
And I'm just asking you from a common sense perspective as a law enforcement officer, how was that information impacting you to decide to get an exhumation order?
Judge, calls for speculation.
I'm asking,
Give me a second. Overruled.
you may answer the question.
Will you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just asking from a common sense perspective for you to please explain to the jury why all of that information bolstered your thinking that you needed to seek an exhumation order.
Because of all the deaths around Lori, or Alex and Chad.
So is it safe to say that when you do any investigation, do you just follow the facts and where they lead you?
Yes.
And so despite what was in Ali Greenhall's report, did all these other facts lead you to seek the exhumation order?
Yes.
And to be clear, you were asked several questions about the death certificate
Yes.
and who issues a death certificate typically.
The coroner.
I'm just asking if you are aware of whether or not the coroner at the time of Tammy's death had all this other information about Lori and Alex and Charles Vallow.
No, she did not.
Objection, Judge. There's been no basis to establish where that knowledge comes from. Moving to strike.
Yeah, the objection did come in late, but I will sustain the objection for lack of foundation and I will strike the answer. So I'm instructing the jurors to please disregard that last answer.
In terms of your surveillance of Chad and Tammy, how long that day, let me withdraw that. Please tell the jury again, what day did you initiate your surveillance of Chad and Tammy?
November 1st, 2019.
Thinking back now, how many hours did they spend together that day?
Objection, relevance.
Again, it goes to the relation.
Thanks, Mr. Wixom. Objections overruled.
I'd say approximately 4 to 6 hours.
And were they riding in a car together?
Yes, when we surveilled them to Idaho Falls, there was.
Did you happen to notice if there were any children with them at the time?
No, there was not.
You never saw any children with them at all?
Never seen any children.
No, I have no further questions.
Judge, could I recross in the event that he brought up some things about Mr. Vallow that I would like to be able to touch on a little bit?
Very limited in scope.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pryor, I'll allow on that.
Officer, you made an interesting comment about Chad Daybell and Alex Cox. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes,
Okay, not involved, right?
not to my knowledge, no.
And in the shooting and attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, same thing. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow are implicated in that crime, right?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell is not implicated in that crime. Is that right?
not to my knowledge, no.
So this other knowledge that Mr. Wixom spoke to you about, this knowledge that somehow Chad, he must have known these people. So because he knew those people and he's not implicated in those other murder and attempted murder by Alex Cox, Chad's not implicated. How does that give you a right to dig up Tammy Daybell?
With all the association and all the deaths around it.
Oh, so because she went to Hobby Lobby with him, because she went to a restaurant, and because you surveilled them, and obviously they were having a relationship, right?
Yes,
And that's the other information you used to dig her out of the ground, right?
yes.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, that'll conclude the recross then, and not having any more redirects, so. Is it correct from the state then that this witness is likely to be recalled?
Judge, given today, we may well reserve the right to recall this witness. And I believe he's under subpoena by the defense as well.
He's under subpoena by the defense, Judge.
Okay, Lieutenant Powell, then I'll admonish you that there is an exclusionary order, meaning you're not permitted to observe any trial testimony going forward while this trial is being live streamed. I'll admonish you, you're not permitted to listen to any other testimony between now and the time you may recall, and I'll ask you about that when you return to the stand. All right, thank you for your testimony.
Oh, boy. No way.
All right, counsel. We are going to go till 3:30 today. Does the state wish to start in with another witness and take an afternoon break shortly, or would you like to do that now?
Your Honor, I think looking at the time and the fact that we're moving into a new witness, the state would suggest we take the break now instead of just starting testimony and then having to take a break.
Okay,
What?
I agree. We'll go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. Shoot for about 30 minutes and be
What?
back on the record after that. Thank you.
Ugh, I don't understand, Idaho. What's going on? It's like that judge in Atlanta, Young Thug's trial. Taking a comfort break, having a sidebar. Judge in Atlanta.
Mid-afternoon break. So So in other words, they need to go get a snack and go potty and blah, blah, and come back and then do the next witness. And then they're going to probably call it for the day after that.
It's 3:30 every day at the trial, the judge said.
In Idaho, which is 2 hours. So they got,
And I
a
think
quick-
every Friday or Thursday they're off.
so they got another hour before they're done.
Yeah.
Minus their break time, of course.
Oh, what a waste of time.
Pretty much.
What a waste of time.
Well, I guess because they want to end on testimony of someone and then pick that up tomorrow, you know, instead of going ahead and continuing and then.
No, you know what they did? They had a witness on Wednesday, okay, because they were off for 2 days, or was it Thursday? Well, anyways, they started. Okay, Wood had the person up, the witness, and then it stopped with him, and then he did not get talked to until today, this morning.
Oh, so they didn't get to cross-examine the person.
No.
Oh, weird.
You see how weird they are there?
Yeah, that's weird. Normally they call it for the day, and then the next time they get together is when they do all that, the whole thing, the examination and the cross.
Yep.
To keep
Weird.
it together. Oh, they're weird.
Oh,
They weird.
Let's listen.
For the 3 people who were murdered, who we will never forget. And finally, the number 1 for the defendant, the person that will never matter again once we walk out the door.
All right, Ms. Woodcock, thank you for the victim impact statement. Mr. Wood, are there any other statements to be offered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We've been asked to read Colby Ryan's statement into the record, so I'll do that now.
Very well.
As the older brother to Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and the son of Charles Vallow, I want to say the generations have been affected by these murders. My children will never know their uncle, their aunt or grandfather, or even their own grandmother. Tylee and JJ brought so much light into this world. With their lives being stolen, I would like to share this. I believe that nothing could or will ever be the same. Tylee will never have an opportunity to become a mother, wife, or have the career she was destined to have. She will never be able to have the life she deserved. JJ will never be able to grow and spread his light with this world the way he did. He will never have a chance to grow up. My girls will never have a chance to know them in this life. My siblings and father deserve so much more than this. I want them to be remembered for who they were and not to be just a spectacle or a headline to the world. Tylee was sweet and kind, funny and bold, and she deserves to be seen as such. JJ was the most fun, sweet, and silly kid I'd ever known, loving and so smart. He deserves to be seen as such. Charles was a loving, kind, and generous father, and he did everything he could to help and provide for everyone around him. He deserves to be seen as that. This has affected me personally more than I could ever possibly put into words. I've lost my entire family in life. I lost the opportunity to share life with the people I love the most. I've watched everything crumble and be shredded to pieces. I have lost my sister, brother, father, and my mother. I've lost cousins and family, friends, and everything in between. These murders have changed everyone's life who loved these beautiful people, but I still know that God is above holding them in his arms and will provide a life after this to reunite. I pray for healing for everyone involved, including those who took the lives of all the ones we love. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered that statement as well at this point then. Mr. Wood, are there any other victim impact statements to read into the record?
No.
Very well. At this time then, as I mentioned, I'll move forward and have the state make its sentencing recommendations. After that, then the defense may make their recommendations. So Mr. Wood, you can commence with the state's sentencing recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to start with the question. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of the life of a 16-year-old girl with her life ahead of her? What is the value of a life of a 7-year-old boy with special needs? What is the value of the life of a mother and a grandmother? No matter how we look at what we are doing here today, we are calculating and assigning a value for the lives of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow and Tammy Daybell. The defendant, now a convicted murderer, by her heinous and egregious acts, has assigned a value of 0 to each of these lives. The sentence imposed by the court today will represent the value that our community, through our court, places on the lives of these 3 victims. To the people of Idaho, this day should be more about the victims than the defendant. This court has multiple factors it must consider today, including the sentencing factors found in Idaho Code 19-2521. Justice requires the court to view all of the factors it will consider through the lives or through the lens of the value of the lives of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. We echo the sentiments made by the victims or in the victim impact statements, and we just briefly speak about these immediate victims. Tylee Ryan was born on September 24th of 2002. She was murdered between September 8th and 9th of 2019. People who knew her called her witty, charming, intelligent. She'd received her GED in order to graduate early. We know she often cared for her brother. In evidence, we had videos of her with him, and she would call him my JJ. She loved Hawaii. She loved the beach. She had friends and family who loved her very much on both her father and her mother's side. Her father was Joseph Ryan, who predeceased her in 2018. Her older brother is Colby Ryan, with whom she shared a special bond. After Joseph Ryan died, Tylee, as this court knows, was the recipient of Social Security benefits. And she actually shared a lot of those with her brother Colby, because that's the type of person she was. In serving search warrants, we accessed her Instagram account, where we learned that she was intensely loyal to her own mother. From her finances, we know she was a typical teenager. She liked to have fun. She was also independent and responsible. J.J. Vallow was born May 25th of 2012, and he was murdered between September 22nd and 23rd of 2019. As we heard earlier, he was initially born as Kanan Todd Trahan in less than ideal circumstances and was initially raised by his grandparents. He was then adopted by the defendant and her husband, Charles Vallow. He was loved by his family and friends. He loved to travel. Tammy Daybell was born May 4th, 1970, and she was murdered on October 19th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 children, and she's now a grandmother. She was a school librarian and educator. We know from her phone and from witnesses, she loved her children intensely. She was physically active, and she was kind. This court laid out the procedural history of the case. I'm just going to briefly touch on some dates that are important to the state and we think are important in terms of sentencing. The defendant met Chad Daybell in October of 2018, and within a year, her husband Charles Vallow was dead, her children were dead, and her boyfriend's wife was dead. In late August, early September of 2019, the defendant moved to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ and her co-conspirator and brother Alex Cox. Tylee was last seen on September 8th, 2019, and JJ was last seen September 22nd, 2019. Tammy Daybell was last seen on October 19th. On November 5th, barely more than 2 weeks after Tammy was murdered, this defendant married her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell. November of 2019, Rexburg police were contacted regarding a Jeep that was involved in a shooting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Later that month, J.J. Vallow was reported missing, and an investigation was furthered into Tammy's death, and law enforcement became aware that Tylee was missing. On December 12th, Tammy Daybell was exhumed. The next day, Alex Cox, one of the defendant's co-conspirators, died in Arizona. At the end of that December, the search for the children became public, and there was no response from the defendant or her co-conspirator. In January of 2020, the defendant was served with an order to produce children, and there was no response. Charges were filed for abandonment of minor children. And I want to be clear, the defendant had a right to silence. She did not have a right to disobey the order of the court to produce the bodies of her children. The Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the Idaho Attorney General's Office devoted thousands of hours of work into looking for Tylee and JJ and to investigating the death of Tammy Daybell. On June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ were found in the defendant's husband's backyard. On May 24th of 2021, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow and grand theft by deception, the murder of J.J. Vallow, the conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell and grand theft. And the defendant was convicted by a jury of her peers in Ada County on all counts on May 12th of this year. This court is required to consider the factors in Idaho Code 19-2521 subparen A in sentencing. And that particular statute reads, the goals of sentencing include the primary consideration of the protection of society, followed by the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, deterrence of the individual and the public generally, and punishment or retribution for wrongdoing, and the impact on the victim. I want to talk about protection of society. This defendant has proven by her actions that she is dangerous to society. In Idaho alone, she was involved with 3 murders in a space of 6 weeks. While she's not convicted yet, I think the court can acknowledge that she faces 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Maricopa County. 2 of the murders in Idaho were her own children. This defendant violated the most sacred trust that exists in society, that between a mother and her children. And she did it for gain. She did it for money. A defendant who is willing to murder her own children is willing to murder anyone. Society can only be protected from this defendant by a life sentence without the chance of parole. There is no indication that upon murdering for financial gain that she feels any remorse. The amount of murders in her ledger show us she will seek to obtain money through murder again if released. And again, only a sentence of life without parole will satisfy the court's mandate to protect society. Courts required to consider risk reduction through rehabilitation. And it's tempting to just say, there's no rehabilitation possible. What is rehabilitation? It's the process of restoring a person to normal and a constructive place in society. Some crimes render a criminal unable to fully be rehabilitated as a functioning member of society. Some crimes are so heinous that you simply lose your place among the rest of us. Killing your own children and your boyfriend's wife are these types of crimes. Rehabilitation requires remorse and acceptance of responsibility. And there is literally zero evidence that this defendant feels remorse or responsibility for her crimes. The court heard victims talk about her behavior at trial, and I think that was an indicator that she lacks remorse, that she lacks accountability. The only way to rehabilitate this defendant at any level is to make her face the consequences of her heinous crimes that she has committed. And that is only possible through a sentence of life in prison without any chance of release. This court is required to consider deterrence of the individual and the public. Again, deterrence requires accountability. She has none. One thing that has been so shocking about these crimes is where it happened. Fremont and Madison County, Idaho. These are fairly rural areas. These are low crime areas. And I would note that this defendant, despite being labeled oftentimes by the media as a Rexburg, Idaho mother, is not a Rexburg, Idaho mother. She's not from Rexburg. She actually spent very little time here before she was arrested. And our community was left reeling by these crimes. The sentence that the court imposes today will be a message. And the citizens of these 2 counties have a right to the message, don't come here and commit these crimes. The citizens of these counties don't live these type of lives, and we don't want people to come here and commit these crimes. And this court has a responsibility to send that message, to give a sentence that gives that deterrence. It's the state's position that only a sentence of life without parole will send the proper message of deterrence both to this defendant and the public. And in line with deterrence, if these crimes don't merit that type of sentence, the state's unaware of what kind of crimes would. Finally, the court is required to consider punishment and retribution and the impact on the victim. The obvious impact of the defendant's crimes against Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell was death. And we can't ask Tylee, J.J., and Tammy about that experience because they're gone. They don't have a voice. We can't ask them what it felt like to be murdered. We can't ask them about the impact of their last moments. We have to instead look at the evidence and glean what we can regarding the impact of the murder of Tylee, J.J., and Tammy This court sat through a trial. This court saw the same evidence that the state saw, that the defendant saw, the jury saw. This court was the custodian of that. And so this court has seen how horrific these crimes were. And I want to talk individually about the impact of these crimes on these victims. So what was the impact on Tylee? We don't even know how she died. And why is that? Because her body was mutilated, it was dismembered, and it was burnt beyond recognition. We only know for a surety that it was her because of DNA testing. Her body was utterly destroyed, and she was buried in a pet cemetery next to animals. Her skull was literally separated from her body, and it was destroyed in such a manner we couldn't even tell 100% from dental records if it was her. The defendants put her body in a green bucket that melted from the heat of her burning flesh and put it on top of her skull in a pet cemetery. The impact of this crime on this victim was horrendous. We know she had puncture wounds in her pelvis, and we know from the testimony of Dr. Christensen at trial that those puncture wounds were received at or near the time of death, and they were consistent with stabbing, but not consistent with dismemberment. Again, the impact of the murder of Tylee was horrendous, and this impact will continue. Tylee will never get to become a mother, as we heard earlier. She will never have the opportunity to go to college. She won't get to choose a career to satisfy her curiosity or make any of the other decisions that young adults get to make for themselves. She won't get to travel the world. She won't get to marry. She won't get to be there for her brother Colby or her brother JJ. She won't get to spend time with her other family members. The impact of murder never ends. So the defendant's sentence must last equally as long. I want to talk about the impact on JJ Vallow. Again, we can't speak to him, but we've seen the evidence. We know that he died from asphyxiation from duct tape in a plastic bag wrapped around his head. The evidence showed that there was a struggle. And what was the impact on that little boy's mind as he fought for his life? His last moments must have been filled with fear and betrayal. And what is the impact of being buried like a piece of trash rather than receiving a proper burial? This defendant and her co-conspirators showed a callous disregard for human life by the demeaning way they treated his and his sister's bodies. Similar to Tylee, JJ will never get to grow up. He will never be able to reach his potential. He won't spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. What was the impact on Tammy Daybell? This defendant was not charged with the actual murder of Tammy Daybell, but she was charged with the conspiracy to murder her and convicted of such charge. I would note conspiracy is not a lesser included of murder. It is an equal charge. We know that because the sentencing by statute is equal. It is equally as bad to conspire to murder as it is to murder. It's bad enough to steal someone else's spouse. But this crime rose to a whole other level of egregiousness because this defendant planned with her boyfriend the death of his wife. And when her brother and boyfriend committed that actual murder, she was vacationing on a beach in Hawaii. We don't know exactly what Tammy's last moments were like. We can't ask her. We know she had bruising on her body that appeared to be at or near the time of death. Like Tylee, like JJ, the impact on this victim continues. She won't get to spend time with her children. She can't give them advice. She can't be there for her grandchildren, her brothers, and her sister. She missed her mother's funeral. The impact doesn't end with the individual and immediate victims. It spreads. It's the proverbial rock thrown in the lake that ripples and ripples and ripples. Murder tears at the fabric of society more than any other crime. Infanticide defies the law of nature. Mothers are meant to care for their children. When we consider the impact of the victim, it's appropriate for this court to consider the impact on the living victims as well. So when we talk about punishment, it has to match the crime. Not only do we need to protect society, do what we can to rehabilitate and deter, the punishment has to match the crime. Punishment must be, because this was the ultimate crime, killing your own children, killing your boyfriend's wife, the punishment must be the ultimate allowed by the law. And at this time, that is life sentences without parole. And we aren't asking that to be harsh. We're asking that because it's the right thing to do, because it's the only punishment that matches what this defendant did. I want to just briefly address some of the material found in the PSI. There are two mental health reports, one by Dr. Watson and one by Dr. Cunningham. Excuse me. And so what's in them? They say that this defendant suffers from a delusional disorder. She has grandiose and persecutory features, which I would note is something that many serious criminals have. It says she has hyper-religiosity with bizarre beliefs. More important, though, than what's in those reports, I want to talk about what's not in them. These are bare bones reports with barely anything more than alleged diagnosis. There's no analysis of her behavior, and that's important to note because psychologically, we can tell more from what a person does than what they say. There's zero evidence provided or in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness contributed to her crimes. There's zero evidence in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness hindered her ability to know right from wrong. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelming that she did know right from wrong. She lied to the police, she lied to family members, and she lied to friends regarding the children of Tammy. Even their close friends who they shared some of these religious beliefs with, they lied to about the death of the children. And what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that Tylee and JJ didn't die because their mom thought they were possessed. If she truly believed that, she would have preached it because she preached all the time. She didn't tell anyone that because she knew why she killed them. She killed them for money. Her actions show afterwards, not a pattern of grieving. She goes on vacation to Hawaii. She gets married. In those reports, there's zero evidence provided of the defendant's mental state at the time of the crime. And again, all evidence shows that she was highly functioning at the time these crimes were committed. There's no evidence that she wasn't able to provide for her food, clothing, shelter, transportation. Again, she arranged a marriage. She arranged living in Hawaii. Again, and further in these reports, there's no prognosis other than there is one prognosis that states the defendant will make a positive adjustment to prison. Well, that's good because that's where she belongs and that's where she needs to go. Other than that, there's no treatment suggestions or discussion of possible treatment. Again, we'd ask this court to look at the defendant's behavior more than anything she says. At trial, the defense made it clear that they see Chad Daybell as the primary antagonist and that he should be blamed for these crimes and not the defendant. That was in the closing. I want to be very clear. This court is precluded today from even engaging in any analysis of that. Chad Daybell's guilt has not been determined yet, and this court cannot engage in some type of balancing analysis of guilt when he must be presumed innocent by this court until proven guilty. Upon being proven guilty, we can have that conversation, but not now. And further, even if he had been determined guilty, this defendant was charged with conspiracy. This is not a comparative fault case. On a conspiracy, if you're in for a penny, you're in for $1. And there's an important societal reason. There's an important reason that society has done that. It's bad enough when a person decides to commit a crime, especially one that includes victims. When a person teams up with another person and they agree to commit crimes, they become infinitely more dangerous. And so there is no comparative guilt. There is no comparative liability. This defendant has been found guilty by a jury, and that's all the court can consider in that regards. I would note this case is a perfect example of why we punish conspiracy the way we do, because of the damage that arose from these agreements to murder. So, Your Honor, for the sentence that the state recommends, before I state that, I ask this court to remember the victims and what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require. I note that the PSI made a recommendation, and it states, on January 3rd, 2023, the defendant's attorney filed a motion indicating they did not intend to raise a mental health defense. However, if she was convicted, they plan to submit information in support of mitigation during sentencing. It seems important to note that while she has been diagnosed with a mental illness, she had the mental capacity to fabricate a story regarding the whereabouts of her children, change Tylee's Social Security payments to her own account, plan a wedding to Mr. Daybell in Hawaii, attend a family vacation with Mr. Daybell's family, lie to them about not having minor children, and relocate to Hawaii. She did all this with the knowledge her children's bodies were buried on Mr. Daybell's property. property. Those closest to the defendant describe her as a loving and devoted mother. They indicate both children loved her very much. A mother is meant to protect her children. However, the defendant has been found guilty of the brutal murder of her children. The focus should be that 3 innocent people, Tylee, JJ, and Mrs. Daybell, were murdered. The sheer devastation of all the lives impacted by her abhorrent actions warrants punishment. Therefore, it is recommended she be sentenced to a period of incarceration under the custody of the Idaho State Board of Correction. As this court is aware, PSI riders don't give specific recommendations for what time an individual should spend in prison, but the state does have that. This court is aware that the state's position has always been that justice requires this defendant face the highest level of punishment for her crimes, which at this point is a life without parole sentence. The heinous nature of her crimes and the aftermath of those crimes show an utter and callous disregard for human life. She committed these crimes for remuneration and financial gain, and she has shown no remorse or accountability, and she sees herself as being above the law. She has shown contempt for these proceedings and the process of justice for her children and for Tammy Daybell. At this time, the ultimate punishment is fixed life sentences without the chance of parole. And so specifically, for count 1, for the conspiracy to murder Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft, the state asks and requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole. For count 2, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with a fixed life sentence for count 1. For count 3, the conspiracy to murder JJ Vallow and to commit grand theft by deception, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. Consecutive sentences are justified here by the severity of the crimes, the fact that it involves different victims, and there was an appreciable amount of time between the murders of Tylee and JJ. For count 4, the murder of JJ Vallow, the state asked for a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 3, but consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. For count 5, the conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences previously requested. And for count 7, grand theft, the state requests the full sentence of 20 years.
Trial this far.
I have not.
Very well. Thank you for answering that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
Nicole, Nicole, last name Heidemann, Heideman.
Where are you currently employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation,
How long have you been employed with them?
almost 16 years.
What is your current title and or position?
Tactical specialist.
Have you held other positions within the FBI?
I have.
And what are those other positions?
Prior to that, I was an evidence control technician.
At some point, as part of your employment, did you become involved in an investigation regarding some missing children in approximately 2019 or early 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall who those children were?
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
As part of your job duties, were you given specific assignments with regard to that investigation?
I was.
As part of your duties, were you asked to look into evidence and data collected to determine phone attributions?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what phone attribution is?
Yes, phone attribution or phone number attribution is an attempt to identify the likely primary user of a phone number.
And as you reviewed the data and different reports, did you also discuss the investigation with special agents, detectives, or other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you prepared an exhibit?
Yes,
And is that exhibit regarding phone attribution?
it is.
Is that exhibit a summary of the work that you did and the reports and phone data you reviewed?
Yes.
And would it assist in your testimony today?
It would.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 186. I will indicate defense counsel has been provided a copy. I have a copy for the court, the witness, and the witness to review.
Thank you.
I would also indicate this is actually a printout of a PowerPoint. I have the jump drive that's also been marked as State's Exhibit 186 that contains the same information.
All right. So the actual exhibit will not be the printout copies. It will be the PowerPoint exhibit on a thumb drive. Is that correct?
Correct. I printed out the slides as a courtesy and to allow the witness to review them.
Very well.
And do you mind just looking through those if you would? Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the summary we were just discussing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 186.
Any objection? Okay, Exhibit 186, which to be clear again will be the PowerPoint presentation, is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 186.
You may publish.
And we talked about you being asked to look into some phone attribution. Were there specific individuals that you were looking to attribute numbers to?
Yes.
And who were those individuals?
Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And this is the second slide of the presentation that you prepared. In looking at this, how many numbers did you attribute to Chad Daybell?
Between the timeframe of October 2018 and January 2020, there were 9 phone numbers.
And of those 9 phone numbers, did you determine certain ones were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
3.
And how about in regard to Lori Vallow, how many numbers were attributed to her during that time frame?
6 phone numbers.
And similar question, were there some that were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
Again, 3.
And with regard to Alex Cox, how many phone numbers were attributed to him?
6.
And of those were some of more interest?
Yes, 3.
And you talked about a specific time frame. Why did you look at that specific time frame?
We learned through the investigation that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met on October 26, 2018. So we went back through October 2018 through sort of the end of the investigation of January 2020.
And when you talk about the end of the investigation, was there still an active investigation into the whereabouts of the children?
Oh yeah, the whereabouts, yes.
So you'd focused on this time frame of when there may have been communications between the parties, is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And turning specifically to Chad first. In looking at that first number, is this a number that was attributed to him?
It was.
And can you read the number into the record?
208-690-9374.
And under that, there are 9 things listed. Are these things that assisted in attributing this phone number to the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Were there other things that assisted in attributing the number?
There could be, yes.
Were these the main ones that you looked at?
Yes.
And can you go through this list of the 9 things?
Yes. This list of 9 items were documents, primarily documents, but other phones or something that I reviewed that had the 208 number in close relation to another identifier, either Chad's name or an account number, address, something along those lines that were attributed to Chad. So that phone number was subscribed to Tammy Daybell since March 17th, 2018. It was listed as the contact number for Chad Daybell on a Hawaii rental agreement effective December 15th, 2019. It was saved as contact Chad and Tammy Daybell's phone. It was the SMS or text number associated with chad.daybell@gmail.com. It was listed on a Citibank application in Chad's name. It was listed on the Life Map Insurance Benefit Claim form next to Chad's name. It was saved as contact Bishop Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account. It was associated with Chad on some Allegiant flight records, and it was saved as contact Dad in Seth Daybell's phone.
And do you know who Seth Daybell is in relation to Chad?
Seth is Chad's son.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's wife?
Correct.
Could I ask the witness to please maybe just pull the mic down a little more and talk right into it?
Yes, sir.
It's not that sensitive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then looking at this next part of it here, there's a reference to a Cricket account. Can you tell me what the significance of the Cricket account is?
2 additional phone numbers of interest were identified, and when the subscriber information returned, it came back to a Boyd dial in Mesa, Arizona.
And talking about a Boyd dial, are you aware if there was any investigation done to determine whether or not there is a Boyd dial that actually exists?
Yes.
And was there an investigation conducted?
Yes.
Do you know, were you part of that?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any actual Boyd dials?
Yes, we found 2.
Do you know if either agents or detectives did some follow-up with those Boyd dials?
Yeah, I believe some FBI agents in Utah interviewed the 2 Boyd dials as part of this investigation and cleared them of any knowledge.
And when you're trying to determine if there's any other Boyd dials in existence, what are some of the things that you were looking for to see if they're a real person?
Through database searches primarily, I conducted searches for Boyd dial, PO Box 405, Mesa, Arizona, and received negative results. I then did Boyd dial in Arizona and again received negative results. And then I just did a very broad picture of Boyd dial in the US. And those were the 2 that came back, the 2 in Utah that came back as being real individuals.
And if you know, was there anything found to link either of the Boyd dials you located to these devices or these phone numbers?
No.
And I said devices, let me be clear, how many devices did you identify as being associated with the numbers we're going to talk about next?
There was 1 device for all 4 numbers. Yes.
And so this first number that we're seeing here, can you read that into the record?
480-395-5126.
And there's 2 things listed here. Are those 2 of the factors that you considered in attributing this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you read what those are, explain a little bit about them?
This account was, this phone number was activated on October 31st, 2018, which was just a few days after Chad and Lori met, and then was either expired or deactivated on January 31st, 2019. And then secondly, it was saved as Melanie 2 in the Lori for Style iCloud account, along with Chad Daybell's known phone number 208-690-9374. So the Melanie 2 contact had 2 phone numbers associated with it.
And that was in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Correct.
Do you know who that iCloud account was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And the next number on here, can you also read that one into the record?
480-812-5496.
And similarly, there are 2 things here. Are these things that you use to attribute this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those?
This phone number was activated the same day that the prior number expired, January 31st, 2019 through July 1st, 2019. And it was saved as contact Janie in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And this next number, can you read it into the record as well?
515-402-0143.
And on this one, there's 6 different things listed under it. Are those factors that you use to identify this phone as one associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you go through those for us and explain a little bit?
The 515 number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department in Lori's 480-692-9562 call detail records and saved as contact Bubby in the Lolly Time iCloud account. It was activated on July 1st, 2019, the same day that the 5496 number expired, and was active through October 8th, 2019. This number called the Valley of the Sun mortuary on July 11th, 2019, and there was a recording of Chad Daybell on that call. There's a text from Lori that read conf number 99NBQ4, which returned an Allegiant Airlines flight in Chad's name. On August 11th, 2019, Lori sent a text to this number, which August 11th is Chad's birthday, saying birthday kisses all over. And it was saved as Rebecca Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And we talked about the Lori for Style iCloud being associated with Lori Vallow. Do you know who the Lolly Time iCloud account was associated with?
Also with Lori Vallow.
And then we have one more number listed here. Can you read the number into the record?
401-569-8260.
And under this one, there are also 6 things listed. Were those 6 things what assisted in attributing this phone number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you go through those 6 things and explain a little bit?
This number was first identified as the first attributable contact of Alex's 334 phone number. It was activated the same day that the 515 number expired, which was October 8th, 2019, and ran through December 30th, 2019. On October 8th, the same day that this phone number was activated, Chad conducted a Google search for Rhode Island area code, the Rhode Island area code being 401. There was a text from 208-690-9374, also known as Chad's known number, to Lori on October 9th, 2019, saying, "I will call right now from a 401 number." The only contact that this attributable contact that this phone number had was with a number attributed to Lori, 480-489-4652, and another number attributed to Alex, 334-744-4205. And finally, it was saved as contact Bishop Miller in Lori for Style, in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And again, looking at these that are listed under the Cricket account, I think on all of them, you have that as one number is being deactivated, a new number is being activated.
Correct.
And again, these all have the same, appear to be linked to the same device.
Correct. They all shared the same IMEI number.
And then we notice here as well, we've got 3 numbers in yellow and 2 in white. Could you talk a little bit about why the different designations there?
Yes, there, as previously mentioned, there are a lot of cell phones in this investigation to sort of minimize the noise and really highlight the phone numbers that are going to be used in this case, in this trial. The numbers in yellow are you're going to hear about quite frequently. The 2 numbers in white, they were predating sort of the crime portion. They are helpful to attribute the phone numbers to Chad, but we didn't focus on them. We didn't see any content, text content in the iCloud accounts. So we can see that they were speaking to people in the cases, but the focus of the investigation was on those 3 yellow numbers.
And is that why the 3 yellow numbers all have more items listed as to how they were attributed to Chad?
Correct, yes.
And then on this next slide, we see 2 additional numbers that appear to be attributed to Chad. Could you read the first number into the record?
602-290-7288.
And similarly on this, we see 2 things listed. Are those how this number was attributed to Chad?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
So in addition to there being a lot of phone numbers, there were also a lot of aliases for individuals through this investigation. So to help understand that, not just attributing the phone number to Chad or Lori, also to attribute the concepts of these different names or aliases to Chad or Lori. So the 602 number received a text on, or I'm sorry, sent a text on December 4th, 2019 to a group chat of the Daybell children that read, "Hi, this is Dad." And this phone number was also saved as contact Raphael in Zulema's phone, which was one of Chad's aliases.
And when you talk about Zulema, do you know Zulema's last name?
Pastenis?
And so when you talk about one of Chad's known names, is that the Raphael?
Correct.
Thank you. And then there is a second number here. If you could read that into the record.
We're 80-341-9585.
And under this one, there are three things listed. Are those what assisted in attributing this number to Chad?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those three things?
Yes. Another name for another alias of Chad was James and Elena as Lori. So the James and Elena iCloud account was associated with this 480, or the number that ends in 9585 was associated with the James Loves Elena iCloud account. There's a text from this number again to the Daybell children, a group chat that's on 12/14/2019 that begins, "Hi, this is Chad." And according to Ian Pulowski, it was a number being used by Chad and Lori.
And when you say names associated with them, did you learn through your investigation that a name used by Chad was James or used to refer to him?
Yes,
And Elena was a name used to refer to Lori?
correct.
Thank you. And these numbers are also in white. Can you explain if these numbers were a focus?
They were not a focus. They were sort of after the crimes had occurred.
And as you indicated, they were also a way in determining different aliases or names used by Chad and Lori.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. The next one that we go to has Lori Noreen Vallow cell phone attribution at the top. And so as we go through this one, the first number listed here, can you read that into the record?
480-489-4652.
And under this one, there are 7 things listed. Are these 7 things part of what assisted in associating or linking this number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And can you go through those 7 things?
This number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department during a review of the Lori for Style iCloud account. There is no subscriber name from the provider. However, account IDs were Lolly Time at iCloud and Lori for Style at Hotmail. And the credit card information attached to this phone number was in Lori's valid name. And this account was effective from January 31st, 2019 through December 28th, 2019. This number appeared next to Lori's name on Allegiant flight records. It was saved as contact Lori and Lily and Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's phones. It was saved as contact Lori Vallow and Zulema's phone, along with 480-692-9562. It appeared in Delta flight records along with KKWalker75 at yahoo.com. And it was also a contact number on a Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And the next number here, if you could read that into the record.
480-692-9562.
And similarly, there are 7 things listed under this number. Could you explain a little bit about those in relation to this phone number?
Sure. Again, these appeared in various places within the investigation. We first learned of it during Chandler PD's review of Charles Vallow's cell phone, revealed this as another number for Lori. This number was actually subscribed to Lori Vallow, which was effective from February 4th, 2019 through January 5th, 2020. It was associated with the Lolly Time at iCloud, Lori for Style at iCloud, and Lolly Time Forever at gmail.com accounts. It was an Amazon shipping contact for Charles Vallow at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho. It was a number provided on an application for PO Box 415 in Sugar City, Idaho. It was saved as contact Lily and Lolo in Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's phone. And it was another number on the contact as a contact on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And looking at this, Through your portion of the investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever lived at that 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
He did not.
Did you learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever had a PO box in Sugar City, Idaho?
He did not.
And looking at the next number here, can you read the number into the record?
808-755-5452.
And similarly, on this one, there are 7 items listed. Were these 7 items what assisted in attributing this phone number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And could you go through those 7 items?
This number was provided by Lori to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed to Premier Financial Services between January 8th, 2016 through November 24th, 2019. It was associated with Lori for Style at iCloud. There was an instant message to Peter Dixon on August 8th, 2019 that read, "Hi, Peter, this is Lori Vallow." It is saved as contact Lolo Vallow and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. It is saved as contact Lily in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. And it was another contact number on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And do you know who was part of Premier Financial Services?
Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow.
And with all 3 of these numbers, we see all 3 of these in yellow. Were these all numbers that were determined to be of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
And as we've gone through these, for some of these numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in the attribution in attributing these to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
But these were the main ones that you focused in on?
That I focused on, yes.
And turning next to the numbers associated with Alex Cox. Could you read that first number into the record?
480-351-9120.
And under that, there are 6 items listed. Could you go through and let me back up. Did these 6 items assist in attributing this phone number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Could you go through those 6 and explain a little bit?
This was the contact number provided by Alex Cox to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed in Alex Cox's name with an effective date of February 27th, 2015 through, we don't know when it ended based on the search warrant. It is associated with email accounts homerjmaximus@gmail.com and homerjmaximus@yahoo.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and lollytime@icloud.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and Lori for Style at icloud.com. It was listed as a contact number for Alex Cox on Allegiant flight records, which also included homerjmaximus@yahoo.com.
And if you could read this next number into the record.
304-960-5998.
And this one has 2 items listed. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
This phone number was identified through its IMEI through the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records. There's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raymaximus@gmail.com with an effective date of September 27th, 2019 through December 28th, 2019.
And this next number?
334-744-4205.
And there are 3 items listed here. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you go through those 3 items listed there?
This phone number was associated with a Samsung Galaxy phone recovered from Alex's Rexburg apartment. Again, there's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raylamar@gmail.com with an effective dates of October 9th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And it was saved as contact Spencer's wife and Lori for Style at icloud.com.
And similarly with these 3 numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in attributing these numbers to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Are these the ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
And when we talked about Chad Daybell, we talked about more numbers. But on the first slide, we talked about there were those 3 main numbers of interest identified.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one of those, you'd indicated that it was only in contact with a number associated with Alex Cox and one associated with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was the number for Lori Vallow one of the ones that you'd identified as a main number with her?
Yes.
And was the one identified as Alex one of the numbers that you've identified as a main number associated with him as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Well, I'm pretty proud. You want to know why I'm proud? Grandma, are you there? Because there was no objection so far.
I know. Good job.
Right.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing, even though I don't like her. Not just him.
She moved right on through it, though.
Yeah, she don't play. Look at Chad. Oh, you're so busted. They had a bunch of burner phones. What are they thinking? And then he used one of the people that he wrote about in a book. Zorro, or not Zorro.
Yeah, he used all those names from his books and stuff.
So he was living in a fantasy world too.
Well, it shows an intent to deceive.
Oh yes. How can you get away with that, Chad? You thought you were going to get around it? Do you think you're better than the FBI? I thought you were a god, Chad. You should have seen this coming. So with that said,
They call me a god. 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 Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
They call him a frog.
they call him a frog.
They call him a frog.
Oh my God! Oh, that's funny. Oh my God!
Well, I call him a frog. It's frog face. Look at him. Rabbit. Rabbit.
They call him a frog.
They call him a frog.
I'm gonna reach out to Brett Savage or Bryce. I'm gonna reach out to him. Please.
We need a clip.
Yes, please. Just give me a soundbite. You call me a frog. I am.
You call me a frog.
You know how I am. I will contact him too.
I am so thrilled that you will do that.
I will.
Because it would make a really, 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 really fun little thing to pop in there.
I mean,
anybody who's been watching you should have already seen that they call me a god. So we need to expand upon that just a little.
that's right. I found that song and I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is perfect.
You call me a frog. Rabbit.
I gotta get a hold of that dude. I will too.
Yeah.
His name is Bryce Savage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's savage.
Oh, come on. Look at Marshall there. He ain't getting his steps in right now. Hey, where's Amanda?
I don't know. There's only me and one other in here, apparently, from what I see.
Well, who cares? It's okay. It's okay that nobody's here.
Maybe
We're here.
Well, it's kind of late there.
Yeah, she's in the UK.
Yeah, she's like 5 or 6 hours after me.
All right, council, we took a
Yeah.
sidebar to discuss scheduling. Do you want to
Of course
indicate
we
how the
did.
state wants to proceed going forward for today and tomorrow?
Your Honor, the state recognizes that the court did wish to end at 3:30 today. And I think given where we're at with testimony, the state has finished with this exhibit, but does have more to present through this witness. So I think it would make a logical stopping point. I did just want to confirm that Exhibit 186 was admitted, and then I do have that disc.
It was admitted. Okay, and we do have that. All right, and then for purposes of tomorrow's schedule, then we will run court again from 8:30 to 3:30. We may have a slightly longer lunch for the jurors tomorrow because I think we're going to take up a motion outside of the jurors' presence at 1 o'clock is the plan for now. We can confirm that tomorrow, but our regular court schedule will be in effect. So we'll be in recess for today and resume again at 8:30 with the testimony of this witness. So of course, I'll remind the witness, the exclusionary order is still in place, so don't review any testimony between now and when you return to the stand. Also, thanks everyone in attendance for adhering to the court's conduct order. And then finally to those jurors before we recess for the day. Again, as we recess, please make sure to follow the court's admonishment to not do anything to look up or investigate this case or in any way, or to discuss it with anyone, including amongst yourselves, so that you can remain impartial until such time as you begin your deliberations. So with that, is the state okay to recess for the day?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense? All right, if all would please rise for the jurors, we'll be in recess.
Well, that was a whole lot of stuff today.
That's a whole lot of nothing today.
Mm,
No, actually, it's way better than just having that one detective.
yeah.
Okay, Grandma.
Yep.
I'm gonna put something up here. Hold on, I gotta download it to my computer and then grab it in StreamYard. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Do you remember Ryan?
Yes.
I said, if you're a troll, you're a nice troll, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. And he kept messaging me on Instagram. And you know what? I'm not on those sites like that. You know what I mean? But if I got a message, I'll look at it and I'll respond, right?
Yeah.
Because remember I said, I think you're a troll.
Yeah.
You're a good one. And he, like he was doing in here, he would say, Kit, hi, Kit. Thank you for having me, Kit. Right?
Oh, I know.
He changed his name. Guess what he is on Instagram now?
Is he rapper?
Look at Instagram user.
Oh.
Do you know how smart I am, though? I immediately, while I was doing shit live, I found who he is. I got his first and last name. Ryan, I know your last name. And I know what you look like, okay?
Well, he did have it on the screen before, didn't he?
He didn't have his full name.
Like Brewer or something.
So yeah, I know your name. I know what you look like. And if you weren't a troll, you wouldn't have had this happen. So there's that.
Maybe he big mad.
Ryan, you should have just, I don't know. Even though he caused no problems here. You know what I mean?
Well, that just looks a little weird.
Yeah, kind of funny.
Give me a little side eye.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I hope you're not, Mr. Instagram user.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Remember, because he wait, because he was bent out of shape because somebody said he was rapper and he's not rapper.
I know where I know where he comes from. He comes from the IRL community. Okay.
Okay.
That's why I know who this is.
Okay.
It wasn't stupid of me to. He was stupid to keep going like he did. He should have left it. Yeah, I'm a troll. I could care less. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really.
Don't come mess, and don't do that. Because I will find out who you are, what you look like. I'm not gonna put
Have
that
you?
online. I won't put that online though. Nope.
You know, we
I'm not
don't dox people, but you
I
know, if
don't dox
anybody,
people.
but if they do something freaky, we know who they are. They'll get reported.
Well, that's why I did it.
Well, if you're being, wishy-washy about stuff, you can't expect everybody not to get a little sensitive about it.
Yeah.
Got to be safe online these days.
Yeah. But I would not intentionally ever dox anybody. That's not who I am.
No,
I'm just letting Ryan know though.
you bet.
Okay,
Okay.
I've got to go cook, Grandma. I'm gonna be calling you later on tonight.
Okay.
All right.
You know where to find me.
I know where to find you.
All right. Thank you.
Love
See you
you.
later. Bye.
Bye. Okay, everybody. Thank you for whoever came in, and thank you.
Lori, do you love Chad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you, babe.